Chapter 550. The school of Moism was also a prominent sect in ancient times. Their mechanism techniques were unique in the cultivation world and were used by some cultivation dynasties. However, due to various reasons, they declined and finally lost their inheritance. Li Mu guessed that one of the main reasons for the decline of the Mo family was because the mechanism technique required a large amount of manpower and resources, and some dynasties and large sects could not afford it. Furthermore, the most important point was that the mechanism technique was not a single discipline. A mechanism grandmaster would also be a blacksmith grandmaster, talisman grandmaster, and array grandmaster. The core of mechanism techniques was to use talisman arrays on artifacts. This required mechanism masters to be proficient in refinement, fulu, and array masters. This effectively blocked most people who were interested in mechanism techniques. At the entrance of the offerings department, a middle-aged man called Mo Li cupped his fists at Li Mu. "Greetings, Lord Li." Li Mu said, "You're welcome. Come in." Inside the offerings department, Li Mu asked Mo Li to sit down and ask someone to pour him a cup of tea. Then, he asked, "How much do you know about the school of Moism's mechanism techniques?" Mo Li's expression was serious as he said in a low voice, "I am the only legitimate successor of the school of Moism. Although the school of Moism has declined, its inheritance is complete. I know all the mechanism techniques of the school of Moism. I just lack manpower, materials, and spiritual jades." Li Mu went straight to the point. "You want to revive the school of Moism?" It was not that he could guess Mo Li's thoughts. During the 100 schools of thought, every school wanted to be powerful and suppress the other schools. However, later on, Taoism became dominant and the other schools declined. The 6 sects of Taoism still wanted to be the leader of Taoism. As the successor of an ancient sect, who did not want to revive their own school and fulfill the wishes of their ancestors. Mo Li did not deny it. He asked, "Lord, are you willing to give me this opportunity?" Li Mu said, "Although the Great Zhou is large and does not lack resources, if the resources used to support the school of Moism are used to recruit experts, the strength of the offerings department may double. Therefore, you have to first convince me why I should give you these resources." If he wanted to obtain enough resources from the Great Zhou, he had to first demonstrate the value of these resources. Mo Li was already prepared. He took out a jade slip and handed it to Li Mu, saying, "This is a part of the Mo family's mechanical arts." Li Mu scanned the jade slip with his spiritual will, and the contents of the jade slip appeared in his mind. This part of the mechanical technique was in the form of blueprints. Li Mu, who had once been an engineering student, had no difficulty in understanding these blueprints. The reason why the school of Moism was so highly regarded during the dynasty was because, compared to the other 6 factions, the school of Moism could be transformed into a war machine. The puppets and magical equipment they created could carry out the combat ability of high-level human cultivators, if not better. Most of the magical equipment was designed in the same way as modern weapons. The blueprint of the school of Mo was not a secret. The secret was the talisman array engraved on it. Li Mu put down the jade slip and said, "If this is all, it is not enough." Mo Li was silent for a moment, then asked, "What else does the Great Zhou court want?" Li Mu pointed at a long cannon barrel and said, "The power of this thing is acceptable, but it can only fire 1 shot in a short period of time. It is not flexible enough. I need you to change it into a mechanism that can fire multiple shots." Mo Li thought for a moment, then said, "Changing the talisman array and adding more grooves for embedding spiritual jades is not difficult." Li Mu continued, "These can only be used on land and in the air. The court also needs something that can be used in water." Mo Li said, "This is easy. You can engrave a water-repelling array on the mechanism. These puppets are not powerful enough. The power of the puppets is related to the materials and spiritual jades used. The better the materials, the sturdier the body of the puppets and the higher the defense. The higher the grade of the spiritual jades, the stronger the attack power of the puppets. The strongest puppets are comparable to Dongxian." Li Mu and Mo Li chatted for a few hours in the Department of Offerings and returned home very late. He had high hopes for the Mo family's mechanism technique. He hoped that the successor of the Mo family would be able to create something useful for him soon. Manpower was not a problem for the court. Ever since the Shin Kingdom and the Northern Bang became independent, there was no need to station so many soldiers in the South County. Li Mu could transfer half of the soldiers in the South County to him. As for materials, the disciples of the corpse sect had been in Yingzhou for many years. In order to refine corpses, they often needed to survey the terrain and find a suitable place to raise corpses. During this process, they found many underground veins. Ores were the raw materials for refining Dharma treasures and mechanisms. The corpse sect was not good at these two things. The Fulu school and the court were not good at them either. Because they were far away in Yingzhou, it was difficult to mine and transport them. Li Mu had not touched them. The area of Yingzhou was not smaller than the Zhu continent. Who knew how many resources were buried deep underground? He simply asked Mo Li to bring those people to Yingzhou to study mechanism techniques and dig for ores. If they could find a few spiritual jade veins, he would be really rich. Perhaps it could also solve the problem of his cultivation stagnation. His cultivation had been stuck at the peak of the fifth realm for a long time. Recently, it had not improved at all. Whether it was the psychic power or the spiritual jades that Li Mu absorbed, after the spiritual qi entered his body, it would not stay in his body. Instead, it would dissipate. He knew that he had encountered a real bottleneck. This kind of bottleneck could no longer be broken through by hard work. It required luck. Of course, if he could find a spiritual jade vein and use the spiritual qi of the entire vein to break through the bottleneck, it was very likely that he would break through the bottleneck. In this situation, it was useless for him to be anxious. He could only work on other aspects. For example, painting, body tempering, and learning the dragon language. After studying with Chung Xian for a long time, Li Mu realized that although it was difficult to learn the dragon language, after learning it, it became easier and easier to learn. In the Dragon King's diary in his hand, there were only a few sentences that he could not understand and needed to consult Chung Xian. Li Mu could already read the rest without any difficulties. He flipped to the last page of the diary. There was only one short sentence written on it. I heard that the women of Fusang country are naturally open-minded. If I have the chance, I must try. The word Fusang was an ancient name. According to the records of the 10 continents, Fusang was an island in the east of the Zhu continent in the East Sea. As for which island it was referring to, it could no longer be verified. Today, there were many small island countries outside the East Sea of the Zhu continent. They lacked resources but were rich in resources. The merchants of the Great Zhou often used merchant ships to travel between these islands and trade with these small countries. There was no more content in the diary. Li Mu did not know whether this dragon had ultimately gone to Fusang or how the women of Fusang country were open-minded. However, he had to make a trip to the East Sea. The merchant ships of the Great Zhou that traveled between the eastern prefectures and the many island countries in the East Sea would occasionally be harassed by the Wu pirates. In the past, because of the protection of Xuanzong, these pirates did not dare to be too arrogant. Now that the Great Zhou and Xuanzong had fallen out, Xuanzong no longer cared about these matters. The Wu pirates were increasingly arrogant. A few days ago, Li Mu ordered Ao Run to patrol the sea and protect the merchant ships of the Great Zhou. 2 days ago, he had captured many pirates and asked Li Mu for a reward. Yesterday, when Li Mu tried to contact him, he could not reach him. Just now, Li Mu tried again, but he still could not reach him. With Ao Run's strength, he was comparable to a 6th realm cultivator at sea. Nothing should happen to him. However, just in case, Li Mu still planned to go and see for himself. He sent Ling Er to the palace and called Chung Xian along. After all, they were at sea. Li Mu's strength was limited, but she could use 120% of her strength. Li Mu could only be at ease if he brought her along. Chung Xian was also very willing to follow Li Mu. Although there was food and drink here and she didn't have to work, she was still a dragon. The sea was her home. She hadn't experienced the feeling of swimming freely at the bottom of the sea for a long time. Above the East Sea, a huge merchant ship was anchored on the surface of the sea. The cultivators on the ship laboriously propped up a magic power barrier. A few small boats floated on the surface of the sea. In the sky, A few short men with their hair tied behind their heads were madly attacking the merchant ship. The way these people attacked was very strange. They floated motionlessly in the air, but there were ghosts hovering above their heads. These ghosts were very powerful. After attacking for a while, the mana shield around the merchant ship was on the verge of collapse. The people standing on the deck were in despair. Not only were the Woku pirates strong, but they were also cruel. Every time they finished robbing the merchant ship, they would kill everyone on the ship. The fate of the women was even more tragic. The few women on the merchant ship were already thinking of committing suicide. Boom! The protective shield around the merchant ship was finally broken by the Woku pirates. A few of the Woku pirates let out excited cries as they flew towards the merchant ship. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the water. A huge pillar of water shot out from the bottom of the sea. A few men were hit by the pillar of water, and blood spurted out of their mouths. Then, the thick pillar of water split into a few water ropes and tied them up tightly. The expressions of the Woku pirates changed drastically. They quickly ordered the ghosts above their heads to go down to the bottom of the sea to investigate. Just as the ghosts flew down, and before they could even enter the water, a few bolts of blue lightning came from the bottom of the sea and struck their bodies. The ghosts did not even have time to cry out before they were turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. After these ghosts died, the faces of the Woku pirates who were tied up by the water ropes became extremely pale. Their auras also fell from the fourth realm to the third realm. Just as the people on the deck were stunned by this sudden change, they suddenly heard the crisp cry of a dragon. On the sparkling surface of the sea, a huge white dragon broke out of the water. On the huge dragon head, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. Chapter 551. Thank you, Senior, for saving us. The cultivators on the merchant ship came to their senses and bowed to the young man standing on the dragon's head. Some of them even recognized him. After all, there was only one senior in the cultivation world who rode a dragon as a mount. Any cultivator who had participated in the Xuanzong Exchange gathering would never forget this cultivator who dared to challenge the Xuanzong sect's transcendental Great Elder with his creation realm cultivation. Li Mu waved his hand, and the water rope disappeared. A few Woku pirates whose cultivation had been crippled were thrown onto the deck of the merchant ship. He said to the few cultivators on the merchant ship, "After we reach the shore, hand them over to the East County government." A cultivator immediately cupped his hands. "Yes, sir." Li Mu did not say anything else. He quickly disappeared into the vast sea with satisfaction. He had Ao Run's blood essence in his hand. With this drop of blood essence, Li Mu could sense that there was a weak aura in the far east of the sea that was resonating with this drop of blood essence. On the deck, the people who had luckily escaped the disaster were still in a daze. "Are we saved? A senior riding a dragon saved us. He defeated the Woka pirates in an instant. Is that senior's cultivation already at Dongxian?" Hearing the discussions of the crowd, the cultivator who responded to Li Mu said, "It's not Dongxian, it's creation." Someone questioned, "How is that possible? Even if he's at the peak of the creation realm, it's impossible for him to defeat these Woka pirates in an instant. Moreover, he's riding a dragon. What kind of powerful cultivator is qualified to ride a dragon?" The only cultivator who knew the truth snorted coldly. "What's so great about riding a dragon? You didn't see him fight against a transcendent cultivator with the creation realm. The transcendent cultivator was injured, but he escaped unscathed. What kind of joke is this? He injured a transcendent cultivator and escaped unscathed. Is this something a creation realm cultivator can do? Even if you want to make up a story, you wouldn't dare to make it up like this?" The cultivator twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "A bunch of ignorant people who haven't even been to the Taoist conference. When you get ashore, you can ask around. Anyone who has been to the Xuanzong conference knows about this big event." Li Mu and Cheng Xian were running on the sea. They didn't know what the people on the merchant ship were saying about him. Great Zhou and Xuanzong were completely at odds with each other. Xuanzong no longer protected Great Zhou's eastern sea. This made the Woku pirates even more savage. Li Mu and Chang Xian had already dealt with 3 cases of Wuxia pirates attacking merchant ships. There was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Li Mu couldn't stay here forever. The sea was vast and boundless. Even if he sent consecrators, they wouldn't be able to cover the entire area. As a result, it was difficult to eradicate the Wuxia pirates in recent years. Li Mu's target this time was Nation. Firstly, he wanted to deal a heavy blow to the Wuxia pirates. Secondly, Ao Run's blood essence sensed that he was in Nation. Although this flood dragon didn't know how to talk, he was still his subordinate. He couldn't leave him to fend for himself. Flying above the Eastern Sea, Li Mu thought of the Eastern Sea dragon race. He thought of the sisters Yin Xian and Ting Xian. Since the sisters returned to the Eastern Sea and were forced to cultivate in seclusion, they hadn't contacted Li Mu. Li Mu asked Chang Xian, "Do you know where the Eastern Sea dragon race is?" Chang Xian shook her head and said, "The dragon race of the 4 seas has their own territories. They don't usually contact each other. Even if they're in the same sea, the dragon race won't gather together. Humans were social animals, but the dragon race wasn't. Every dragon had a strong sense of territory. Other than their family members, they would not allow other dragons to encroach on their territory. Fortunately, the number of dragons was very small, and the sea was big enough. The vast and boundless seabed was enough for every dragon to have a large enough territory. He didn't know where Chang Xian's grandmother's house was. He could only wait for them to finish their seclusion before contacting her. Li Mu and Chang Xian flew east along the sea and soon saw a piece of land. Nation was an island country in the Eastern Sea. It didn't border the Zhou continent. For thousands of years, the Zhou continent had been changing constantly. Because of its location, Nation hadn't been involved. They had always been fighting among themselves on a small island. They had never been noticed by the central dynasty of the continent. The map showed that the island country in front of them was Nation. Li Mu asked Chang Xian to change back to her human form. The 2 of them flew to the territory of Nation. Nation was far away from the Zhou continent. Their customs were very different from the people of the Zhou continent. They wore strange clothes and had strange hairstyles. Even their way of cultivation was very different from the orthodox way of the Zhou continent. Nation cultivators were good at the way of ghost. They would often raise a ghost at the beginning of their cultivation. Then, they would use some kind of secret technique to connect the ghost with their soul. Usually, the ghost they raised would be stronger than them. This way, they could fight alongside the ghost when they fought. It sounded very similar to the system of the corpse sect. However, if the corpses refined by the disciples of the corpse sect were destroyed, the disciples of the corpse sect would not be affected. If the ghosts of the Nation cultivators died, they would also suffer a great backlash. When Li Mu attacked the Nation pirates for the first time, he searched the souls of several Nation pirates and understood the situation in Nation in detail. In Nation, the divine palace was the highest authority. Almost all Nation cultivators obeyed the orders of the divine palace. The pirates who plundered the resources of the merchant ships in the Eastern Sea were Nation cultivators sent by the divine palace. Nation lacked resources. They relied on robbing to satisfy the needs of the divine palace. The greatest enemies of the central dynasty of the Zhou continent had always been the realm of ghosts and the demon nation. The imperial court had never taken Nation's petty actions seriously. Li Mu had already figured out the strength of the divine palace. Other than a palace lord of the 6th realm and a dozen 5th realm heavenly priests, there were no other strong cultivators. In Nation, a group of palaces sat on top of a mountain covered in snow all year round. This was the Nation's divine palace. It was the holy land in the hearts of Nation's people and cultivators. At this moment, angry roars came from the underground of one of the palaces. "Damn it, let me go if you know what's good for you. Do you know who my master is? He's a devil who kills without batting an eye. When he comes, none of you will be able to escape. I'm telling you, if you anger him, you won't be able to rest in peace. He'll kill your souls and turn your corpses into zombies. You can wait for your deaths here." Ao Run's shoulder blades were locked, and he kept cursing. However, The Wanatian cultivators guarding the dungeon couldn't understand him at all. They drank and ate raw fish and didn't even bother to look at him. Ao Run's cultivation had been sealed. At this moment, there was only regret in his heart. He regretted that he had broken into Wanatian alone for merit. If he hadn't been so arrogant, he wouldn't have become a prisoner. Footsteps came from the entrance of the dungeon. Several Wanatian cultivators immediately stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Palace Lord." A man with his hair tied back and a small mustache walked up to Ao Run and spoke to him in the language of the great Zhou Empire. "Have you made up your mind? Become my mount and I will not kill you." Ao Run said coldly, "A dragon doesn't serve two masters. I already have a master. My master will come to save me soon. You'd better let me go now. When my master comes, it will be too late." The man smiled disdainfully. "Fine, I'll give you a chance to send a message to your master. When your master comes, I'll kill him. Then I'll be your only master." He took out a sound-transmitting magical instrument from Ao Run's arms and injected his spiritual power. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of something vibrating came into his ears. The man turned around and saw a man and a woman standing at the entrance of the dungeon. Chapter 552. Looking at the two figures in front of the underground palace, the palace master's pupils shrank. These two outsiders had come here silently without being discovered by the divine priests. Even the palace master did not notice anything. Ao Run's face showed surprise, and he shouted, "Master!" The palace master looked at Li Mu and found that he was only in the fifth realm. A sneer appeared on his face. He formed a seal with both hands, and a cloud of black gas came out of his body and turned into a giant dog with 3 heads. The 3 heads of the giant dog roared at Li Mu, and the body rushed toward Li Mu. The aura of this 3-headed dog was also in the 5th realm. Before Li Mu could make a move, Chang Xian went up with 2 pitchforks. The dragon clan was comparable to the 4th realm of the human clan when they were born. Chang Xian's cultivation was the same as Li Mu's. She had already reached the peak of the 5th realm. This 3-headed dog was no match for her at all. It was chased around by her, and in a short time, 2 of the 3 heads were cut off by her. Although the heads quickly regenerated, the aura of their bodies was obviously much weaker. Seeing this, a trace of anger appeared on the palace master's face. More black gas came out of his body, condensing into all kinds of ghosts, and rushed toward Chang Xian. At the same time, his own figure also disappeared. Li Mu felt something. With the Qingxian sword in hand, he moved sideways and collided with the blade of another sword. A violent wave of mana burst out in all directions. The underground palace collapsed, and 2 figures flew out from the ground. Li Mu was not afraid in the face of Dao Chengzi, who was in the 7th realm, let alone the palace master who was only in the early 6th realm. Call the wind and summon the rain. Buddhist incantation of 9 words. Demon-slaying protection spell. Li Mu didn't even use Fulu to suppress the palace master of the divine palace of Wanatian. The palace master didn't even have a chance to fight back. At this time, several divine priests in the palace were also alarmed. They took out their magic weapons and summoned their natal ghosts to attack Li Mu. 2 figures rushed out of the ground. After being tortured for several days, Ao Run, who was full of anger, directly revealed his true form. His huge body swept across, and several palaces were crushed, causing countless people in the divine palace to flee in panic. Chang Xian and Ao Run were both members of the dragon race. Even when they were fighting against the heavenly officials who outnumbered them by several times, they were not at a disadvantage at all. On the other side, after the palace lord of the divine palace barely withstood nearly 100 thunderbolts, he was already in a sorry state. He no longer dared to underestimate the young man opposite him. He bit the tip of his tongue and swallowed a mouthful of blood essence. His lips trembled as if he was chanting some kind of spell. As his last syllable fell, a faint shadow flew out of his body. The shadow quickly solidified and turned into a giant snake with 8 heads, floating above his head. After the shadow flew out, the aura of the palace lord of the divine palace quickly weakened. In the end, he was only in the 5th realm. However, the pressure of this eight-headed snake was infinitely close to transcendence. No wonder the palace lord of the divine palace was so fearless. Without transcendence cultivation, there was really no way to deal with him. It was the first time Li Mu had seen such a strange way of cultivation. If the opponent was really in transcendence, he had no other choice but to ride Chang Xian and run away. However, this snake was only a soul, and it had not reached transcendence. Li Mu put away the Qingxian sword and a whip appeared in his hand. The 8 heads of the giant snake opened their ghastly mouths and bit at Li Mu at the same time. Li Mu lashed out with the whip and whipped one of the tongues. The snake's head dimmed a little, and it actually spoke human language. It said in shock and anger, "Damn it! What kind of treasure is this? It can actually hurt me." Li Mu did not give the giant snake a chance. He formed a seal with one hand, and a small illusory sword appeared and circled around one of the snake's heads. The intellectual sword was unsheathed, and the snake's head was directly cut off. The snake roared and spat out black thunderbolts. These thunderbolts made Li Mu faintly feel a sense of danger. He covered his body with the law bell and continued to fight with the giant snake. Other supernatural powers could not hurt the snake. Only the god-beating whip and the intellectual sword in his hand could restrain the soul. With the law bell, the snake could not do anything to Li Mu. Instead, it was constantly weakened by Li Mu. In less than 15 minutes, 3 of the 8 snake heads were cut off. Li Mu did not intend to play with them anymore. He threw out a few Fulu cards, and the divine palace lord, whose cultivation was only at the 5th realm, was drowned in thunderbolts. When the thunderbolts dissipated, there was nothing left. Li Mu released the law bell, which suddenly expanded and covered the giant snake. Then it quickly shrank. The giant snake scurried around in the bell, and its soul was compressed bit by bit. In the end, only a black soul ball was left. With the palace lord dead, the rest of the heavenly officials and members of the divine palace were in chaos. They wanted to escape, but a giant bell fell from the sky and trapped the entire divine palace. Everyone was like a turtle in a jar. They were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Li Mu clapped his hands and slowly descended. The strength of the Wen Nation's cultivation world was not weak. It was very difficult to destroy the divine palace without sending out 7th realm cultivators. It was no wonder that the chaos of the Wen Nation pirates had not been resolved after so long. Ao Run returned to his human form. He looked at Li Mu with snot and tears. He cried, "Master, you finally came to save me. You don't know how they tortured me." Li Mu threw him a bottle of healing elixir and said, "That's enough. Who told you to come here on your own? First, take control of the people in the divine palace." Although the palace lord of the divine palace was dead, the divine palace was still there. If Li Mu left like this, there would still be pirates causing trouble at sea. Before he left, he had to completely solve this problem. However, to Li Mu's surprise, after seeing that the palace lord had been killed, the cultivators in the divine palace had no intention of avenging him. After a while of chaos, they all knelt down and begged for mercy, willing to serve Li Mu as their new master. Li Mu was not interested in being the master of the Wen Nation. He let Ao Run take full charge of these people. He took Chang Xian and searched here. The result of the search disappointed Li Mu. The palace lord of the divine palace, who was in charge of a country, was very poor. Not only did he not have a decent magic weapon, but Li Mu also searched the entire divine palace and only found a few spiritual jades, which were not enough to make up for his Fulu loss. After searching the last palace, Li Mu walked out and saw Chang Xian standing in the yard, looking at the ground in confusion. Li Mu stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" Chang Xian stared at the ground and said, "There seems to be something underground." Li Mu released his divine thoughts and felt it, but he didn't find anything strange. However, Chang Xian was a dragon, so she wouldn't have strange feelings for no reason. Perhaps the palace lord of the divine palace had hidden the treasure underground. Li Mu had an idea and said, "Why don't we go down and have a look?" The two of them dived into the ground with the earth escape skill and sank down thousands of feet. There were only rocks around them. Just as Li Mu was about to give up, Chang Xian said firmly. I feel it. There must be something down there. Since she was so sure, Li Mu continued to sink down thousands of feet. When he sank down to more than 10,000 feet, the pressure around him suddenly decreased greatly. The surrounding rocks were gone. This seemed to be an underground cave. It was dark underground, and nothing could be seen. Li Mu's divine thoughts swept through, and everything in the cave appeared in his mind. This was a very large underground cave. The stones under their feet were blood-red. In the middle of the cave there was a huge skeleton. The skeleton looked like a snake, but it wasn't a snake. It stretched for about 1,000 feet. Li Mu looked at the front and saw a huge dragon skull. No wonder Chang Xian had sensed it. This was the tomb of a dragon. Li Mu walked to the side of the dragon skull and saw a stone tablet that was about 10 feet high on the ground. There were a few lines of words written in the dragon language on the stone tablet. The first line read, Ao Qing of the Azure Dragon Tribe sleeps here. This name sounded familiar to Li Mu. He quickly recalled that the owner of the diary that he had read as a pornographic book was none other than the Dragon King, Ao Qing. It was very likely that the Nation was ancient Fusong. In that case, this perverted dragon had actually come to Fusong and died here. There were a few more lines. Li Mu continued to read in the dragon language. I have roamed the world for 300 years and have never met a match. In the end, I was defeated by my lifespan. Before I died, I left an opportunity here to give to the descendants of my tribe. Recite this secret incantation and you will receive my inheritance. Dragon language was, after all, a foreign language to Li Mu. He needed to read it once before he could understand the meaning of a sentence. When he realized that he shouldn't be so reckless, he had already finished reading all the dragon language on the stone tablet. As the last syllable of the dragon language fell, a green light flashed in front of his eyes. The dragon bone emitted a dazzling green light. From the dragon's spine, a white liquid floated out and instantly entered Li Mu's body. Li Mu's eyes widened. Veins popped out on his forehead. He felt an extremely violent energy surging into his body, as if it was going to burst his body. Seeing more liquid floating out from the dragon's spine, Li Mu knew that his body would definitely not be able to withstand another drop. Li Mu was shocked. He gritted his teeth and said, Satisfactory! The moment the liquid was about to enter Li Mu's body, a figure flew up and blocked in front of him. After the few drops of liquid entered Chang Xian's body, she also let out a painful cry. Her face was pale. It was obvious that she was suffering a great deal of torture. However, she was much better than Li Mu. Blood had already seeped out of Li Mu's skin. The meridians in his body were broken and reconstructed. Broken and reconstructed, Li Mu sat down cross-legged with great difficulty, keeping his mind clear as he allowed the strength to wreak havoc in his body. Although the few drops of liquid were extremely violent and brought him endless pain, the extremely compressed spiritual energy contained within them was also something Li Mu had never seen before. The cultivation barrier that had been stagnant in his body for a long time was already showing signs of loosening. And his body was also becoming stronger through the repeated destruction and repair. Even after thousands of years, the legacy of a ninth realm cultivator still had incredible effects. Li Mu quickly realized that this was a rare opportunity for him. One man and one dragon sat cross-legged in the underground cave. Their auras were growing bit by bit. Chapter 553. Li Mu sat cross-legged in the dark underground cave. He deeply experienced what it meant to be happy and painful at the same time. His body was enduring tremendous torment. The meridians in his body were bursting from the massive amount of mana, then being repaired, then bursting again, then being repaired again. The cycle repeated over and over again. During this process, every time his body collapsed and reformed, he would become even stronger. Li Mu even guessed that his physical body had entered the 6th level before his mana. Compared to his physical body, the growth of his mana was slightly slower. However, he was already at the peak of the 5th level. It was very difficult for his mana to grow even a little bit. If this continued, Li Mu could very well be pushed to the Dongxian. He had already guessed that the legacy that Ao Qing left behind for his descendants was his dragon marrow essence. 8,000 years ago, he probably did not expect that a human would learn the dragon language and receive his legacy. Li Mu was glad that when Ao Qing left behind his legacy, he did not consider that his dragon marrow would be inherited by an outsider. With the body of a dragon, although it was painful to inherit the bone marrow of an ancestor, it was still bearable. However, Li Mu was different. If Chang Xian did not share some of the burden with him, his body would have exploded and only his immortal soul would be left. The mana in his body surged wave after wave. Li Mu focused and used the surges of mana to break through the bottleneck of the 5th level to the 6th level. Although the process was painful, it was worth it. The Dongxian. This was the level that Li Mu had been longing for. After an unknown period of time, Li Mu was already numb to the pain in his body. Even his consciousness became blurry. He only attacked the bottleneck mechanically. It was like there was a wall in front of him. Li Mu slammed into the wall again and again. After he was bounced off, he slammed into it again. Boom! Until one day, when he gathered enough magic power and once again slammed into the impenetrable wall, he was not bounced back. The high wall that had blocked him countless times suddenly collapsed. Li Mu opened his eyes. At the same time, Chang Xian, who was sitting opposite him, also opened her eyes. She looked the same as before, but the dragon horn on her head seemed to have become more transparent. Ao Qing's inheritance allowed the human and dragon to ascend to the 6th realm at the same time. Li Mu looked at Chang Xian, and Chang Xian also looked at Li Mu. Li Mu suddenly felt that this little female dragon had delicate features, and had an impulse to push her to the ground. As soon as this thought arose, Li Mu was shocked. Although he used to think that Chang Xian was delicate and pretty, he had never had any other thoughts about her, let alone this kind of lust. Could it be because of those few drops of dragon marrow? After absorbing a few drops of dragon marrow, his body had naturally acquired some of the dragon's habits. Dragons were lustful by nature, and Dragon King Ao Qing was even more lustful throughout his life. Even Li Mu had to admit defeat in front of him. Li Mu did not want to become a creature that only thought with the lower half of his body. He forcefully suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. However, at this moment, Chang Xian, who was staring straight at Li Mu, stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Then she swallowed. She was a dragon to begin with. When she was inexperienced, she naturally did not have any other thoughts. However, those few drops of Dragon King Ao Qing's bone marrow not only raised her cultivation by a large realm, but also stimulated her dragon's nature. Li Mu looked at her and said seriously, "Chang Xian, calm down, calm down." Chang Xian came back to her senses. Her face reddened, and she immediately looked away, not daring to look at Li Mu again. Li Mu stood up with his back bent, and used a few pearls to illuminate the entire underground cave. After the bone marrow left the skeleton, the Dragon King's huge skeleton turned to dust. Li Mu collected these ashes without wasting a single one. These were essential materials for writing high-level Fulu. The ashes of a 9th realm cultivator contained spiritual qi that did not dissipate. They could be used to write saint-level Fulu directly. Then, Li Mu looked at the stones on the ground. The stones around the cave were all gray. Only the stones under their feet were red, and they were as red as blood. These ordinary stones had been soaked in dragon blood for nearly 10,000 years. They had long become indestructible treasures, and were perfect for refining artifacts. Li Mu cut the area soaked in dragon blood with his flying sword, and moved the entire area into the Fey Emperor's space. Then his eyes looked elsewhere. This was the tomb that Ao Qing had prepared for herself. There were not many things in the tomb. Other than dragon bones and dragon bloodstones, there were only a few artifacts left. On a platform at the end of the cave there was a spear and a book. The book seemed to be made of the same material as the diary in Li Mu's hands. After nearly 10,000 years it was still in good condition. Li Mu used a whirlwind technique to remove the dust on the book. He flipped to a page and saw the picture of a naked man and woman. Chang Xian, who had curiously looked over, immediately blushed. Li Mu walked to the side and said, "Children shouldn't look at it." He flipped through a few more pages and found that what was recorded in the book was a dual cultivation technique. Dragon King Ao Qing had cultivated the great Tao of dual cultivation. Li Mu put the book away. A top-grade dual cultivation technique would be useful to him in the future. Then he looked at the spear. After 8,000 years, the spear had already lost its luster. It was as if it had lost all its spirituality. Something that Ao Qing had left here to be buried with her was definitely not an ordinary item. Li Mu reached out and grabbed the spear. For the first time, he did not pick it up. Then he exerted a little force, grabbed the spear, and pulled it out of the ground. Rumble! As the spear left the ground in the cave suddenly shook. Rubble flew everywhere, as if resonating with Li Mu's aura. A dazzling green light was emitted from the spear in Li Mu's hand. A clang resounded throughout the cave. What a treasure! Li Mu's eyes lit up. The spear gave him the feeling that it far surpassed a heaven-grade treasure. Li Mu vaguely felt that this treasure had even surpassed the saint grade. He just didn't know which was more powerful, it or the Tao Bell. In the end, Li Mu could not bear to let the spear touch the Tao Bell. Although Ling could already exist independently of the bell, if something happened to the bell, he would not be able to explain it to his family. After putting away the spear, the underground cave was empty. Li Mu and Chang Xian returned to the surface. He had just entered the 6th realm and still had many things to do. With his 5th realm cultivation, he could only use the 7 words mantra. Li Mu's intuition told him that he could now completely master the 9 words mantra. Li Mu formed a seal with one hand and said in his heart, "Forward." His body disappeared on the spot, and Ao Run, who was standing not far away and watching the show, appeared where Li Mu was. Li Mu stood where Ao Run was and looked at the stunned Ao Run in front of him. He said in a low voice, "What a good shadow shift." He had never heard of this kind of magical power before. During a battle, if he switched places with his opponent after they used their magical power, wouldn't his opponent die under his own magical power? Of course, this technique had its limitations. When Li Mu used this technique again and switched places with Chang Xian, she did not appear where Li Mu was. Instead, she was slightly offset. It seemed that this technique was difficult to use accurately on opponents who were similar or stronger than him. Even so, in a head-on battle, this magical power would definitely give his opponent a headache. Then, Li Mu changed his hand seal again and said in a low voice, "Okay." He felt something and took a step forward. In the next moment, Li Mu floated above the East Sea and looked into the distance. The Wanation had become a line. He took another step and appeared in the Divine Palace again. With his level 6 cultivation, even level 7 cultivators would not be able to catch up to him. Ao Run and Chang Xian stood behind Li Mu. They felt that this figure was even more unfathomable. Feeling the call of the sea, Li Mu took another step and disappeared again. This time he jumped into the sea. He did not chant the water avoidance spell, nor did he use any Fulu Dharma treasures. In the past, Li Mu would feel a lot of obstacles in the water. Now, in the sea, he felt like he was home. Not only did his magical power not stagnate, but it also flowed more smoothly. After refining the few drops of dragon marrow, he clearly had the ability of the water tribe. In other words, he had inherited the ability of Dragon King Ao Qing. Li Mu seemed to have thought of something. He took out the heavenly book of the Dragon Clan and scanned it with his divine consciousness. This time, he did not encounter any obstacles and immediately appeared in a strange space. In the familiar fog, Li Mu sat cross-legged and chanted the mind-clearing spell skillfully. In Ao Qing's diary, he said that the heavenly book of the Dragon Clan contained a huge secret. Li Mu really wanted to know what the secret was. After chanting the mind-clearing spell countless times, Li Mu opened his eyes. The fog in front of him had disappeared. Giant beasts. He saw countless giant beasts again. These giant beasts emitted a terrifying aura and were wreaking havoc on the ground. Countless human cultivators were attacking them. Fulu, pills, and magical powers were all attacking the giant beasts. Among the giant beasts, there were golden, green, white, and black giant dragons roaming around, spitting dragon breaths at the human cultivators. Chapter 554. Li Mu had read many pages of the Tomes of Arcane. In the other Tomes of Arcane, most of them were about humans fighting against the giant beasts that wreaked havoc in the world. From the perspective of humans, the giant beasts were undoubtedly the villains. However, in the Tomes of the Dragon Clan and the giant beasts were obviously on the same side. They helped the giant beasts deal with the human cultivators, and countless human cultivators were killed by the Dragon Clan. According to the contents of those pages of the Tomes of Arcane, Li Mu already had some speculations about history. In ancient times, or even longer ago, there were more than two races on the continent: humans and demons. At that time, the giant beasts were the overlords of the continent. Later, in the long battle, the giant beasts were defeated and disappeared in the long river of time. The human and demon races began to appear on the stage of history and had been developing and growing to this day. Li Mu had always found it strange. Whether it was humans or demons, when they were just born and had not been exposed to cultivation, they were very weak. Only the Dragon Clan was comparable to the fourth realm of the two races when they were born. Perhaps the Dragon Clan and those giant beasts were the same type of existence. Li Mu did not know what happened later, but the giant beasts in the Tomes of Arcane had long disappeared in the current 10 continents and 3 islands. Only a small number of the Dragon Clan still existed, but they could only hide in the vast sea and could not touch the land. This was the great secret that Ao Qing mentioned in his diary. Once the contents of this Tomes of Arcane were leaked, the Dragon Clan would no longer be the divine beasts in people's hearts, but would be reduced to a class of demonic beasts. No matter how it was in the past, at least now, the Dragon Clan and the human race could be said to live in harmony and did not invade each other. Ao Qing sealed this Tomes of Arcane because he did not want this secret to be leaked. In today's world, perhaps only Li Mu and Chang Xian, who had received his inheritance at the same time, could comprehend this Tomes of Arcane. Li Mu originally planned to let Chang Xian try to comprehend it, but after reading the contents of the Tomes of Arcane, he changed his mind. This secret could easily cause conflict between the two races. He would teach her the magical power of the Dragon Clan in the Tomes of Arcane after he comprehended it himself. In a short while, Ao Run had already incorporated the entire Divine Palace. Although his strength was average, he was talkative and unlikable, he was still reliable in doing such chores. The Palace Lord of the Divine Palace was dead, but there were still many cultivators in Wanation. The resources here were scarce. If one wanted to develop, the simplest way was to plunder. That was why the pirates had developed. If Li Mu left, the Divine Palace would have a new Palace Lord sooner or later, and the problem of pirates would still exist. Li Mu's goal was to control the Divine Palace and thus the Neon Cultivators. He had ordered the priests to hand over their soul blood to Ao Run. From now on, Ao Run could live in Wanation with his wives and concubines for a long time. While living a carefree life, he could also watch over the Great Show. Although Li Mu was the one who caught Chang Xian for the Empress was always in the Immortals' capital and did not go out. So most of the time, it was still Li Mu who rode her. Now that Li Mu's cultivation had entered the 6th level and he had grasped the ability to shrink the earth into an inch, he naturally didn't need any mounts. Ao Run was very excited when he heard this. He said uncertainly, "Master, you really want me to stay here?" Li Mu said lightly, "You watch over this place for me. If there are more neon pirates on the East Sea in the future, you will guard the South Lake alone." Ao Run patted his chest and promised, "Master, don't worry. If anyone dares to be a pirate here, I will cut off his head." Li Mu said, "Okay, rest for a day. Tomorrow we will return to the Great Show." The priests tried their best to please the new master of the Divine Palace. Not only did they arrange a grand banquet, but the dancers at the banquet were all dressed scantily and danced boldly. The neon women were indeed more open-minded than the traditional women in the Great Show. More importantly, after his cultivation had improved, Li Mu found that his resistance to certain kinds of temptation had decreased a lot. It seemed that he still needed some time to completely get rid of Ao Qing's influence. Early the next morning, Li Mu set off on his journey back. Ao Run also followed him. After returning to the East County, he would take his wives and concubines to Neon and guard there. When Li Mu returned to Chengdu, Lu Hanyan and Li Qing had already returned to Mount Baiyun. Wan Wan was also taken by her. Only Xiao Bai stayed at home to wait for Li Mu. Xian Jizi and Jadeson's dual cultivation ceremony was about to be held at Mount Baiyun. One of them was the head of Fulu school, while the other was an elder of the Danding sect. Becoming Dao companions was a major event for the entire Dao sect. Fulu school had already sent out invitations to invite fellow Taoists in the cultivation world to participate in this ceremony. For a large sect like this, even if it was just the union of ordinary elders, there would be a deeper meaning behind it. What's more, the head of a sect and the elder of a sect were two seventh realm cultivators. This undoubtedly meant that from now on, Fulu school and the Danding sect would become an inseparable alliance. Previously, there was the falling out between Fulu school and Xuanzong. Later, there was the marriage alliance between Fulu school and the Danding sect. This might be the first great change in the Dao sect in the past 100 years. The imperial court and Fulu school worked closely together. Therefore, Mr. Mei would represent the empress at this ceremony. Li Mu would go back with her. The market outside Chengdu had been opened one after another. Li Mu named it Wishing Lane. He hoped that the cultivators who came here would be able to choose treasures that they liked. As soon as the exchange meeting in Xuanzong ended, the cultivators of Zhu province all rushed to Chengdu for one thing. Xuanzong was located in the Eastern Sea. It was an extremely remote location. Many cultivators happened to pass by Chengdu on their way back. For another, some individual cultivators and aristocratic families earned spiritual jades in Xuanzong so that it would be easier for them to buy the cultivation resources they needed. The Great Zhou court only took 10% of the spiritual jades from the merchants in the market. This directly lowered the price of the goods. Moreover, Wishing Lane had just opened. Almost every shop had a discount. It attracted not only the cultivators of Xuanzong's exchange meeting, but also many cultivators of the Great Zhou from other prefectures. For the prefectures that were too far away from Chengdu, such as the 4 prefectures in the east, west, south, north, and Zhejiang prefecture, if they needed anything, they only needed to register with the local government and pay spiritual jades. Then, they would wait at home and have the goods delivered free of charge. The imperial court was an official business and guaranteed the quality. In addition, the Department of Offerings also opened shops in the market to answer questions for cultivators. They would answer questions for cultivators and solve all kinds of problems they encountered in the process of cultivation. At the same time, cultivators who wanted to break through to the next realm could also join the Department of Offerings breakthrough class. After paying the spiritual jades, the Department of Offerings would have high-ranking offerings give the customers one-on-one guidance. The Department of Offerings would bear all the costs of the customer's cultivation. If the breakthrough failed, the full amount of spiritual jades paid would be refunded. At present, the Department of Offerings could help cultivators in the divinity realm break through to the creation realm. Of course, the price for high-level cultivators to break through was also astronomical. Ordinary individual cultivators, small aristocratic families, and small sects could not afford it. This business was specially prepared for the wealthy small countries in the south, as well as the medium-sized aristocratic families and sects with strong foundations. With the imperial court's strong support, Fulu school, Spirit Array sect, Pill Cauldron sect, as well as the royal families of the Great Zhou and a few small countries in the south, everything in the market was on the right track. In the first 3 days of opening, sales reached new highs. Late at night, Li Mu lay alone in bed, unable to sleep. The plan to deal with Xuanzong was progressing according to his expectations. Now that he had advanced to the Dongxian realm, even if he faced Dao Chengzi directly, he could contend with him for a while. The number of 7th realm cultivators he could mobilize far surpassed Xuanzong's. The only obstacle was Xuanzong's 8th realm elder. The higher one's cultivation, the more impossible it was to fight enemies above their realm. Before Li Mu had full confidence, he would not clash with Xuanzong directly. Creak. The window was pushed open from the outside, and a figure slipped in. She took off her shoes and clothes, skillfully crawled under the blankets, and curled up in Li Mu's arms. Li Mu's body stiffened, and then he whispered, "Xiao Bai, be good. Go back to your room and sleep tonight." He still could not shake off the influence of the dragon's nature on his body. With such a little vixen in his arms, he had to recite the clear heart mantra for the entire night. There was no need for him to sleep at all. Xiao Bai's body trembled, and she silently left Li Mu's arms. She whispered, "Is it because big sister Huan Ji doesn't like other little vixens by benefactor's side? I will be obedient in the future. Benefactor, don't chase me away. Without you, I have nothing." Li Mu hugged her again and said, "Who said that? You must remember that you came first. You will always be benefactor's little vixen." Xiao Bai said pitifully, "But benefactor has never chased me away before." Li Mu explained helplessly, "I'm not chasing you away. It's just that, Xiao Bai, you've already grown up. I'm afraid that one day, I won't be able to resist." Xiao Bai buried her head in Li Mu's chest and said, "Xiao Bai has already grown up. Benefactor, benefactor, you don't have to endure it. I will be benefactor's woman sooner or later." Chapter 555. Li Mu had always thought that Xiao Bai was a naive fox, but she actually knew everything. However, she never fought or snatched. When Li Mu needed her, she was always by his side. When Li Mu didn't need her, she would silently leave. Li Mu never knew that she had such an insecure heart. Just because Li Mu had another fox by his side, she was worried that she would be chased away one day. From the North County to Shindu, Li Mu, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing were often separated. They were always by his side. Wherever he went, she would follow. Only Xiao Bai followed. Lu Hanyan and the others returned to Mount Baiyun first. She also stubbornly wanted to wait for him here. In the days that he wasn't around, he didn't know what she was thinking. Li Mu's heart ached. He held her in his arms. He didn't have any desire in his heart. He only kissed her forehead and said, "Don't worry. I will never chase you away. When I take revenge for Grandma, I will make you my real little fox." Xiao Bai hugged Li Mu tightly. It was as if she wanted to merge into his body. In the morning, Li Mu was lying on the bed. Xiao Bai's fragrance was still in the quilt. It was said that foxes had a smell. Fantasy Princess and Xiao Bai were each more fragrant than the other. When he slept with them, Li Mu was always too lazy to get up. Someone walked in from outside and stood by the bed for a while. He handed a wet towel over. Li Mu took it and wiped his face. Only then did he realize that he didn't feel the aura of the person beside him. He immediately opened his eyes and looked to the side. Seeing the Empress standing by the bed, Li Mu's expression was a bit awkward. He said, "Your Majesty, good morning." Zhou glanced at him and said, "What morning? It's already so late. You're still sleeping. You want me to cultivate diligently, but you're so lazy." Li Mu defended himself and said, "Didn't I just reach the 6th realm? I need to relax occasionally." Then he said embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, why don't you leave for a while? I'll put on my clothes first." Zhou pursed her lips and said, "What's there to leave for? I've seen everything." She didn't care. Li Mu, of course, didn't avoid her. He put on his clothes in front of her. The Empress only blushed slightly. But Cheng Xian's face was blushing. Li Mu felt that she was a bit different after she broke through. To be exact, Li Mu himself had also changed a little, especially the feeling he had for Cheng Xian. In the past, he didn't think there was anything good about Cheng Xian. But recently, no matter how he looked at her, he felt that she had delicate features. Could it be because they had the same thing flowing in their bodies? Li Mu looked and looked. Suddenly, he felt the temperature around him drop. He was shocked and realized that he had made a big mistake. He was looking at another female dragon in front of the Empress. Didn't that mean that Cheng Xian was more charming than her? Li Mu immediately looked away, but it was too late. Zhou waved her sleeve and said, "Return to the palace." Then, she and Cheng Xian disappeared in front of Li Mu's eyes. Xiao Bai stood at the door. She blinked innocently at Li Mu and said, "Sister Zhou is angry." Li Mu sighed and said, "I know." The Empress was the most narrow-minded of them all, and she was also the one who got jealous the most easily. The relationship between the two of them was clearly not set in stone yet, but it was even easier for her to get jealous than Lu Hanyan. What was even worse was that every time Li Mu wanted to push their relationship further, she would instead become a coward. leaving Li Mu at a loss of what to do. Li Mu decided to take the lead for once. He thought for a while and said to Xiao Bai, "Pack up, we're going back to Mount Baiyun." Xiao Bai was stunned and asked, "Ah, aren't you going to coax Sister Zhou?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "We'll talk about it when we get back." Changle Palace. Zhou Yi waited for a long time, but Li Mu didn't enter the palace. In the end, she couldn't help but release her spiritual sense. However, she didn't sense his presence in the Li mansion. Not only the Li mansion but also the entire Luoyang. She returned to the Li mansion and asked a rabbit demon servant, "Where's Li Mu?" The rabbit demon servant said, "Master went to Mount Baiyun to attend the ceremony." Zhou Yi returned to Changle Palace. She stomped her feet angrily and said in a low voice, "Bastard, do you still have me in your heart?" Thinking of this, she started to worry again. Although in Li Mu's dreams, she often saw the two of them holding hands as they strolled around the fairy's capital. But some things were not said face to face, so it was still a little lacking. Could it be that every time Li Mu took the initiative, her avoidance and dodging made him sad and disappointed? Zhou Yi paced around the hall, her expression alternating between joy and worry, until Mr. Mei came in to ask what kind of congratulatory gift the imperial court should give for the Fulu School's master's dual cultivation ceremony. She was preparing to leave tomorrow. Zhou Yi thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. The next day, the empress' personal maid, Shangguan Li, announced that the empress would be in seclusion for a few days. The morning court was temporarily cancelled. Mount Baiyun. As the ancestral court of Fulu School, Mount Baiyun was usually very quiet. However, it was very lively recently. The mountain gates were opened wide to welcome the guests who came to the ancestral court to congratulate them. The master's dual cultivation ceremony with the Pill Cauldron sect's 7th realm elder was a rare event for both Fulu School and the Pill Cauldron sect. 3 days ago, the Pill Cauldron sect's master and a Grand Supreme Elder came to Fulu School. What was surprising was that the Spirit Array sect also sent 2 Grand Supreme Elders to attend the ceremony. 2 of the 3 7th realm cultivators in the sect came. Only the sect master was guarding the mountain gate. One had to know that the South sect and the North sect, which were also part of the 6 Taoist sects, only sent a 6th realm first seat. As for Xuanzong, although he had a fierce conflict with Fulu School some time ago, he still sent a 6th realm first seat to congratulate them. For one sect's master's dual cultivation ceremony, the other sect had to send at least a 6th realm cultivator to meet the most basic etiquette. For the Pill Cauldron sect and the Spirit Array sect to send 2 7th realm cultivators, it was already an extremely high standard of etiquette. It represented the greatest importance they had for Fulu School. It wasn't strange for the Pill Cauldron sect to send such a lineup. After all, it was a major event for both sections. The fact that the Spirit Array sect also sent a Grand Supreme Elder made everyone even more confused. Among the 6 Taoist sects, when did the Fulu School and the Spirit Array sect become so close? On a certain peak of Mount Baiyun, Li Mu, who had returned to the sect early, brought Li Qing and Hanja to catch up with each other. Hanja looked at Li Mu and Li Qing holding hands and said with a sigh, "You and junior sister Li have finally come to fruition. Even the sect master has found a Tao companion. When can I be like you too?" Junior sister Qin gritted her teeth. Li Mu smiled at Hanja and said, "Don't be anxious. Fate will eventually meet." A few more streaks of light streaked across the sky. Over the past few days, countless cultivators had come to Mount Baiyun to congratulate them. Countless people flew around in the sky every day. However, this time, the group of people flying across the sky attracted everyone's attention. What a powerful demon chi! This aura, they're probably 7th realm Shen demons. 2 7th realm Shen demons. What are they doing here? They're probably Yao Nation cultivators. Could it be that they're also here to congratulate Fulu School? Since when did Fulu School have so much face? I heard that the Yao Nation doesn't give any face to the Taoist sects at all. There's a stone tablet erected at the city gate of Thousand Fox Nation that says Xuanzong disciples and dogs are not allowed to enter. To think that such powerful cultivators would come to attend Fulu School's ceremony. The cultivators discussed animatedly. Li Mu's face was full of shock. He sensed the auras of 10,000 illusions Lord, Blue Wolf King, and Phantom Princess in that group. He only mentioned it to Phantom Princess. He didn't expect her to come here with such fanfare. One had to know that Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were also in ancestral court. Was she going to serve tea to her two sisters? Before Li Mu could come back to his senses, an even greater uproar came from the peaks of Mount Baiyun. A huge white dragon appeared in the distant sky. Behind the dragon was a dragon boat. On the dragon boat was a huge flag fluttering in the wind with the word Zhou written on it. Chapter 556. Mount Baiyun. What they saw and heard at the ancestral court of Fulu School raised questions in the hearts of the cultivators from the various sects and clans. Between the Fulu School and Xuanzong, who was the leader of the 6 Taoist sects? In terms of strength, Xuanzong was without a doubt. However, in terms of connections and relationships, Xuanzong did not seem to be worthy of the title of number 1. The Yao nation did not like Xuanzong's disciples, and the Great Zhou court expelled Xuanzong's Taoist sect from its borders. They did not give any face to the number 1 Taoist sect. However, when it came to Fulu School, the two sides placed great importance on it. During the Fulu School's dual cultivation ceremony, the Empress of the Thousand Fox Nation personally came to congratulate them. The arrival of the two 7th Realm Demon Kings, Lord of Illusions and Blue Wolf King, gave Fulu School plenty of face. As for the Empress of the Great Zhou, she also sent a female official to Mount Baiyun on a dragon to deliver a generous gift. Which of the 6 Taoist sects, including Xuanzong, could have such extravagance? If Fulu School could have an 8th Realm Elder, then Xuanzong would lose its position as the number 1 Taoist sect in terms of strength and influence. In the main Peaks Taoist Palace, Xian Jizi personally welcomed the guests from the Yao Nation and the Great Zhou court. The Lord of Illusions smiled at him and said, "We came uninvited. Please forgive us, sect master." Xian Jizi cupped his hands and said, "You are our guests from afar. Please forgive us if we have not received you well." The Lord of Illusions said, "The Thousand Fox Nation and Fulu School do not distinguish between you and me. Sect master, please do not be so polite." These words stunned the Fulu School's elders. It was understandable that the Fulu School and the Danding sect did not distinguish between you and me, but since when did their sect and the Yao Nation not distinguish between you and me? However, the arrival of the Empress of the Yao Nation and 2 7th Realm cultivators was a great show of respect for the Fulu School. After some polite greetings, Hyun Jinko personally led them to a Taoist palace to rest. Li Mu walked to the Holy Ji Palace on the main peak. Xian Jizi looked at him meaningfully and said, "I'll have to trouble you to entertain our friends from the Yao Nation." Thinking about this matter, Li Mu felt a headache. It was fine if Huan Ji stayed in Thousand Fox Nation, but she had to come here to join in the fun. Li Qing was by his side, and Lu Hanyan was also watching him from behind Yuzhen Zi. He didn't know whether to go see Huan Ji or not. Fortunately, the Empress had not come in person. Otherwise, it would really be lively. On behalf of the Empress, Mr. Mei and Chung Xian came to congratulate them. Li Mu took them to another Taoist palace to rest. The dual cultivation ceremony was actually a cultivator's wedding. It would begin in 3 days. Those who came to Fulu School early were all sects and clans with status. On the day of the ceremony, even more cultivators would come. After sending them to the Taoist palace where they were staying, Li Mu said, "You two rest first. I still have to entertain other guests." Mr. Mei asked, "Before you left, did you make Her Majesty angry again?" Li Mu said, "Her Majesty just likes to get angry. Don't mind her. She'll be fine in a while." Mr. Mei said, "When I left, Her Majesty was still angry. Don't you know how to appease Her Majesty before leaving?" Li Mu looked at her and asked suspiciously, "You're not Her Majesty in disguise, are you?" Mr. Mei glanced at him indifferently and said, "Do you think Her Majesty is that bored?" She didn't understand how bored the Empress could be. It wasn't the first time that she had turned into Lord Mei to test Li Mu. If she were to act on a whim again this time with Li Mu's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. To prevent him from saying or doing something he should not say or do, Li Mu took out the spiritual snail. After injecting his spiritual power, the Empress's voice came from the other side. "What are you doing?" Li Mu confirmed that it was Mr. Mei in front of him. He said, "Nothing. I just forgot to tell Her Majesty that I went back to the North County to attend the dual cultivation ceremony. I'll go back in a few days." "Got it." After saying that, the Empress cut off the snail. Li Mu put it away and said to Mr. Mei, "I really have a lot of things to do. You've been on the road for so long. Take a rest. I'll come back later." Mr. Mei did not say anything. After Li Mu left, he said, "Let's go out for a walk too." She walked out of the Taoist palace. Chung Xian followed her step by step. Li Mu went back to the Taoist palace on the main peak alone. It was not that he deliberately neglected Huan Ji and Mr. Mei, but that he had more important things to do. The people from the South Clan and the North Clan had come to congratulate him. Like Xuanzong, they each sent a sixth realm chief. This was to maintain the basic etiquette between the major clans. Fulu School did not have much of a relationship with the South Clan and the North Clan. In the market of Shindu, these two clans did not have shops. If they wanted to, they would have sent people to contact the imperial court already. Obviously, the South Clan and the North Clan did not want to offend Xuanzong for benefits. To be more precise, the benefits that Li Mu could offer were not enough to move them. The North Clan was good at making ritual implements, while the South Clan was good at refining bodies. The ritual implements and body-tempering liquid produced by these two clans were very popular in the cultivation world. If he could win over these two clans, Luoyang's wishing square could completely replace Xuanzong's market. The two Taishang elders of the Spirit Array sect were already waiting for Li Mu in the side hall. Li Mu walked in and saluted the two elders. "Greetings, Uncle Masters," he said. "No need to be so polite." A red-faced old man waved his hand at Li Mu and said, "If it wasn't for Marshal Nephew's evil-suppressing pill, I would have already killed myself. Now, I can live on for more than 10 years. I still haven't thanked Marshal Nephew." Li Mu smiled and said, "You're too polite, Uncle Masters. This is what we should do." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the red-faced old man finally cut to the chase. He stretched out his hand and a simple page appeared in front of him. He slowly said, "I'll have to ask Marshal Nephew to help me decipher this page of the Heavenly Book of the Spirit Array sect." Li Mu had already helped the Danding sect decipher the entire Heavenly Book. Because of what happened last time, the Spirit Array sect stood with them. Li Mu never mistreated his allies. The Taishang elder personally went to the Spirit Array sect and told them that he had the heart of 7 orifices and could decipher the Heavenly Book. The inheritances of the 6 sects originated from the contents of the Heavenly Book. The Spirit Array sect knew very well what it meant to completely decipher the Heavenly Book. Of course, they wouldn't let go of this opportunity to make their sect prosper. This time, they sent 2 Taishang elders. Other than congratulating the Fulu school, they also had the important task of asking Li Mu to decipher the Heavenly Book. He accepted the Heavenly Book and nodded. "Rest assured, Uncle Masters, within a month, I will engrave the contents of this page of the Heavenly Book into a jade slip. At that time, you can send someone to retrieve it." After accepting the Heavenly Book, he left the side hall. In another part of the Dao Palace, several figures gathered together with puzzled expressions. One of them looked at Guang Yuanzi of the Spirit Array sect and asked, "Since when did your Spirit Array sect have such a close relationship with the Fulu school? This time, you actually sent 2 Taishang elders." Guang Yuanzi smiled and said, "Not long ago, Uncle Master entered the demonic path. If it weren't for the help of the Fulu school, our Spirit Array sect would have lost a Taishang elder. Naturally, we have to repay the kindness." Everyone had heard about the Spirit Array sect. If the Fulu school had done such a great favor for the Spirit Array sect, the Spirit Array sect's actions wouldn't be so surprising. Only Xuanzong's Miao Xuanzi looked unhappy. After hearing Guang Yuanzi's words, he didn't say a word and left. After Miao Xuanzi left, the person who spoke just now said to Guang Yuanzi, "Is the Spirit Array sect going to stand on the Fulu school side and oppose Xuanzong because of this?" Guang Yuanzi revealed a mysterious expression and said lightly, "Of course, it's not just because of this. The North sect's first seat was even more puzzled. Is there some other secret behind this?" Guang Yuanzi smiled and said, This is the sect's secret. Please forgive me for not saying more. After saying this, he also turned and left, leaving behind the North and South sect's first seats who were full of doubts. One of them stroked the short beard on his chin and said in a deep voice, "That's not right. Guang Yuanzi must be hiding something from us. If there weren't enough benefits, why would the Spirit Array sect stand on the Fulu school side?" The other person thought for a while and shook his head. "But I still don't understand. How many benefits could the Fulu school give the Spirit Array sect to make them not hesitate to oppose Xuanzong? What is the secret that Guang Yuanzi spoke of?" He was puzzled. He quickly caught up with Guang Yuanzi and asked, "Don't keep us in suspense. With the relationship between our two sects, what kind of secret is there that can't be said?" The Spirit Array sect and the North sect did have a close relationship. This was because many of the Spirit Array sect's high-level formation flags were refined by the North sect. The magic treasures refined by the North sect also had to be inscribed with formation patterns by the Spirit Array sect to increase their power. Guang Yuanzi looked at this person and shook his head. "Senior brother Dong Yunzi, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but the sect master has told me that this matter is of great importance and cannot be spread. If I tell you, wouldn't I be violating the sect's rules? Senior brother, please don't make things difficult for me." Dong Yunzi was full of doubts, but Guang Yuanzi was unwilling to say more. Just as he was about to give up, Guang Yuanzi changed his tone and said, "Forget it. We have been brothers for decades. Although junior brother can't reveal the sect's secret, I can remind senior brother, so that you don't ruin the sect's future because of a momentary mistake." Guang Yuanzi said it as if it was true. He even used the words "ruin the sect's future." Looking at his appearance, it didn't seem like he was exaggerating. Dong Yunzi's expression immediately became serious. At this time, Guang Yuanzi moved closer to his ear and whispered, "Junior brother Ling Jizi of the Fulu school has the heart of 7 orifices." He looked at Dong Yunzi and said, "Junior brother can only tell senior brother this much. If I say more, I'm afraid the sect master will blame me." After saying that, he flew up and left completely. Ling Wuxia of the South sect walked forward and frowned. "What kind of reminder is this? Ling Jizi has the heart of 7 orifices. It's good for the Fulu school. What does it have to do with our sect?" Dong Yunzi also didn't understand the mystery. He only knew that the heart of 7 orifices was an extremely rare constitution. Cultivators with this kind of constitution, although it didn't help their cultivation, had extraordinary talent in writing talismans and alchemy. Even so, what did this have to do with the future of the North sect? However, he believed that Guang Yuanzi wouldn't tell him this for no reason. After hesitating for a while, he immediately used a magic tool to send a message to the sect master. At the same time, Ling Wuxia also sent the news back to the South sect. North sect. The sect master of the North sect paced in the Dao Palace and muttered, "Heart of 7 orifices. The Fulu school has really picked up a treasure. It's said that people with this kind of constitution can multitask. The success rate of writing talismans is several times higher than people with other constitutions. No wonder they have written so many saint-level Fulu books in the past 2 years. It should have something to do with Ling Jizi." A grand elder of the North sect thought for a moment and said indifferently, "What does this have to do with the Spirit Array sect? Is the heart of 7 orifices of the Fulu school worth offending Xuanzong?" The two of them looked at each other and thought of the same thing at the same time. Their expressions changed and they blurted out, "Heavenly book!" 15 minutes later, a stream of light flew out of the North sect's mountain gate and headed straight for Baiyun Mountain. South sect. After Ling Wuxia's news was sent back, a few cries of surprise came from the Dao Palace on an inverted mountain peak. Heart of 7 orifices. Grandmaster once said that people with this kind of constitution must be recruited into the sect at all costs. The most important use of the heart of 7 orifices is not talisman writing or alchemy, but to decipher the heavenly book. No wonder the Pill Cauldron sect and the Spirit Array sect are so anxious to tie themselves to the Fulu school. They must have benefited greatly from it. Not long after, an extremely powerful aura flew out of the South sect's ancestral court and streaked across the sky, disappearing into the northern horizon. Bayun Mountain. After the Spirit Array sect, the South sect and the North sect each sent a Grand Elder to the Fulu school's dual cultivation ceremony. In this way, other than Xuanzong, the other 4 sects of the Dao sect had given the Fulu school enough face. This made the cultivators who did not know the situation suspect that the position of the leader of the Dao sect had been transferred from Xuanzong to the Fulu school. Li Mu immediately sensed the auras of the 2 7th realm cultivators. This meant that he had used Guanjiwanzi as bait, and the fish he wanted to catch had already taken the bait. Although the 6 Dao sects were nominally led by Xuanzong, which little brother did not want to be the big brother. If the heavenly books of the Fulu school, the Pill Cauldron sect, and the Spirit Array sect were completely deciphered, perhaps Xuanzong, who had an 8th realm cultivator, could continue its glory for a few more decades before that cultivator's lifespan ran out. However, the South sect and the North sect would soon be pulled apart by these 3 sects, and would be left further and further behind. The cultivators of these 2 sects would not fail to see the pros and cons of this. Continuing to be Xuanzong's little brother or developing their own sects was a choice that did not need to be considered at all. Li Mu did not need to do anything now. The South sect and the North sect would come to him and beg him to do it. He stood at the peak of the main peak, and an aura quickly approached him from behind. Huanji flew to his side and snorted coldly, saying, "If I don't come to you, you won't come to me, right?" Li Mu turned around and looked around. He asked softly, "Why are you here? Why can't I be here?" Huanji glared at him and asked, "You are my man, so your senior brother is my senior brother. Or are you trying to deny it after putting on your clothes?" Li Mu said helplessly, "I didn't." Huanji finally smiled and jumped into Li Mu's arms. She said, "I missed you." This was the main peak, and there were many people here. Li Mu used a concealment technique and flew to a nameless peak in the Bayun mountain range with her. Huanji looked around and said with a red face, "You bad guy. Don't tell me you wanna—" Li Mu looked at the soft grass under his feet and was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he saw 2 figures walking out from the mountain path in front of him. Li Mu and Mr. Mei looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Mr. Mei looked at Li Mu and then at Huanji, who was beside Li Mu. A layer of frost suddenly formed on the ground within 1,000 feet radius. Chapter 557. Huanji didn't understand. She looked at Mr. Mei and frowned. "Why are you here again?" Li Mu looked at Mr. Mei and Chang Xian, then looked at the frost on the ground. After a moment of silence, he said to Huanji, "You go back first. I'll find you later." Huanji said unhappily, "Why? I just found you?" Li Mu said, "Be a good girl." After a moment of silence, Huanji said, "Okay. I'll wait for you in the room." She glanced at Mr. Mei and Chang Xian, then flew to the Taoist palace on the main peak alone. Li Mu walked to Mr. Mei and sighed. "Your Majesty, what are you?" He had confirmed it with the conch. If the one standing in front of him was the Empress, then who was on the other side of the conch? Did she predict his prediction and make preparations in advance? Mr. Mei's face was full of frost, and his tone was calm. He asked, "When did you start?" Chang Xian stood behind her and also looked at Li Mu with dissatisfaction. This was the biggest shame in Li Mu's life. He didn't want to talk about it, but since the Empress had seen the result, there was no need to hide the process from her. So Li Mu told her the truth and briefly what happened that night. Zhou was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She said angrily, "Did you forget what I told you? I told you again and again to be careful of that fox. But you were enchanted by her. You didn't take my words to heart. Do you want to anger Xiao Bai to death?" Chang Xian's chest bulged. She agreed, "Yes." Li Mu looked at her. She immediately hid behind the Empress. She was the one who was angry, but she always used other people's names. Li Mu said in a low voice, "Xiao Bai already knows. She's not angry." Zhou pointed at Li Mu and said angrily, "You!" She waved her sleeves and said coldly, "Let's go." Then she and Chang Xian disappeared in front of Li Mu at the same time. Li Mu didn't chase after them immediately. He lay on the grass with a blade of grass in his mouth and looked up at the blue sky. He wondered if he should make his relationship with the Empress clear. One played dumb, and the other didn't say anything. He didn't know how long they would drag it out. He might as well take this opportunity to confess his feelings to the Empress. Since she was unwilling to take the initiative to take that step, Li Mu could only force her. Li Mu flew back to the main peak and came to the Taoist palace where they lived. Chang Exine stretched out her hands and stood in front of Li Mu, saying, "Master said she didn't want to see you." Li Mu glanced at her indifferently. She immediately covered her head and hid to the side. She would never forget Li Mu's methods of killing the people of the Shin Kingdom. Even now, she was still a little afraid of him. Li Mu walked to the front of the Taoist palace and pushed open the door. Zhou Yi, who had changed back to her original appearance, was sitting on the table. She turned her head away from Li Mu and said coldly, "Why are you still looking for me? Go find your fox spirit." "Yes, your majesty." Li Mu had already walked to her side and turned to walk outside. Zhou Yi smashed the white jade table with a palm and said angrily, "Come back here." Li Mu walked back and said, "Didn't your majesty tell me to go?" Zhou Yi said angrily, "Now you know to listen to me. What were you doing before? I told you to be careful of that fox. Were you careful?" Li Mu took a deep breath and said, "This is my private matter. I am a public official, and I am worthy of the great Zhou dynasty and your majesty. Your majesty is not my wife, so you can't meddle in my private affairs." Zhou Yi's lips trembled and her face revealed a shocked expression. She found it hard to imagine that such words would come from Li Mu, her most trusted official, the person she liked the most. Didn't he like her? In the dream, they were already like that. How could he say such words? Zhou Yi was extremely sad. When she was betrayed by her family and became the crown princess, she wasn't this sad. When she was used as a pawn by her father and was cursed by the world to ascend the throne, she wasn't this sad either. A sorrowful feeling emerged in her heart, and she couldn't control it. Zhou Yi turned her head away, not wanting Li Mu to see her tears. She did her best to calm herself down and said lightly, "Go and be the empress of the Yao kingdom. I don't want to see you again." Li Mu slowly looked at her and said, "But I want to see your majesty. I want to see your majesty every day. I want to see the sunrise and sunset with your majesty. I want to grow flowers and vegetables and plow the fields with your majesty. If this is all my wishful thinking, then I will disappear from your majesty's sight and never appear again." Zhou Yi's tears were still in her eyes and her lips were slightly parted. She had gone from great sorrow to great joy in such a short period of time. Even she found it hard to come back to her senses. Was this Li Mu's declaration of his feelings to her? Watching the sunrise and sunset together. In any case, this wasn't something that a ruler and his official would do together. Zhou Yi looked into Li Mu's eyes. Li Mu met her gaze with sincerity. Zhou Yi looked away and a faint blush appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, It depends on your performance?" Li Mu looked at the Empress, who had suddenly become shy, and his heart was already blooming with joy. Huan Ji had taught him that when it came to love, he had to take the initiative. The Empress was an inexperienced Xiao Bai. By the time she opened her mouth, Huan Ji had already given birth to a nest of foxes. Li Mu knew that the reason why she was angry was not because Li Mu had hidden the matter between him and Huan Ji from her. Rather, it was because Huan Ji had surpassed her and her competitive nature did not allow her to lose to another empress. Since he had taken the initiative and the two of them had already made their relationship clear, what happened next was just a matter of time. Li Mu tentatively sat down beside her and gently held her hand. The empress's hand was a bit cold. She subconsciously dodged and then allowed Li Mu to hold her hand. Their fingers intertwined, and the hall was so quiet that only the sound of each other's heartbeats could be heard. Zhou Yi lowered her head. Li Mu looked at her and felt that the Empress at this moment was exceptionally moving. The blushing Empress exuded a unique charm that made Li Mu unable to take his eyes off her. Even his body inexplicably moved towards her. In the next moment, Li Mu realized that it was not just charm. There was really a suction force on the Empress. Not only his body, but also his magic power and primordial spirit were being sucked towards the Empress by this suction force. Joey also realized something. Her expression changed slightly. She lightly pushed Li Mu's shoulder, and Li Mu's body flew out of the hall. Li Mu and Chang Xian stood together and looked up at the sky. In the sky, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. All the white clouds in the sky within 100 miles seemed to be attracted by something and gathered above the Dao Palace. In the end, a huge funnel shape appeared, and it was spinning non-stop. In the eyes of high-level cultivators, this was not just a white cloud vortex, but a spirit chi vortex. There seemed to be a huge spirit-gathering formation here. With the main peak of Baiyun Mountain as the origin, all the spirit chi within 100 miles was rapidly gathering here and being sucked in by the spirit chi vortex. It was Fulu School's grand ceremony today. The powerful cultivators of the Zhu continent gathered at Baiyun Mountain. Such a strange phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Figures flew into the sky one after another and looked towards the Dao Palace. What pure spirit chi! This is... Someone is breaking through. The Transcendence Realm. This must be a Transcendence Realm cultivator's spirit chi fluctuation. Which 7th Realm cultivator's magic power has broken through again? This phenomenon is probably the peak of the 7th Realm. Fulu School is really on the verge of replacing Xuanzong. There isn't a single cultivator at the peak of the 7th Realm in the entire Dao sect. If he takes another step forward, Fulu School will really replace Xuanzong. While everyone was discussing softly, Miao Xuanzi's expression turned ugly in another Dao Palace. He did not know that Fulu School was already so powerful that it could even threaten Xuanzong's position. From the main hall at the front of the main peak, a few people quickly walked out. An old man asked Xian Jizi, "The aura is so strong that even we can't compare to it. I wonder which senior brother's cultivation has improved again?" Xian Jizi was also confused. As the headmaster of Fulu School, he knew better than anyone that there was no cultivator of such a level in the sect. Countless people flew towards that direction. When they wanted to get closer to take a look, a huge bell fell from the sky and completely isolated the area. At the same time, Xian Jizi also received Li Mu's telepathic message. "I'm here. Senior brother, don't worry." Xian Jizi looked at the North and South sect Taishang elders and said with a smile, "Uncle Masters, let's talk about the interpretation of the heavenly book." The two old men looked at the spiritual chi vortex and only felt that Xian Jizi's smile was even more mysterious. Fulu School had changed too much in the past few years. Was it all because of the heart of 7 orifices? After coming to Mount Baiyun, what they saw and heard strengthened their belief in interpreting the heavenly book. The North sect Taishang elder laughed dryly and said, "To be honest, I came this time not only to congratulate you on finding a good partner, but also to ask junior brother Ling Jizi to help interpret the heavenly book of North sect." Xian Jizi sneered in his heart, but the expression on his face was still kind. He said, "It's true that junior brother has the heart of 7 orifices, but Uncle Masters don't know that Fulu School has decided that he will be the next head of the school. And from now on, I have handed over all the internal affairs of the school to him. If Uncle Masters want him to help interpret the heavenly book, I'm afraid you'll have to discuss it with him face to face." The South sect Taishang elder Taoist priest said, "I wonder where junior brother Ling Jizi is now. Let's go find him now." Xian Jizi smiled and said, "It's a little inconvenient for junior brother now. However, Uncle Masters also know that junior brother and Xuanzong have an irreconcilable enmity. South sect and North sect are too close with Xuanzong. I'm afraid he may not agree to your request." The North sect Taishang elder waved his hand and said, "Rumors, pure rumors. To tell you the truth, North sect also can't stand Xuanzong's disregard for the relationship between fellow disciples and bully others. Naturally, we won't be too close with Xuanzong." The South sect Taishang elder continued, "Xuanzong is disloyal to his fellow disciples. Of course, we'll stand with Fulu School." Before the two Taishang elders came to Fulu School, they had a careful discussion with the higher-ups of the school. They had to make a choice between offending Xuanzong or seeking the development of the school. Xuanzong was still the leader of Taoism, but their decline was a foregone conclusion. These days, the things that happened to Xuanzong were obvious to everyone. Once Elder Tianjizi's lifespan came to an end, Xuanzong would become mediocre among the six sects. Whether South Sect and North Sect would become mediocre with them, or rise with Fulu School, Danding Sect, and Lingji Sect, there was no need to think too much about it. After saying so much, they still didn't get to the point. Xian Jizi could only hint. Junior brother Ling Jizi has built a market in Great Zhou's Shun, do our Fulu, Danding Sect, and Lingji Sect all have a market in it. The market in Great Zhou's Shendu was built to compete with Xuanzong. This was no secret. Once the North and South sects, like Danding Sect and Lingji Sect, set up shop in that market, it was the same as clearly standing opposite of Xuanzong. Moreover, when other than Xuanzong, the other five sects moved their shops to Great Zhou's Shen, due to the geographical and price advantage, Xuanzong's market would be completely destroyed. This was the same as cutting off Xuanzong's greatest source of cultivation resources. It would affect the cultivation of the disciples. Wouldn't Xuanzong hate them to death? Clearly, Xian Jizi was letting them make a choice. They could only choose between Fulu School and Xuanzong. Other than being powerful, Xuanzong couldn't bring them any direct benefits. However, Fulu School was different. They could usher in a period of flourishing development for the South and North sects. The North sect's first elder thought for a long time, then said, "From now on, our four sects will have to provide more support." The South sect's first elder immediately said, "It's our five sects." Xian Jizi smiled and said to the two, "Uncle Masters, you can give the heavenly book to me temporarily. I will persuade junior brother to help you decipher it." The two stretched out their hands, and a page appeared in each of their palms. They sighed in their hearts. From now on, they were completely tied to Fulu School. Inside the law bell, in the law palace where the Empress was, there was a very powerful fluctuation of magic power, and her aura was still growing little by little. Just from the aura alone, this was already the most powerful aura Li Mu had ever felt, except for that elder Xuanzong. Although Li Mu hoped that the Empress could advance to the 8th realm in one go, it was impossible. The Great Zhou had the power of a nation, and decades of accumulation allowed her to have strength stronger than ordinary transcendence when she just stepped into transcendence. This time, her strength had increased slightly, and she should be able to stabilize at the late stage of transcendence. If he knew that the Empress's heart knot was here, Li Mu would have made it clear to her earlier. Like Jade Sun, the Empress also had a heart demon. Jade Sun's heart demon was Xian Jizi, and the Empress's heart demon was Li Mu. Once the heart demon was eliminated, their cultivation would also have a small leap. The heart demon was a disaster, but it was also an opportunity. The process of defeating the heart demon and eliminating it was a process of fighting with oneself. If one lost, their cultivation would stagnate, and if it was serious, they would lose their rationality. If they won, it would be a vast sea and sky. After reaching the transcendent realm, any breakthrough was very difficult. The Empress shouldn't be able to finish it in a short time. Li Mu let Chang Xian watch over here. He just received Xian Jizi's voice transmission, and the South Sect and North Sect's heavenly books had been obtained. Main Peak's Law Palace. The South Sect and North Sect's supreme elders looked at Li Mu with hopeful eyes. An old man asked, "How long will it take to decipher the heavenly book?" Li Mu, 10 years. The two's expression changed, and they blurted out, "So long!" Li Mu sighed and said, 10 years is already very short. The disciples of the six sects have been deciphering the heavenly book for thousands of years. Until now, there are still many mysteries. Our sect's heavenly book has not been fully deciphered. In these 10 years, I can't just decipher the heavenly book of each sect and neglect my cultivation. Chapter 558. Li Mu was not stupid. If he could decipher the heavenly tomes of the two sects in 3 to 5 days, the southern and northern sects would turn their backs on him. Who could he reason with then? He only needed 10 years. In 10 years, he could tie the 5 sects together and create the greatest benefits. He could increase the strength of the Fulu School, the national strength of the Great Zhou, and the national strength of the Thousand Fox Country. Li Mu was confident that in 10 years, he would fight his way to Xuanzong, find Qing Chengzi, and let Xiaobai take revenge with his own hands. The two supreme elders of the southern and northern sects hesitated. Li Mu continued, Of course, in these 10 years, at most every 6 months, I will decipher a part of the heavenly tomes and give them to your sections. To show my sincerity, after senior brother's dual cultivation ceremony, I will decipher a part of the heavenly tomes. You can take a look at it and then make a decision. This was an offer they could not refuse. After thinking for a moment, they nodded at the same time and said, "Sorry to trouble you, Martial Nephew." Li Mu smiled and said, "Martial Uncles, I have built a market in the divine capital of the Great Zhou." Before he could finish his words, the two elders had already understood and said, "Martial Nephew, don't worry. I will send a message to the sects right away. The northern sects will move their weapon-forging pavilion there. The southern sects will also open a body-forging pavilion there." With the shops of the southern and northern sects, Rosy Lane did not lack anything. Fulu, elixirs, formations, magic weapons, body tempering, and any other resources cultivators wanted could be found there. The Xuanzong market, which was far away at the end of the world, could be closed from now on. After collecting the heavenly tomes of the two sects, Li Mu could not wait to find a Taoist palace to comprehend. As expected, the northern sect's heavenly tomes contained the art of refining artifacts. The southern sect's heavenly tomes contained the art of body tempering and body strengthening. The spirit array faction's heavenly tomes contained the complex art of array formations. Similarly, there were projections of ancient cultivators and giant beasts. The history recorded in the heavenly tomes of the six sects was the history of the battle between the ancient people and the giant beasts. Li Mu scrutinized the 3 pages of the heavenly book in his hand. At a certain moment, he suddenly realized that the edges of these pages were emitting an undetectable white light. He carefully observed for a while and was surprised to find that the 3 pages were slowly connecting. As if he had thought of something, he took out the Dragon Clan's heavenly book and stacked the 4 pages together. The edges of the Dragon Clan's heavenly book began to emit a white light. These pages of the heavenly book seemed to want to be glued back together. Legend had it that the heavenly book was originally a book. In other words, all the pages of the book should have been one. If all the pages could be gathered, the complete heavenly book would appear in the world. Li Mu found Shen Jizi again and obtained the Fulu School's heavenly book from him. He also borrowed the Pill Cauldron sect's heavenly book from Wuxia. He had completely deciphered the heavenly books of these 2 sections. From now on, their existence was more of a symbolic function. Therefore, when he borrowed it from Wuxia, she did not mention anything about returning it. Finally, Li Mu came to the palace where Illusion Princess lived. Illusion Princess sat on the edge of the bed and patted the space beside her. She said with dissatisfaction, "Why are you only here now?" Li Mu walked to her side and did not sit down. He asked, "Did you bring the Demon Clan's and Fox Clan's heavenly books with you?" Illusion Princess nodded and said, "I did." She stretched out her hand and a white light flashed in her palm. 2 pages of the heavenly book appeared. Li Mu now had 8 pages of the heavenly book. The Dao sect had 5 pages, the Dragon Clan had 1 page, the Fox Clan had 1 page, and the Demon Clan had 1 page. He stacked the 8 pages of the heavenly book together. These heavenly books were gradually covered by a hazy white light. Li Mu touched the white light with his divine sense. Suddenly, a blurry image appeared in front of his eyes. He could only vaguely see that it seemed to be a door. This door was huge and too illusory. Li Mu could only see a very blurry door frame. He did not know what would happen if these heavenly books continued to fuse together. He could only forcefully separate them. Illusion Princess also retracted her divine sense and asked, "What is that?" Li Mu shook his head. This was also the first time he saw this. He looked at the few pages of the heavenly book in front of him and tried to stack them one by one. He then realized that when he stacked more than 6 pages of the heavenly book, an illusory door would appear in front of him. When he stacked the 7th and 8th pages of the heavenly book, the door would become clearer. It was a pity that Li Mu did not have more heavenly books. Otherwise, he would want to see what would happen when more heavenly books fused together. Legend has it that the heavenly book had 24 pages. 8 of them were in Li Mu's hands. There were 16 pages left. One of them was in Xuanzong and the other 4 were in the 4 Buddhist sects. Li Mu guessed that the demon sect should have more than one page. As for the others, their whereabouts were unknown. He had already interpreted the Fox Clan and Demon Clan's heavenly books for Illusion Princess. Li Mu put away all the heavenly books and said to Illusion Princess, "Leave these 2 pages with me for now." Illusion Princess held his arm and said, "What's mine is yours. If you want it, then take it." Then, she looked at Li Mu and asked, "Was that Joey?" Li Mu was shocked. "How did you know?" The Empress's transformation technique could not be seen through even by Saint Realm experts. Even Li Mu was fooled. How could Illusion Princess know the Empress's identity? Illusion Princess curled her lips and said, "I feel annoyed when I see her. Who else could it be but Joey?" As expected, a mountain cannot hold 2 tigers, especially 2 tigresses. Their intuition even made up for their lack of cultivation. Luckily, one of them was in the Divine Capital and the other was in Thousand Fox Country. They did not meet often. Li Mu was relieved. Illusion Princess asked again, "Was the commotion just now also caused by Joey?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes. She made a small breakthrough in her cultivation." Illusion Princess was shocked. "She's already so strong. She still has a breakthrough." Her tone was filled with shock, unwillingness, envy, and jealousy. Even if she was ahead of Zhou in other aspects, the difference in cultivation would always be an insurmountable gap between them. Li Mu comforted her. "You're already very strong. You don't have to compete with her everywhere." Illusion Princess snorted. "You also think I'm not as good as her." This was the truth. Not to mention people of the same age, even in the 10 continents, the Empress was probably the strongest among all the females. This was the case in the past, and it was even more so after she had a small breakthrough. The phenomenon in the sky had disappeared. Li Mu said to Illusion Princess, "Stay here obediently. I'll go take a look." After Li Mu left, Illusion Lord walked in from outside. Illusion Princess snorted. "Isn't it just the 7th realm? What's so great about it?" Illusion Lord walked in from outside and said, "Don't worry. The Heavenly Fox bloodline in your body is very strong. Your cultivation will not be below hers in the future." Illusion Princess pursed her lips and said helplessly, "If I'm not as good as her now, I'll be even worse in the future." Illusion Lord pondered for a moment and said softly, "Although the Demon Nation is small, its foundation is not weaker than the Zhou Nation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fought with them for so many years. If she could transcend with her psychokinesis, my daughter can too. However, just our clan alone is not enough. We have to unite the other 4 clans." Li Mu returned to the palace where the Empress was and kept the Dao bell. The puzzled crowd gathered here. Zhou waved her sleeves, and Li Mu and her disappeared from the palace. Dozens of miles away, the 2 of them appeared on the peak of another mountain. Li Mu made some calculations. The Empress' teleportation mystical power was not even as far as his shrinking Earth into inches. This meant that even if he couldn't defeat a transcendent realm opponent, if he wanted to escape, the opponent wouldn't be able to catch up to him. The prerequisite was that the opponent didn't confine the space in advance. Zhou lowered her head and looked at her feet. She asked softly, Is what you said just now true?" Li Mu asked, "What?" Zhou glared at him and said angrily, "You said you wanted to watch the sunrise and sunset with me?" Li Mu held her hand and placed it on his chest. He said, "If you don't believe me, you can feel it for yourself." Zhou placed her hand on Li Mu's chest and felt his heartbeat. After a moment of silence, she suddenly let out a long sigh and said, "If only you came to Fairy's capital a few years earlier." Li Mu thought for a moment. With her personality, if he came to Fairy's capital first and met her first, there wouldn't be Lu Hanyan, Li Qing, or Phantom Princess. Li Mu might have become the true empress of the Great Zhou. In this world, there were always gains and losses. He lost the position of empress and gained an entire forest. Zhou suddenly looked at Li Mu and said, "You can't tell anyone about this, including them and that fox." Li Mu knew that the empress was different from Phantom Princess. She had the dignity of being the empress of the Great Zhou. Although the people of the Great Zhou had a lot of support, she couldn't really come to the Li family and live under another woman. Although this gave him the feeling that he was having a secret relationship with the Empress's words were an imperial edict. Li Mu still nodded and said, "As you wish." Then he asked, "Not even Ali and Mr. May?" Zhou Yi said without hesitation, "No." Li Mu looked at her and used his gaze to promise her that he would keep this a secret. He even had to hide it from the people closest to her. This was a secret relationship. Although it felt a bit strange, thinking about it carefully, it was quite exciting. He let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. No matter what the process was, under his initiative, the Empress didn't back down this time. Although he was still under observation, Li Mu had full confidence in facing a Xiao Bai who had no experience in relationships. Zhou Yi's face revealed a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, she looked at Li Mu and said, "I want to ask you a question." Li Mu said, "Your Majesty, please ask." Zhou Yi said, "If you had to choose between me and that fox, who would you choose?" Reality proved that women were self-taught when it came to certain things. This had nothing to do with experience, but their nature. Li Mu shook his head and said, "How could there be such a choice? Your Majesty, your assumption is unreasonable." Zhou Yi frowned and said, "How is it unreasonable? If both of us were in danger and you could only save one, who would you choose?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you must be joking. Your cultivation is already at the top of the continent. How could you be in danger? Who could threaten you? Even if you were in danger, it would be you who saved us. I'm saying if. But there's no if in this kind of impossible situation." Zhou Yi took a deep breath and said, "What if I told you never to see that fox again?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "That's also impossible. Your Majesty is so gentle and considerate. How could you make such a request?" Zhou Yi's lips moved. In the end, she just waved her sleeves and said, "Just don't whisper sweet nothings in front of me." Several bells rang in the distance, indicating that the dual cultivation ceremony was about to begin. Li Mu and the Empress held hands and slowly flew toward Mount Baiyun. Although they could both return to the main peak in an instant, they both chose to fly, which was the slowest. Phantom Princess was bold and passionate about her feelings, while the Empress was much more shy and reserved. Even when holding hands, she kept a distance from Li Mu and did not have any unnecessary physical contact. Li Mu knew that his relationship with the Empress could not be rushed. From holding hands in dreams to holding hands in reality, it was already a huge leap. Every step after that had to be done step by step. As they gradually approached the ancestral court, the Empress changed into Mr. May's appearance in order to fool people. A stream of light flew past from behind, flew to the front, and suddenly turned back. Although the Empress let go of Li Mu's hand immediately, it was still seen by that person. Zhou Zhong stood in the air and looked at Li Mu and Mr. May. He said in shock, You. Li Mu's expression was normal. He asked, "What are you doing here?" Zhou Zhong did not continue this topic. He said, "Something happened in the Shin Kingdom. I knew you would come here, so I came here to see Qing. Li Mu asked, "What happened in the Shin Kingdom?" Zhou Zhong glanced at Mr. May in surprise. He said, "It's not that urgent. I won't disturb you. I'll find you later." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light again and disappeared. Li Mu watched him go inside. He murmured, "It's over. My innocence is ruined." Zhou Zhong knew Mr. May. He must have thought that Li Mu and Mr. May had some kind of ambiguous relationship and wondered if his taste and preferences had changed. Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "What innocence do you have? Mei Wei doesn't care." Li Mu could not clear up this misunderstanding. It was better to see him and Mr. May than to see him and the Empress. Mr. May was one of the Empress's most trusted subordinates. It was natural for him to be the cover for her secret relationship. To avoid the previous embarrassment, Zhou Yi kept a distance from Li Mu and flew slowly to the main peak. Li Mu followed behind him with a thoughtful look on his face. Since the Empress was going to change her appearance to Mr. May, she might as well change into Shangguan Li. If people saw him holding hands with Ali, at least they would not suspect that his taste had changed. At this time, Mr. May, who was far away in Chengdu, sneezed a few times. She put down the memorial in her hand and frowned. Who is talking about me behind my back? As soon as she finished speaking, Shangguan Li, who was sitting opposite her, also started sneezing. Chapter 559. When they were about to arrive at the main peak, Li Mu flew back to the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, can I discuss something with you?" Zhou Yi said indifferently, "What is it?" Li Mu looked at the face that belonged to Mr. May. He thought for a moment and said, "Next time when you want to change, can you change into Ali or Chung Xian instead of Mr. May?" Zhou Yi asked, "Why?" Li Mu explained, "After we return to Chengdu, if people keep seeing me with Mr. May, it will damage Sister May's innocence." Zhou Yi asked, "Are Ali and Chung Xian not innocent?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Chung Xian is not even human. Why would she want to be innocent? Ali is so much younger than Sister May and is still in her prime. She won't have to worry about marriage in the future. Mr. May is different. She is so old. If there are any rumors about me, I'm afraid she won't be able to get married in this lifetime. Your Majesty, even if you don't think for me, you have to think for her. She treats me like a brother. I can't hurt her." Li Mu was sincere. Zhou Yi thought about it carefully and felt that what he said made sense. So she said, "Then let's wait until we return to Chengdu." In the square in front of the palace on the main peak, the disciples of Fulu School were already setting up the place. There were thousands of tables in the square. In recent years, the only place that could compare to today's Fulu School was Xuanzong during the Taoism Exchange Conference. To a certain extent, even the Xuanzong Exchange Conference not long ago couldn't compare to today's dual cultivation ceremony. After all, there were indeed many cultivators present at the Xuanzong Exchange Conference. However, the Empress of Thousand Fox Country wasn't present, nor were the two transcendents from the Yao Nation. The other Taoist sects didn't send their sect masters or grand elders either. The Grand Supreme Elder of Fulu School had arrived, but he had gone to cause trouble in Xuanzong. He had almost destroyed Xuanzong's gate. Apart from Xuanzong, all the other Taoist sects sent at least one seventh realm expert to attend the Fulu School's dual cultivation ceremony. The Great Zhou Court and the Demon Nation also gave the Fulu School enough face. Those who didn't know better would think that Fulu School was the #1 Taoist sect. At the front of the square, Miao Xuanzi's expression was ugly. It was a stark contrast to the smiles on the faces of the people around him. Ever since they had a falling out with the Fulu School during the exchange conference, what happened next was completely out of their expectations. Xuanzong suddenly became the enemy of the continent. They were ostracized by the Great Zhou, discriminated by the Demon Nation, and alienated by their peers. They became a joke in everyone's eyes. The Grand Supreme Elders of the Fulu School and the other 4 sects sat at the front, facing the crowd. To their left and right were the sect masters, the Demon Nation experts, and the Demon Nation's queen. Although Phantom Princess's cultivation wasn't high, her status was revered. It could be said that apart from the Empress who had hidden her identity, no one present could compare to her status. Although the Demon Nation was small, it could still be evenly matched with the Great Zhou for hundreds of years. As the Empress, her position was even before Li Mu's. To be precise, she was right next to Li Mu. Similarly, the emissary of the Great Zhou Court couldn't sit too far behind. Mr. May, who represented the Empress and was actually the Empress, sat on the other side of Li Mu. Li Mu was surrounded by them on both sides, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were third-generation disciples, so their seats were slightly behind Li Mu. However, they were only diagonally below Li Mu. Li Mu felt uncomfortable being stared at from all directions. Therefore, he didn't look at anyone and focused on drinking the spiritual wine on the table in front of him. On her left, Phantom Princess was restless. She stretched out a hand and drew circles on Li Mu's waist. Although her small movements were hidden, they couldn't escape the eyes of the transcending state experts present. The Grand Supreme Elders from other sects finally understood why the Fulu School and the Demon Nation were so close. It turned out that Ling Jizi had somehow hooked up with the Demon Nation's queen. The Demon Nation was a land of treasures. It was rich in spiritual herbs, whether it was refining pills or writing talismans. The various sects also needed the Demon Nation's resources. It seemed that the Fulu school wouldn't lack talisman liquid in the future. Phantom Princess's movements didn't escape the Empress's notice. Li Mu's waist was gently stroked, but the other side was in pain. Li Mu didn't get to enjoy the blessings of two lovers, but he got to experience the taste of ice and fire. He was in pain but happy at the same time. He endured until the end of the ceremony and could move freely. He immediately left his seat and went to Zhou Zhong's seat. He asked, "What happened in the northern state?" Zhou Zhong put down his wine cup and said, "Recently, people from the demonic path have been frequently active in the northern state. They have clashed with Sangu's subordinates many times. I don't know what they are planning." "The demonic path again?" Li Mu frowned slightly. Ever since he started cultivating, the demonic path had never stopped. Qian Huan, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, and later Cui Ming, as well as the 10,000 Illusions Lord of Heaven, and the 3 elders of the Netherworld who almost overturned the Demon Nation. The demonic path was known as the *T Stirrer of the Zhu continent. They first stirred up trouble in the Great Zhou, then meddled with the Demon Nation, and now set their sights on the Shin Nation. With Li Mu's hard work, he finally made the northern state a buffer zone between the Shin Nation and the Great Zhou. Once the northern state fell, the situation on the southern border would return to how it was before. All his hard work for this would go down the drain. The enemy was in the dark while they were in the light. Li Mu couldn't transfer more people over for the time being. The Demon Nation's current strength was just enough to protect itself. If he borrowed the Demon Nation's strength to stabilize the northern state, the demonic path might take advantage of the weakness to invade the Demon Nation. Moreover, the Demon Nation and the northern state were in the north and the south. It was difficult to provide support from a geographical point of view. Li Mu pondered for a long time and could only say, "Be vigilant for now. If you feel that something is wrong, immediately send a message to me." Zhou Zhong didn't say anything else. He suddenly asked, "Does Qing'er know about the matter between you and Mr. Mei?" Li Mu's face darkened. He said, "There's nothing between me and Mr. Mei." Zhou Zhong thought for a moment and asked, "You young people are so open now. Is holding hands no longer a big deal?" Li Mu now regretted not suggesting this to the Empress earlier. She didn't want to become Ali. It was fine if she became Chang Xian. Now, he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After the ceremony, Zhou Zhong returned to the northern state. Phantom Princess was going back to the Demon Nation. The Empress and Chang Xian were also going back to the Divine Capital. Li Mu was glad that all the women were gathered together this time. Although there were twists and turns, at least there was no danger. He also took the opportunity to improve his relationship with the Empress. It could be said that he profited from a disaster. Before Phantom Princess returned to the Demon Nation, she secretly gave Li Mu a look. When the Empress left with Chang Xian, she also gave Li Mu a meaningful look. Li Mu now understood that the 9 words mantra was most useful to him. It wasn't the thunder technique or the trapping technique. It was the last technique, distance shrinking. This should be a technique that could only be used at the 8th level. This technique relied on the power of heaven and earth and consumed very little magic power. It allowed him to go back and forth between the Divine Capital and the Demon Nation several times in a day. In the morning, he walked hand in hand with the Empress in the Imperial Garden. At night, he hugged Phantom Princess to sleep. At noon, he could even go back to the Fulu school to eat lunch with Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. This was what Li Mu learned from Ao Qing's diary. At his level of cultivation, he could travel all over the 10 continents and 3 islands in a day. He often hung out with the 9-tailed fox in the morning, went to find the snake demon sisters in the afternoon, and flipped the seas with the dragon girl at night. The word sex ran through his life. However, Li Mu couldn't go find Phantom Princess and the Empress now. Li Mu promised Shen Jizi before that he would use his identity as the future sect leader to truly plan for the sect's future. Now, it was time for him to fulfill his promise. The most important aspect of a sect's rise was naturally the sect's strength. Fulu was a type of strength. However, the disciples' own cultivation was the true strength of a sect. The reason why Xuanzong was the Taoist sect's #1 sect was because the sect had many powerful cultivators. It suppressed the other 5 sections. If the Fulu school wanted to replace Xuanzong, there were at least 2 conditions. First, the sect had to have at least 1 8th level cultivator. Second, the sect's core strength had to be stronger than Xuanzong. Since he wanted to defeat Xuanzong, he first had to understand Xuanzong. In the main peak's palace, Li Mu asked Xian Jizi, "How many 7th level cultivators does the sect have now?" Xian Jizi said, "Including junior sister Jade Sun, there are 5 now." Xuanzong also only had 5 7th level cultivators. It seemed like the Fulu school and Xuanzong were on par. However, the 2 Grand Supreme Elders were nearing the end of their lifespans. Xuanzong's 5 transcendents each had a lifespan of tens or even hundreds of years. After a few years, Fulu school would only have 3 7th level cultivators. One of them was even shared with the Pill Cauldron sect. Li Mu asked again, "How many 6th level cultivators are there?" Xian Jizi said, "Including you and martial uncle Fudozi, 8. What about Xuanzong? 23. What about the 5th level? 56. Xuanzong? There should be more than 200. 4th level. Our sect has more than 200. Xuanzong more than 1,000. Other than Xuanzong, the strength of the other sects was about the same. Li Mu knew that Xuanzong was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Xuanzong's strength was almost comparable to the rest of the sects combined. If Fulu's Pill Cauldron sect and Spirit Formation sect were major sects, then Xuanzong was the only super major sect. Xian Jizi answered Li Mu's question, then patted his shoulder and said, "The difference between our Fulu school and Xuanzong is not small. Senior brother's ability is limited. The heavy responsibility of revitalizing the sect will be handed to junior brother." Li Mu pondered for a long time. He looked at Xian Jizi and said seriously, "Senior brother, I think you should find someone else to revitalize the sect." Xian Jizi said leisurely, "Other than you, who else has this ability? You are a disciple of the Fulu school. Qing and Han Yan are also disciples of the Fulu school. Do you have the heart to disappoint them?" Li Mu raised a finger and said, "I didn't expect senior brother to act so insidiously. You might as well change your Taoist name to Schemer." After knowing Xuanzong's strength, the burden of revitalizing the Fulu school was indeed much heavier than Li Mu expected. However, Li Mu was never one to back down in the face of difficulties. He glanced at Xian Jizi and said, "I can revive the sect, but from now on, all of the sect's resources will be under my control, including the gifts you received during the dual cultivation ceremony." Xian Jizi took off a thumb ring from his thumb and handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu scanned it with his divine sense. He saw mountains of spiritual medicines, spiritual jades, and all kinds of cultivation resources in the thumb ring. Thousands of cultivators attended Xian Jizi's dual cultivation ceremony. They received many gifts. These things, in addition to the profits from the market, were enough to raise the overall strength of the Fulu school to a new level. In terms of high-level combat strength, Li Mu was temporarily unable to create a 7th realm cultivator. But there were more than 55th realm cultivators in the sect. He should be able to find at least 10 who were only one step away from Dongxian. With these resources, Li Mu and the Empress could work together to refine some saint-level cultivation increasing pills. At the very least, they would be able to create a few more Dongxian cultivators. As for 5th realm cultivators, including those below the 5th realm, they could be created completely with pills. As long as they worked closely with the Danding sect, they would be able to produce a steady stream of pills for low-level disciples to increase their cultivation. Li Mu and the Danding sect's headmaster, Wu Chenzi, had a private conversation for several hours before Wu Chenzi left the Fulu school. When she left, she took a large amount of spiritual medicines with her. At the same time, all the disciples at the peak of every single realm in the Talisman sect were gathered together by the head seat. On the second day, all these disciples entered into closed-door cultivation and didn't leave, and they adjusted their states to their best so that they could make preparations for breaking through in the near future. After the headmaster's dual cultivation ceremony, the atmosphere in the entire Fulu school became tense. Xuanzong. In the highest Taoist palace, Miao Xuanzi's face darkened as he reported to Dao Chengzi. Master, for some reason, the Yao nation is also on good terms with the Fulu school. On the day of Xian Jizi's dual cultivation ceremony, 2 7th realm Yao kings came to congratulate him. The Danding sect, the spiritual formation sect, and the northern and southern sects also sent their grand supreme elders. Now, many cultivators are saying that the Fulu school is the top Taoist sect. The Fulu school, the top Taoist sect? Dao Chengzi's mouth twitched. He said calmly, "All these years, Xuanzong has been living in the East Sea. It seems that many people have forgotten about our existence." Miao Xuanzi thought for a moment and said, "Master, it'll be your 150th birthday in a month. Why don't you invite the cultivators of the Zhu continent to your birthday? Let them see the strength of our Xuanzong and who is the top Taoist sect." For the 150th birthday of the Xuanzong Grand Supreme Elder, invitations were sent to all the sects and families of the Zhu continent. These forces were not as powerful as the Fulu school, so they did not dare to offend Xuanzong. Anyone who received an invitation traveled thousands of miles to the East Sea. They thought that the birthday of the Xuanzong Grand Supreme Elder would be grander than the Fulu school's dual cultivation ceremony. However, when they arrived at the East Sea, they realized that was not the case. No one from the Great Zhou court came. No one from the Yao nation of Shang province came. The other 5 Taoist sects only sent a 6th realm first seat symbolically. They did not even send a 7th realm cultivator. The cultivators who had just attended the Fulu school's dual cultivation ceremony could not help but feel that the so-called top Taoist sect was just SOSO. It was easy to tell who was the top Taoist sect, Xuanzong or Fulu school, from the attitudes of the other 4 sections. In a Taoist palace in Xuanzong, the expressions of the elders were not good. The Grand Supreme Elder's birthday celebration was meant to showcase Xuanzong's strength and influence. They thought that since the other 4 sects had paid so much attention to the Fulu school last time, they would not neglect Xuanzong this time. However, who would have thought that the difference between their attitudes toward the Fulu school and Xuanzong would be so great? In this case, was Xuanzong not asking to be humiliated? Miao Xuanzi said angrily, "The Danding sect, the spiritual array sect, the South sect, and the North sect. What are they trying to do? How dare they humiliate our Xuanzong?" On the main seat, Dao Chengzi's face showed deep fear. He said in a low voice, "There must be a reason for the North and South sects to do this. What benefits did the Fulu school give them to make them break off their relationship with Xuanzong?" Chapter 560. South Sect. An inner sect elder came to a Dao palace and bowed. "Sect Master, Grand Elder, Elder Miao Xuanzi of Xuanzong has come to our sect. He said he has something important to discuss and wants to see the sect master." Xuanzong's Grand Elder's birthday celebration had just ended. The 4 sects did not send any transcendent powerhouses to the East Sea to congratulate him, causing Xuanzong to once again lose face in front of the cultivators of the Zhu continent. Miao Xuanzi must have come for this matter. The Southern sect had sent a Grand Supreme Elder to the Talisman Puppet sect's sect Master Xian Jizi's dual cultivation ceremony. The Southern sect had sent a Grand Supreme Elder to the Profound sect's Grand Supreme Elder's 150th birthday. However, the Southern sect had only sent a first seat. If they couldn't give them a suitable reason, they would probably offend the Profound sect. However, at this moment, South sect's sect master and Grand Elder had no time to pay attention to Miao Xuanzi. They all stared at a jade slip floating in the void with a strange light in their eyes. It's really a new supernatural power. 300 years ago, a senior in the sect only comprehended part of this supernatural power. Ling Jizi actually completed it. As expected, it's really the heart of 7 orifices. The rise of South sect is just around the corner. Half an hour ago, Hyun Jinko of Fulu School sent a jade slip. After reading the contents of the jade slip, the 3 transcendent powerhouses of South sect could not help but be moved. This jade slip recorded the contents of South sect's heavenly scripture. What they comprehended from the heavenly scripture was recorded in this jade slip. What they did not comprehend from the heavenly scripture was recorded in this jade slip. This was enough to show that Ling Jizi had the ability to decipher the heavenly scripture. Although 10 years was a long time, it was nothing compared to the rise of South Sect. After South Sect's sect master calmed down, he said to the Taoist priest, "Tell Miao Xuanzi that I and the 2 grand elders are in seclusion to comprehend the supernatural power. Let head Ling Wuzi receive us." To be honest, Xuanzong's strength was well known. Perhaps only the 5 sects combined would have the qualifications to compete with Xuanzong. The South Sect originally didn't want to offend Xuanzong again and again for the sake of Fulu School, but who told the Fulu School to give them too much? The 6 sects were all Taoist sections. One made them work like cattle and horses, while the other gave them a chance to rise. No matter how stupid they were, they should know which side to stand on. In a certain hall of the South Sect, Miao Xuanzi had just learned the news that the South Sect leader and Supreme Elder were in seclusion. He had just come from the Northern Sect. Not long ago, the Northern Sect had told him the same thing. This meant that the North and South sects did not want to see him at all. Miao Xuanzi had already felt the seriousness of the situation. He did not even feel angry in his heart. Instead, he flew in the direction of the Eastern Sea with a heavy heart. Shizhuan's guess should be correct. The Fulu School must have given these sects great benefits. How great would the benefits be for them to choose to oppose Xuanzong? Miao Xuanzi vaguely felt that Xuanzong had missed a great opportunity. Eastern Sea. Xuanzong. In recent days, the atmosphere of the entire Xuanzong had continued to be gloomy. No one had expected that the Taoist exchange meeting would become a turning point for Xuanzong's luck. Before the exchange meeting, Xuanzong, as the number 1 sect of Taoism, had limitless glory. After the exchange meeting, Xuanzong was hated by everyone and could only stay in the Eastern Sea. The disciples of Xuanzong were too ashamed to walk around outside. Many people were dissatisfied with the decision of the upper echelons of the sect, but they could not change anything. Out of trust in Tianjizi, they hid all their doubts in the bottom of their hearts. In a space of the flask heaven, Tianjizi held a turtle shell in both hands and shook it gently. There was a clattering sound from the turtle shell. Not long after, a few copper coins were thrown out of it. Miao Yunzi sat cross-legged on the side and asked, "Uncle Master, how's the divination?" Tianjizi said leisurely, "It's 5% more. The probability of the cultivation world resisting the catastrophe has increased by 5%. Miao Yunzi's face was filled with shock. He muttered, "It seems that this 5% change should be the reason why the other 4 sects broke off relations with Xuanzong." "Uncle Master, you're right." The old man did not speak. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Miao Yunzi said nervously, "Uncle Master, you?" Tianjizi casually wiped away the blood and casually said, "Don't worry. This old man won't die for a while, and I can't die. If this old man dies, then the 10 continents will lose even half of their vitality." Great Zhou, Divine Capital. In the past 2 years, Divine Capital had become much quieter. A few years ago, the new and old parties fought openly and secretly, stirring up the entire Divine Capital. The people had no way to make a living. Now the Shao royal family had declined. Not only did they have no right to speak in the imperial court, even the powerhouses guarding the ancestral shrine in the palace were chased out of the palace. Whether it was the people or the officials, they were well aware of a certain matter. That was, the Shao royal family, who had controlled Great Zhou for hundreds of years, was probably going to lose the imperial power forever. The old party had no chance at all. It should have been the new party's victory, but the Zhou family and its wings were also constantly losing power. In the imperial court, led by Zhang Chun, most of the officials were loyal to the empress. The original supporters of the 2 parties had all cut ties with them. The biggest contributor to Divine Capital's current situation was, of course, Lord Li Mu. He was the empress's most trusted official, the guardian of the people. He had swept away most of the internal and external troubles for the Great Zhou. He was using practical actions to fulfill the oath he made in his early years. He set his heart for heaven and earth, set his life for the people, inherited the lost knowledge of the past saints, and established peace for all ages. In the hearts of the people, Lord Li could be said to be a perfect person, apart from being a little lecherous. In recent days, there were rumors in Divine Capital that someone had seen Lord Li and Her Majesty's personal female official, Shangguan Li, having a private meeting by the river. Their behavior was very intimate. These rumors had even spread to the palace, and even the palace maids were talking about it. Lord Li is an important official of the imperial court, and Commander Shangguan is also one of Her Majesty's most trusted guards. Isn't it normal for them to discuss national affairs together? Forget it. I would believe it if it were someone else discussing national affairs, but Lord Li and Lord Shangguan are together all day long. Maybe they'll fall in love with each other over time. Who wouldn't like a man like Lord Li? I see Lord Li every day too. Why didn't he fall in love with me over time? In the imperial palace, a few palace maids in the corner of the corridor whispered. Naturally, it could not escape the ears of Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li. In Changle Palace, Mr. Mei stood beside Shangguan Li and asked nosily, Ali, when did you get together with Li Mu? You didn't even tell me. That's so mean. Shangguan Li's face was livid. She gritted her teeth and said, What are they looking at? When did I get together with Li Mu by the river? Mr. Mei murmured, If it's not you, then it must look like you. Li Mu is really too much. The real Ali is right next to him, but he has to find an imposter. The palace maids outside had no idea what was going on. They continued to talk. It's not strange that Lord Li is with Commander Shangguan. If he's with Mr. Mei, please don't. This will ruin Lord Li's image in my eyes. Why don't you think Mr. Mei is so old? Why isn't he married yet? Beside Shangguan Li, Mr. Mei's face was also livid. Several palace maids on duty near Changle Palace were punished to do laundry in the laundry department because they were negligent in their duties. Mr. Mei was still angry. He said angrily, Why should I be a good match for you? My image will be ruined. She couldn't calm down. The sky above Fairy's capital changed again. It wasn't the first time this phenomenon had happened. Even the people of Fairy's capital were used to it. Naturally, the two of them didn't make a fuss. The shadow of a bell flew into the dark clouds. The dark clouds quickly dissipated. Soon, Li Mu and the Empress walked out from the back of the palace. With Li Mu's current cultivation base, he had no problem writing and refining low-grade heaven-level talismans and pills. As for middle-grade heaven-level, high-grade, and saint-level talismans, because they exceeded the upper limit of Li Mu's magic power, he could only cooperate with the Empress. In Changle Palace, Shangguan Li looked at Li Mu with hostility. Mr. Mei looked at Li Mu with hostility. Li Mu looked at them and asked curiously, Why? Did I offend you? Mr. Mei said, Someone said that they saw you and Ali having a private meeting by the river. Li Mu felt guilty. He said, That's just a rumor. You can ask Ali if you don't believe me. We've never been alone. Mr. Mei asked, Then why would there be such a rumor? Li Mu shook his head. How would I know? Oh right, His Majesty and I have something for you. He threw 2 jade bottles to Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li. These are saint-level breakthrough pills. Your powers are already at the peak of the creation realm. Try and see if you can break through to Dongxian. Saint-level pills that could help people break through to the 5th level were extremely precious. Mr. Mei was shocked. These are for us? You don't want them? Li Mu glanced at her. If you don't want them, I'll give them to someone else. Before he finished, the jade bottles in Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li's hands disappeared. Li Mu gave the low-grade pills to the Danding sect to make. He and the Empress made the saint-level and saint-level pills themselves. This time, Li Mu and the Empress used more than a month to make 4 saint-level breakthrough pills for the creation realm. Some of the materials used were from the Great Zhou Treasury, and some were from the Fulu School. For the sake of fairness, 2 of the 4 pills were given to the Imperial Court and 2 to the Fulu School. Lord Mei and Shangguan Li were undoubtedly the most suitable candidates for the 2 pills of the Imperial Court, considering their status, experience, and how much they were favored. The courtiers would not have any objections to such an arrangement. As for the other 2 pills, Li Mu planned to take them back to the Fulu School and give them to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. The Imperial Court and the school would each provide half of the materials for making the pills, and half of the pills. This arrangement was fair and reasonable. The two Taishang elders had planned to pass on their powers to them before their lifespans were completely exhausted. Theoretically speaking, they were also the first in line to take the pills. When the time came, the two Taishang elders could pass on their powers to other disciples. Li Mu considered whether or not to let Wan Wan and Xiao Bai also enter the Fulu school. Using the school's resources on the Fulu school's disciples was reasonable. This would prevent people from saying that he was abusing his power for personal gain in the future. When they returned to Mount Baiyun, Li Mu took Wan Wan and Xiao Bai with him. He let Wan Wan become a disciple of Yuzhen Zi, and Xiao Bai become a disciple of Dan Yangzi. From now on, they were all third-generation disciples of the Fulu school. They were only disciples of the two heads in name. Their specific cultivation was still under Li Mu's guidance. Xian Jizi had no objections to Li Mu giving the two mirror-breaking pills to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. The two of them had already gone into seclusion to adjust their transcendence energy and were preparing to take the pills to break through their cultivation. With nothing to do, Li Mu returned to Yangshou County. He originally wanted to find Zhang Shan for a drink or two, but 2 years ago, Zhang Shan had moved out of Yangshou County and bought a residence in the Shindu. He was usually not in the Shindu, but rather in the Great Zhou to expand his business. Half a year ago, he had already opened a shop in the state of Yong. Li Mu made another trip to the Jinshan Temple. The abbot of the Jinshan Temple had already changed. Xuandu and the original abbot had already left for the ancestral court of the Xian sect. Li Mu finally arrived at the Bay of Clear Water. The small house by the water was still there, and the furnishings inside hadn't changed in the slightest. However, there was no one there. Ever since she had left without saying goodbye, Li Mu hadn't heard from Suhi again. At that time, Li Mu didn't completely understand her feelings. If he had the chance to do it all over again, he would have kept her by his side no matter what. Returning to the small courtyard he had once lived in, he felt the powerful transcendence energy in his body and thought back to everything he had experienced in the past few years. In just a few years, he had gone from a lowly bailiff of Yangshou County to a powerful official of the Great Zhou, the future headmaster of the Fulu school, and the state preceptor of the Yao Kingdom. Li Mu lay on the bed, his hands behind his head. He felt as if he was in a dream. Not a sound could be heard beside him, except for the sound of insects. In a rare moment, Li Mu forgot everything. Lying on the wooden bed, he had a dream. In his dream, he saw a golden door. Li Mu wanted to touch it, but he couldn't get close. It was only a few hundred steps, but he walked for an entire night. It was like a distant snowy mountain. It seemed to be right in front of him, but when he tried to get closer, he discovered that the path was endless. Even when he woke up, Li Mu was still reminiscing about this dream. In his dream, he desperately wanted to pass through that door, but he couldn't even get close. That feeling of helplessness made him feel incomparable despair. Li Mu took out the heavenly book in his hand and stacked it on top of each other. Using his divine sense, he saw a door that was exactly the same as the one in his dream. Seeing this door in reality, Li Mu also wanted to go through it to find out what was inside. However, this door wasn't real. If he wanted to understand its mysteries, he would probably have to gather more heavenly tomes. Speaking of the other heavenly tomes, the first one that Li Mu thought of was naturally Xuanzong. Unfortunately, he and Xuanzong had already become enemies. Xuanzong wouldn't give the heavenly tomes to Li Mu for free, and Li Mu wouldn't help them decipher the heavenly tomes. This was no different from helping their enemy. Other than Xuanzong's page, only the 4 Buddhist sects were confirmed to have the heavenly tomes. Among the 4 Buddhist sects, 3 of them were in the Shin nation. Li Mu didn't have any relationship with them. Could even be said that there was some friction between them. He probably couldn't borrow the heavenly tomes, nor could he use them to decipher the heavenly tomes in exchange. After all, the 3 sects belonged to the enemy nation. In Li Mu's heart, their position wasn't much higher than Xuanzong's. The only heavenly tomes he could come into contact with were in the Heart sect. Although the Heart sect was also a Buddhist sect, it was a local Buddhist sect in the Great Zhou. It also cooperated with the imperial court. Moreover, Xuandu was in the Heart sect. It was very possible to make a deal with the Heart sect. After making a quick decision, Li Mu walked into the courtyard. With a step, his figure disappeared. Chapter 561. Great Zhou, Nanyang County. The ancestral court of the Heart sect, one of the 4 Buddhist sects, was located in Nanyang County. The Heart sect recruited believers here. After hundreds of years, almost everyone in Nanyang County worshipped Buddha. There were more than 100 temples in Nanyang County alone. Tiantai Mountain, which was located in the center of Nanyang County, was where the ancestral court of the Heart sect was located. It was also the sacred ground in the hearts of the Great Zhou Buddhist believers. Tiantai Mountain would often have a Buddhist glow. No demons or ghosts dared to cause trouble nearby. This made the Heart sect even more revered by the people. Every day, there would be an endless stream of people coming to worship them. On this day, there was a spatial fluctuation at the foot of Tiantai Mountain. A figure appeared out of thin air. There were many people on the mountain path. Most of them were filled with reverence as they went up the mountain to worship. No one noticed that there was an additional person behind the crowd. Li Mu followed behind these Buddhist believers and slowly walked up the mountain. Although the Heart sect's strength was far inferior to the various Taoist sects, in this small Nanyang County, the Heart sect's influence was greater than the imperial courts. The population of Nanyang County was one of the top 36 counties. However, the amount of psychokinesis contributed by the state temple was one of the lowest. It was not that the people of Nanyang County were living in an abyss of suffering. Instead, they contributed most of their psychokinesis to the Heart sect. They all relied on the people's psychokinesis. This was a conflict between the Buddhist sects and the imperial court. Therefore, the Great Zhou court would never allow the Buddhist sects to expand without limit. The Heart sect's influence was only in Nanyang County. Outside of Nanyang County, there were very few temples in the Heart sect. The crowd discussed softly as they walked up the steps. Once one gets old, one's body won't be able to take it anymore. It would be great if I could ask for some medicine on this trip up the mountain. I'm here to fulfill a vow. Last year, I went up the mountain to worship the Bodhisattva. This year, my daughter-in-law gave birth to a chubby boy. Is it that effective? Then I'll have to pray too. Young man, what are you here to pray for? Someone asked him. Li Mu smiled and said, to pray for marriage. The warm-hearted auntie reminded him, if you pray for marriage and children, you have to pray to the Bodhisattva. Remember not to pray to the wrong person. After chatting for a while, Li Mu became familiar with this group of people. They chatted and laughed all the way up the mountain and came to a temple. The ancestral court of the Xian clan seemed to be a slightly extravagant temple. Compared to the other sects, it was slightly shabby. However, this was not the case. This temple was only used to receive ordinary believers. Above the concealment array above everyone's head, there were several huge mountain peaks floating. There were pavilions and towers on the mountain peaks. There were also countless relief sculptures of Buddha. Buddha light flashed and there were sounds of Sanskrit chants. At the bottom of the mountain there was a mountain gate. 2 young monks stood guard there, looking at the crowd below. However, the crowd below could not see them. One of the little monks seemed to have noticed something and said in surprise, Hui Kong, look at that person below. Is he looking at us? The other little monk didn't even look. He shook his head and said, how is that possible? Without level 5 cultivation, one cannot see through the array. How can he be in the Dharma plane? The little monk said, but he was really looking at me. He even smiled at me. Li Mu stood at the back of the crowd. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the 2 little monks. This young man was still below a moment ago. In the next moment, he passed through the array and appeared in front of them. The little monk was shocked and said with a trembling voice, Who are you? What do you want? Li Mu couldn't help but touch his bald head and said, don't worry, I'm here to look for someone. Is Master Xuandu here? Uncle Xuandu? Hearing that he was here to look for Uncle Xuandu, the little monk was relieved. He said, Sir, please wait here for a while. I'll help you pass on the message. The little monk with level 3 cultivation flew to the mountain peak above. Not long later, A golden light shot down from above and landed heavily beside Li Mu. A handsome monk looked at Li Mu and said happily, "Third brother, why are you here?" Li Mu smiled at him and said, "Second brother, long time no see." Xuandu gave Li Mu a big bear hug. Li Mu said, "Congratulations, second brother. After not seeing you for a few years, your cultivation has improved again. You're already at the peak of level 5. Xuandu smiled and said, "Congratulations too, third brother. You've advanced so quickly." He looked at Li Mu with a hint of shock in his eyes. He realized that he couldn't see through Li Mu's cultivation. When they first met, he was still a mortal. A small, vengeful spirit could take his life. But after a few years, he couldn't even see through Li Mu's cultivation. For this to happen, it was either that he had a powerful treasure that could hide his aura or that his cultivation was already above his. Xuandu's common sense told him that it was the former. But he still asked, "What's your cultivation now?" Li Mu pinched his thumb and index finger and said, "Just a little higher than you." Xuandu was stunned. After a long time, he muttered, "Even if you had a fortuitous encounter, your cultivation shouldn't have improved so quickly. It seems like you've encountered a great opportunity." Li Mu smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. I came to the Heart Sect this time not only to see second brother, but also for an important matter." Li Mu came here to get the heavenly book of the Heart Sect. Although he was the future head of the Fulu school and one of the leaders of the Tao sect, it didn't seem good for him to come and interpret the heavenly book for the Buddhists. But there were few free meals in the world. If he didn't pay a price, the Heart Sect wouldn't give him the heavenly book. After Xuandu heard Li Mu's words, he hesitated and said, "The heavenly book is the most important treasure of our sect. It's related to the inheritance of the sect. I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to ask the elders first." Li Mu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I can wait for the elders' reply first." To completely interpret the heavenly book, for any sect that possessed the heavenly book, it was a major matter that couldn't be ignored. After Xuandu heard Li Mu's intention, he immediately reported to the elders. Heart Sect, the Great Hall of Light. There were bursts of discussions. Heart of 7 orifices. There is indeed a rumor that those who possess the heart of 7 orifices can understand the entire content of the heavenly book. But rumors are only rumors. I have never seen such a physique. I'm afraid someone is using this as a pretense to deceive the heavenly book. Such a technique is too clumsy. The heavenly book was the most precious treasure of the Heart Sect. Of course, it couldn't be easily given away. A middle-aged monk thought for a while, looked at Xuandu and asked, "Your friend? What is his name?" Xuandu said, "Uncle Puji, his name is Li Mu." Puji's gaze was deep as he said, "According to what I know, the Ling Jizi of the Fulu school of the Tao sect is called Li Mu. Recently, the other 4 sects of the Tao sect, for the sake of the Fulu school, have offended the number 1 sect, Xuanzong. This matter is extremely unusual. It seems that the 4 sects must have received the promise of the Fulu school to interpret the heavenly book. Ling Jizi possessing the heart of 7 orifices, there is a 90% chance that it is true. There is such a thing? If that's the case, then isn't this Xuanzong's opportunity? But he is a person of the Tao sect. Why would he help our Xuanzong? Could there be some conspiracy behind this? A few elders of the Heart sect revealed a hesitant expression. On one hand, this was the Heart sect's opportunity. On the other hand, this matter was very risky. If the heavenly book was lost, it would cause an unbearable loss to the Heart sect. In the end, an old monk stroked his snow-white long beard and said, "Although the Tao sect is not our enemy, the Heart sect's most precious treasure cannot be given to the Tao sect. Our esteemed guest has come from afar. Xuandu, treat him well. There is no need to mention the heavenly book anymore." When the Xuanzong elders heard this, they did not say anything else. The one who spoke was Elder Puxiang. His cultivation had reached the peak of Dongxian. When the Venerable One was in seclusion, Elder Puxiang was in charge of all matters of the Heart sect. Even the heavenly book of the sect was under his control. When everyone was silent, only Elder Puji stood out and said slowly, I think that this is an opportunity that our heart sect cannot miss. We cannot give up on the great opportunity of the heart sect's rise just because the person with the heart of 7 orifices has the identity of the Tao sect. He walked to the front of the crowd and analyzed. As everyone knows, ever since the Xuanzong exchange, the Tao sect that was originally one has begun to split. Fulu school has roped in the other 4 sects, most likely through the heavenly book. Xuanzong's strength is too strong. Even if the other 5 sects join forces, they would not be able to shake him. At this time, Fulu school must be anxious to find allies. If not, he would not have come to the heart sect. He came here to gain new allies and has no other intentions. If the heart sect is suspicious and fearful of him, we will miss this great opportunity. Elder Puji did not stop and continued. Now, the reality of the cultivation world is that with Ling Jizi with the heart of 7 orifices, the heavenly books of the 6 sects of the Tao sect will be completely deciphered except for Xuanzong. The 5 sects will usher in a period of rapid development. The battle between the sects is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. If the heart sect continues to stick to the old ways, I'm afraid there will be no chance for a comeback. Elder Puji's words made the elders fall into deep thought. He knew the situation of the cultivation world like the back of his hand. His analysis was also reasonable. The heart sect's rejection of the Fulu school's Ling Jizi's suggestion would not be wrong in the short term. However, in the long term, it would be destroying the sect's future. Since ancient times, the decline of many sects in the world of cultivation was not because they did something wrong, but because they did nothing. In the cultivation world, there were hundreds of schools of thought contending. When Tao sect and Buddhism flourished, those schools did nothing wrong and gradually disappeared in the long river of history. Once Tao sect flourished again, the space left for Buddhism to develop would become smaller and smaller. Elder Puxiang, who was in charge of the heart sect, was obviously moved by Elder Puji's words. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Xuandu, invite Ling Jizi over." Under Xuandu's lead, Li Mu came to a large hall. The first thing he saw were a few shiny bald heads. The strength of the heart sect could not be compared to the other Tao sects. They only had one person in the 7th realm. At this moment, the 4 monks in front of Li Mu were all in the 6th realm. Li Mu put his palms together and said, "Greetings, elders." When they saw Li Mu, the few elders of the heart sect felt waves in their hearts. Could the gap between Buddhism and Tao be so great? A young disciple of the Fulu school actually had a cultivation level that did not lose to theirs. The young man in front of them not only had unfathomable mana, the few Buddhist powerhouses who specialized in physical cultivation could also feel an incomparably powerful physical strength from him. It was hard to imagine that a cultivator of Tao sect could have a physical body that did not lose to a 6th realm Buddhist powerhouse. Clearly, he was a dual cultivator of energy and body. Moreover, he had cultivated both his mana and body to the 6th realm. Elder Puji put his palms together and praised. Heroes indeed come from the young. With Ling Jizi, it is only a matter of time before the Fulu school surpasses Xuanzong. Li Mu clasped his fists and said, "Elder Puji, you flatter me, you flatter me." When he came, Xuandu had already told him that the heart sect did not agree with him interpreting the heavenly tomes. It was Elder Puji's strong argument that made them change their mind. Not only was this monk aware of many major events that happened in the cultivation world, but his insight was also very sharp. Even Xuanzong did not know that Li Mu was interpreting the heavenly tomes for the other sections. Yet, he was able to guess the truth of the matter just based on Xuandu's words. At this moment, another old monk walked forward and said, "Ling Jizi is willing to interpret the heavenly tomes for the heart sect. This old monk is extremely grateful." Li Mu was very clear that he had delivered himself to Xianzong's doorstep and let them take advantage of him. Any normal monk would suspect that he had ulterior motives. He did not bother to be courteous with the old monk and said, "To be honest, I came this time to form a good relationship with the heart sect. Xuanzong of Taoism has gone too far. One day, the Fulu school will definitely denounce it. Today, I am helping the heart sect to interpret the heavenly tomes. I hope that one day, the heart sect can join the other sects to denounce this unrighteous sect." Xuanzong and the other elders looked at Puji. Elder Puji had guessed correctly. Ling Jizi's goal was indeed to form an alliance with the Heart Sect. Elder Puxiang thought for a moment and said, "You should know that Xuanzong is not only the #1 sect of Taoism, but also the #1 sect in the world. Within Xuanzong there is an 8th realm powerhouse. If there is no 8th realm powerhouse, there is no way to fight against them." Li Mu said, "Elder, don't worry. If we are not fully prepared, we will not act rashly." Elder Puxiang thought for a long time and finally nodded and said, "I heard that you have the heart of 7 orifices. Can you show it to me?" Since they were here to interpret the heavenly tomes, Li Mu naturally had to show it. Otherwise, these old monks would think that he was taking advantage of the situation. He thought for a moment and said to Taoist priest Puxiang, "Can I take a look at the heavenly tomes of your sect?" Elder Puxiang stretched out his hand and a page appeared in his palm. If Ling Jizi really had the heart of 7 orifices, then the heavenly tomes were meant for him to comprehend. There was no harm in letting him take a look. If Ling Jizi did not have the heart of 7 orifices and came here to find an excuse to comprehend the heavenly tomes, he would not be able to comprehend anything in a short period of time. Moreover, the Heart Sect would not suffer any losses. Li Mu closed his eyes and scanned the heavenly tomes with his spiritual sense. After a long time, he opened his eyes. After forming a seal, he slowly extended his finger. In the void, a golden finger condensed. An elder exclaimed, "Great Nirvana Finger!" This great Nirvana Finger was a divine ability from the Heart Sect's heavenly tomes. Li Mu changed his hand seal and pressed down with his palm. Another golden palm appeared in the main hall. Prajna Palm. They watched as Li Mu executed the second Buddhist divine ability. This level of divine ability was only passed down to the core disciples of the Heart Sect. Normally, outsiders would not be able to understand it. However, this did not exclude the possibility of an accident. However, the divine abilities that Li Mu used afterward were things that even they had never seen before. These divine abilities were very powerful. When executed, there was a Buddhist light that appeared. It was definitely from the heavenly tomes. However, they had never seen it before. If it was not him comprehending it on the spot, then what was it? After executing a few divine abilities consecutively, Li Mu's face turned pale. His body swayed and he shook his head. "No, comprehending the heavenly tomes is too taxing on the mind. I can only comprehend this much this time. I'm afraid I will need half a month before I can recover my mind and comprehend it a second time." Elder Puxiang smiled and said, "There's no hurry. You can stay in the Heart Sect for a long time. I'll let Xuandu prepare a room for you." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I'm an official of the Great Zhou. I have to manage the Fulu School and interpret the heavenly tomes for the other 4 sections. I'm afraid I can't stay here for a long time. If the elders trust me, you can temporarily hand the heavenly tomes to me like the other Tao sections. I'll take some time to slowly interpret it. Every once in a while, I'll report back to your sect." The Heart Sect had never handed the heavenly tomes to an outsider. Elder Puxiang hesitated and said, "This we still have to discuss. Xuandu, bring Ling Jizi around the sect." Xuandu brought Li Mu out. A Taoist priest said, "I'm afraid it's not good to hand the heavenly tomes to an outsider. What if something goes wrong?" At this moment, Elder Puji walked up and said, "When Ling Jizi was in the 5th realm, he already had the power to transcend. Now that he's in the 6th realm, I'm afraid only those in the 8th realm can stop him. If there's really an 8th realm cultivator who wants the heavenly tomes, what's the difference if the heavenly tomes are with him or with us?" Puji's analysis was very reasonable. After a discussion, Elder Puxiang nodded and said, "What we can think of, the other 4 Tao sects can also think of. Since they can trust Ling Jizi, why can't we? Puji, go and ask Ling Jizi to come back." Puji nodded and turned to walk out of the hall. The moment he stepped out of the hall, a faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 562. In terms of deciphering the heavenly book, Li Mu had already formed a monopoly. In the end, the Heart Sect agreed to his request to take the heavenly book away. In order to show enough sincerity, Li Mu first helped them decipher a portion of the heavenly book to dispel some of their doubts and worries. Only then did he prepare to leave. Before he opened his mouth, Elder Puji said, "You have done a great favor for the Heart sect. Why don't you stay here for a few more days and let us play host to you?" If he could not wait to leave after taking the heavenly book, it would be easy for others to think that he was running away with the treasure. After careful consideration, Li Mu decided to stay here for a few days. Taking advantage of these few days, Li Mu studied the Heart sect's heavenly book in detail. The Heart sect's heavenly book was divided into two parts. One part was the Buddhist scriptures, which were equivalent to the Taoist Heart Sutra to guide the cultivation of qi. The other part was various Buddhist supernatural powers. Taoism had countless spells. Taoism cultivators used the mana in their bodies to the extreme. Buddhism, on the other hand, developed the body. Buddhism's supernatural powers were mostly related to the body. Their bodies were no weaker than Dharma treasures. Combined with their physical supernatural powers, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. Li Mu was a dual cultivator. After receiving Ao Qing's inheritance, his physical body reached the 6th realm. He could cultivate most of the supernatural powers in the heavenly book. In this page of the heavenly book, Li Mu did not see any strange beasts. Among the heavenly books that he had, not all of them had such records. When he placed the 9th page of the heavenly book on top of the other 8 pages, the golden door became a little clearer. He now had 9 pages of the heavenly book in his hand. He needed to gather 15 more pages before he could make the complete heavenly book appear. There was still a long way to go in the future. The heavenly book was undoubtedly the most mysterious treasure in the world. Every page was a priceless treasure. After collecting all the heavenly books, what secrets could be uncovered? What was behind the golden door? These were constantly tugging at Li Mu's heartstrings. After staying in the Heart sect for 7 days, Li Mu proposed to leave. Several elders personally sent Li Mu out of the mountain gate. Elder Puxiang looked at Li Mu and solemnly said, "I'll leave the heavenly book to you, Ling Jizi." Li Mu nodded and said, "Don't worry, Elder. In 10 years at most, I will return the heavenly book intact." Similarly, Elder Puxiang promised Li Mu, if there comes a day when Taoism denounces Xuanzong, the Heart sect will also lend a helping hand. With his ability to decipher the tomes of arcane, Li Mu had become a social butterfly in the cultivation world. Regardless of whether it was Buddhism or Taoism, as long as they had the tomes of arcane, they would need his help. After leaving the Heart sect, Li Mu headed north. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing should have already taken the realm-breaking pill. Li Mu planned to wait for them to come out of seclusion at Baiyun Mountain. After flying away from Mount Tiantai, Li Mu stopped flying in the air. He took a step and his body disappeared on the spot. Far away in the sky, 3 shadows suddenly appeared from the void. One of them exclaimed, shrinking the ground into an inch, "Could this person be a path integration realm elite?" Another person said flatly, "That's impossible. At his age, even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's impossible for him to cultivate to the 8th realm. This is an ancient Tao technique that has been lost for a long time." He actually knows the ancient Tao technique. This person has a huge secret? The last person pondered and said, "If he's a path integration realm elite, he would have discovered us long ago. The last time I saw him, he was only at the 5th realm. Now, his cultivation is at most Dongxian. He has the heavenly book of the 5 sects of Taoism and the Heart sect of Buddhism. If we can capture him, we will have made a huge contribution. We don't have time to waste on you. Chase." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them spread out and stood in a triangle. They quickly formed seals with their hands and stretched out their hands at the same time. A thick black gas was released from each of their palms. The black gas connected and formed a huge black triangle. Within the black triangle, there was a violent spatial fluctuation. Swoosh! After a strange sound, the black triangle disappeared. At the same time, the 3 shadows also disappeared. The void returned to calmness. 100 miles ahead, Li Mu's body appeared from the void. He lifted his foot and was about to use shrinking the ground into an inch again. In the sky in front of him, there was a sudden change. A huge triangular black vortex suddenly appeared. In the next moment, 3 figures walked out of the vortex. The 3 of them did not conceal their powerful aura. An extremely strong sense of oppression rushed toward him. Li Mu was shocked. Where did these 3 Transcendence Realm elites come from? But soon, he sensed a familiar aura from one of them. It was the aura of the demon sect elder who had joined forces with the Green Wolf King in the Demon Nation. Li Mu blurted out, "The 3 elders of Yu and Ming." The 3 elders of Yu and Ming were the 3 Transcendence Realm elites sent by the demon sect to guard the Zhu continent. Over the years, they had stirred up trouble all over the Zhu continent. They had stirred up trouble in the Great Zhou, the Demon Nation, and the southern countries. The 3 of them usually hid behind the scenes and rarely appeared. The last time they appeared together was when they besieged the Lord of Illusions. Could it be that they came for him this time? Li Mu did not have time to think. He could deal with 1 Transcendence Realm elite, but there was no way he could win against 3 at the same time. He formed a seal with one hand in his sleeve and took a step forward. However, his body remained in the same place. Li Mu's expression turned serious. This space was confined by someone. The demon sect elder who had met Li Mu twice looked at him and said indifferently, "For you, the 3 of us have been waiting here for 6 days. How can we let you leave so easily?" Li Mu's expression changed slightly. He was indeed the target of the 3 elders of Yu and Ming. In the Demon Nation, he had ruined the demon sect's plan and severely injured one of the 3 elders of Yu and Ming. The demon sect had never given him such treatment. This time, the 3 elders of Yu and Ming must have come for some important reason. The Heavenly Book. In just a moment, Li Mu figured out the crux of the matter. They did not come earlier or later. They just had to come when he obtained the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. Their target was the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. Perhaps it was not only the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. Only Xuandu and a few elders of the Heart Sect knew that he had taken the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming were lying in ambush outside Tiantai Mountain 6 days ago. This meant that someone had leaked the news to them immediately. This person could not be Xuandu. In other words, there was a traitor among the 6th Realm elders of the Heart Sect. Puji's face flashed across Li Mu's mind. No wonder he had been facilitating the cooperation between Li Mu and the Heart Sect. He also tried his best to persuade the people of the Heart Sect to let him take the Heavenly Book away from the Heart Sect. Only when the Heavenly Book left the Heart Sect would the Demon Sect have a chance to seize it. Li Mu slowly looked at the 3 of them and asked, "Is Puji one of your people?" That demon sect elder said faintly, "I still have to thank you." Puji had been hiding in the Heart Sect for 50 years and did not have a chance to take the Heavenly Book away. If it wasn't for you, I don't know when he would be able to control the Heart Sect and obtain the Heavenly Book. Li Mu's heart trembled. For the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book, the demon sect actually sent someone to spy in the Heart Sect for 50 years. That was close to 60 years. Furthermore, that person had climbed to such an important position. What exactly were they scheming? If it was the supernatural powers of the Buddha sect, it would not be justified. With Puji's current position, even if he could not control the Heavenly Book, the supernatural powers of the Heart Sect would be at his fingertips. The demon sect's long-term plan made Li Mu even more convinced that the Heavenly Book contained a huge secret. An elder said in a deep voice, "Meng-san, why are you talking nonsense with him? Hurry up and kill this person. Take the Heavenly Book and prevent new problems from arising." Just as he was about to move, Meng-san stretched out his hand and stopped him. He transmitted his voice. "Have you forgotten what Puji said? This person has the heart of 7 orifices and can decipher the Heavenly Book. It's best if we can use such a person. If we kill him and the higher-ups find out, I'm afraid we will be punished and blamed." After that elder thought about it, he retreated. Meng-san was right. If what Puji said was true, then this person's value was more important than 1 or 2 heavenly books. It would be a pity to kill such a person. Even if they wanted to kill him, it was not up to them to decide. At this moment, Meng-san looked at Li Mu and said slowly, "Today you can't escape even if you have wings. You are a smart person. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you die, or you hand over all the heavenly books and join us. You have 15 minutes to think about it. Li Mu asked faintly, "What's in it for me to join you?" Meng San raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you want? Strength, status?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "What you said, I already have." Meng San thought for a while and said, "I know you like women. With your ability, join us. You can choose any woman on the continent. Who do you like? The sage sect will capture them for you." Li Mu said coldly, "Women will only affect my cultivation speed. If you want to move me, it's not enough." Meng San thought for a while and said, "What if we can increase your lifespan by 60 years? Li Mu said, "You should know that the seventh realm is not difficult for me." Meng San shook his head and said, "It's not what you think. What I mean is that you can have a maximum lifespan of 30 years as a Dongxian. If you can break through, your lifespan will reach 40 years. He looked at Li Mu and said in a tempting tone, "What do you think? We cultivators fight against the heavens and ourselves. What we seek is immortality. Every year we live is a greater chance of immortality. I don't mind telling you that the real way to immortality is hidden in the tomes of arcane. Join us. With the strength of the devil's doctrine and your ability to decipher the tomes of arcane, perhaps one day, you will be able to decipher the great path of immortality." The expressions of the other two old men changed as they shouted sternly, "Ming San!" Meng San stretched out his hand and said, "It's fine. This is not an absolute secret. What can you do if you tell him?" Li Mu was shocked. The demon sect actually had such a heaven-defying technique that could prolong a cultivator's lifespan. And it was not a short one like the Tianji talisman. Could prolong a Dongxian cultivator's lifespan by 60 years. How much could this increase the chance of breaking through to the seventh realm? If the two elders had 60 more years of lifespan, even if they couldn't reach the eighth realm, they could still protect the Fulu school for another 60 years. This was something Li Mu didn't even dare to think about before. Moreover, the great way of immortality mentioned by the elders of the demon sect, which cultivator could resist this temptation? Immortality, the ultimate pursuit of human cultivation, was hidden in the heavenly books. Judging from the three elders of Yu and Ming's reaction, his words were most likely true. No wonder the demon sect had dominated the 10 continents for tens of thousands of years. Who knew how many heaven-defying techniques they had and what they were plotting? He had obtained too much information today. Li Mu took a deep breath and said, "Let me think about it." Meng San floated in the air and said indifferently, "You have less than half an hour." Li Mu stood in place, his expression changing. He seemed to be making a difficult choice. Prolong his lifespan by 60 years was a great temptation. Li Mu was even more tempted by eternal life. However, joining the demon sect was impossible. He could only listen to half of what the demon sect said. It was true that they could prolong his lifespan. However, if he joined the demon sect, he would most likely be used as a machine to decipher the heavenly books. He would probably lose his freedom. Of course, he would not let go of this opportunity. Not to mention eternal life, Li Mu would not let go of the opportunity to prolong the elder's lifespan by 60 years. He had already secretly sent a message to the Empress. What he needed to do now was to stall for time. There were no secrets between him and the Empress. He had already taught the Empress the 9 words mantra. With her cultivation, she could use the earth-shrinking technique to cross hundreds of miles with a single step. Including the time between casting the technique, she should have taken less than half an hour to reach here. Even if he only caught one of the 3 elders of Yu and Ming, it would be an extremely important harvest. Demon sect elites of this level would definitely know more secrets. Half an hour passed quickly. Meng San asked Li Mu, "Have you thought about it?" Li Mu said, "How can 15 minutes be enough for such an important matter? Give me another hour." Meng San's expression darkened. Stalling for time is useless. No one can save you today. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming had come personally to capture a 6th-level junior. It was indeed very difficult for them to fail, unless several transcendence cultivators or a path integration cultivator came. Even if the possibility was very small, they did not want any accidents to happen. An elder said, No need to talk nonsense with him. Take him back. There will be plenty of time for him to slowly think about it. After saying that, he directly reached out to grab Li Mu. The elder's hand became incomparably huge. Li Mu's body was also imprisoned by the power of heaven and earth. He could only watch as the hand reached out to grab him. With a thought, the power of heaven and earth around him dissipated. His body also regained its freedom. Then, he formed a seal with his left hand and pointed forward with his right. A golden finger met the giant hand. When the two collided, the finger directly collapsed. The giant hand only paused for a moment before grabbing Li Mu without losing its momentum. Just as the hand was a few feet away from Li Mu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and attacked the giant hand. The elder who attacked sneered with disdain. "You overestimate yourself." However, in the next moment, a ray of green light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Li Mu held the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear glowed with green light as it viciously stabbed into the giant hand. Boom! After a deafening sound, the elder retreated a few steps. His hand also rapidly shrank. His face was gloomy as he looked at the bloody hole in his palm with a bewildered expression. Chapter 563. As a seventh realm cultivator, Ming Yi was in disbelief. This person was only Dongxian, but he could hurt him. What kind of Dharma treasure was his spear? At this moment, Ming San reminded him, "Be careful. This person's supernatural powers are strange. Even Xuanzong's Dao Qingzi was hurt by him. Don't be careless and treat him like a seventh realm cultivator." Li Mu held the spear in his hand. The weapon of a ninth realm dragon king was indeed extraordinary. If he had used the Qingxian sword just now, he probably wouldn't have been able to break through the demon sect elder's defense. After hitting the target, Li Mu formed another seal. The spear left his hand and pierced towards the elder. With his sixth realm cultivation, he was extremely fast on his weapon. Countless spear shadows appeared in the void. However, as the spear shadows pierced towards the demon sect elder, his body also became illusory. Countless shadows appeared around him. Li Mu's attack couldn't touch him at all. This person's cultivation was much higher than the Green Wolf King. Every time, he could predict Li Mu's attack and make preparations beforehand. Li Mu couldn't do anything about this. After all, a transcendent realm cultivator was on another level. This kind of supernatural power was almost always effective against cultivators with lower cultivation. To cross the gap between the middle realm and the upper realm, one needed to catch the opponent off guard. Just like the intellectual sword when he hurt Dao Qingzi and the first spear just now, Li Mu reached out. The spear flew back into his hand and he stabbed it in the air. Ming Yi waved his sleeve. A black lotus platform flew out from his sleeve and smashed towards Li Mu. Suddenly, the person in front of him changed. From Li Mu to Ming San. Nightmare 3, who was watching the battle from the side, had just reacted when a black lotus throne came crashing down on him. He hurriedly put up a mana shield, but it only managed to stop the lotus throne for a moment before it shattered into pieces. The lotus platform didn't slow down. It smashed into him. Ming San flew back 100 feet and spat out blood. His aura instantly weakened. Pei San suddenly appeared where that person was and took his attack. Pei Yi's eyes widened in an instant and then his pupils contracted. Behind him, where Ming San had been, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly came. He couldn't dodge in time and his waist was pierced by a spear. A blinding green light exploded from the spear, bringing with it a destructive force as it exploded inside his body. Ming Yi's body turned into a cloud of black mist and instantly appeared 1,000 feet away, condensing his body once again. There was a ball of black gas wriggling around his abdomen. His aura was not as strong as before. He stared at Li Mu. Li Mu didn't have it easy either. Earlier, he had expended a small portion of the mana in his body to forcefully perform shadow shift with one of the 3 elders of the netherworld, catching them off guard and injuring them at the same time. At this moment, Li Mu stood in the void with his spear. 2 of the 3 elders of the netherworld were weak, while the others' eyes were filled with disbelief. The 3 of them had roamed the Zhu continent for so many years. When had they ever suffered such a great loss? And it was at the hands of a cultivator from Dongxian. Where did he get such a treasure? And where did he learn such a strange ability? The three of them looked at each other. The tacit understanding they had formed over a long time allowed them to connect their minds in an instant. At the same time, they shot out a ray of black light towards Li Mu. The space was sealed. The three elders of the netherworld blocked Li Mu's path of retreat from 3 different directions, leaving him no room to retreat. With his cultivation, facing 3 transcendents head-on was no different from seeking death. Just as Li Mu was about to summon the Tao Bell and prepare to resist for a while, the space in front of him rippled and a figure appeared. The Empress must have just left the court. She was wearing a dragon robe and a phoenix crown. As she appeared, the 3 rays of black light were annihilated. The 3 elders of the netherworld gathered together again with a shocked expression. Ming San even blurted out, "The Empress of the Great Zhou." Feeling the aura of the woman opposite him was stronger than before, Ming San wanted to retreat. However, he didn't want to let go of this rare opportunity. He shouted, "No matter how strong she is, she's only at the 7th level. Let's attack together." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Ming Er's figure opposite him. And at Ming Er's original position, there was a powerful aura that made his hair stand on end. Recalling Li Mu's strange divine ability just now, Ming San's expression changed greatly. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. A tyrannical magic power swept across, and his body and primordial spirit were both severely injured. Li Mu didn't miss this opportunity. He stabbed forward with his spear. Ming Er, who was teleported over by the Empress, was pierced through by the spear. The strength of the Empress of the Great Zhou was beyond his imagination. Ming San didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately said, "Let's go!" A ball of black light burst out of the 3's bodies at the same time. Then, they disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already gathered together. Their palms were connected. A black light flashed and they actually disappeared into thin air. Only a spatial fluctuation was left behind. Li Mu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, don't let them escape." Zhou Yi appeared beside him. He closed his eyes and opened them again. He said, "It's a long-distance teleportation formation. They're no longer in Zhuzhou. We can't catch up with them." Although Li Mu felt it was a pity, capturing a 7th level alive was already an extremely difficult task. Moreover, there were 3 of them. He didn't delay and immediately said, "I need to go to Xianzong immediately." At the same time on Tiantai Mountain, in the concealment formation, a golden light suddenly flew out from one of the meditation rooms. It quickly flew towards Xianzong's ancestral court. A few elders noticed this and couldn't help but wonder, "Junior Puji is in such a hurry. Where are you going?" Just as the golden light was about to disappear into the horizon, a green light suddenly appeared. The green light and the golden light collided and exploded with a violent wave of mana. Not long after, a figure flew over from afar. Li Mu carried Puji, who was tied up by the immortal binding rope, and landed on a mountain peak of Xianzong. A few elders flew over. Elder Puxiang looked at Li Mu and then looked at Puji, who was in his hands. He said in shock, "Ling Jizi, this is..." Li Mu casually threw Puji on the ground and said, "Elder Puxiang, you should ask him properly." After a while, the few elders of Xianzong were all shocked and exclaimed, "What? Senior Puji is a spy from the demon sect? How is this possible? Did Ling Jizi make a mistake somewhere?" Li Mu said indifferently, "This is what the elders of the demon sect admitted personally. If you don't believe it, then there must be other traitors in Xianzong. Otherwise, how could I be attacked by 3 7th realm elders of the demon sect when I just left Xianzong?" One of the elders said in disbelief, 3 7th realm elders of the demon sect can already fight Xianzong. How did Ling Jizi escape from their hands? Li Mu looked at them and said, "If I didn't have some ability, how would I dare to carry the heavenly tomes of the various sects and walk around?" Puxiang looked at Puji and asked in a low voice, "Puji, is what Ling Jizi said true?" Puji raised his head and looked at Li Mu indifferently. He slowly said, "To be able to defeat the three elders, no wonder you dared to bring so many tomes with you. This poor monk has underestimated you. This poor monk has nothing to say." After Puji finished speaking, the few elders of Exionzong were shocked. "Senior Puji, you really... I don't believe it. Why did you do this? How can you face our brothers and sisters? How can you face Buddha?" Puji put his palms together and said in a low voice, "Since the mission has failed, you don't have to say anymore. I grew up in Exionzong and returned to Exionzong. Amitabha." After chanting the name of Buddha, he lowered his head. At the same time, the aura on his body disappeared completely. Elder Puxiang looked sad. He put his palms together and said in a low voice, "Amitabha, Amitabha." All the elders chanted the name of Buddha at the same time. Soon, the bell rang in the ancestral court of Exionzong. Li Mu didn't expect Puji to be so decisive and pass away just like that. He gave up his cultivation and life. Maybe 60 years of practicing Buddhism changed his temperament. Or maybe he expected the outcome of his identity being exposed and made him make such a decisive decision. He wanted to get some information about the demon sect from Puji, but now he could only give up. When he left Exionzong, Li Mu had a lot on his mind. For thousands of years, the demon sect and the righteous sect had been opposing each other. The 6 Taoist sects, including the Fulu school, had all been attacked by the demon sect. Even Xuanzong was no exception. Li Mu used to think that this was just a battle between the righteous and the evil sect. Now it seemed that the demon sect's ultimate goal might be the heavenly book. There were so many sects in the Zhu continent. They didn't pick on the small ones but went against the 6 Taoist sects. To a certain extent, it also confirmed Li Mu's guess. There was no doubt that from now on, he would officially enter the demon sect site and become their #1 target. After all, compared to attacking a big sect, it was easier to capture a small 6th realm cultivator. To a certain extent, the demon sect was also Li Mu's #1 target. The demon sect's method of prolonging life and the secret of longevity also deeply attracted him. After leaving Tiantai Mountain, the space around him fluctuated and the Empress appeared. Li Mu pondered for a moment and took out all the heavenly books. He said, "Your Majesty, you can keep these heavenly books." Zhou said lightly, "I don't need these things." Li Mu explained, "The demon sect now knows that I have several pages of the heavenly book. They will probably send experts to find me in the future. You can keep the heavenly books. Even if I fall into the hands of the demon sect in the future, they won't get the heavenly books." Zhou said without thinking, "I don't want them." Li Mu was stunned and asked, "Why?" Zhou glanced at him and said, "Since you know that if you fall into the hands of the demon sect, they will get the heavenly books, then don't get caught by them. Think before you do anything." Li Mu felt warmth in his heart and didn't insist. The two flew side by side and the back of their hands accidentally touched. Li Mu took the opportunity to hold her hand. Zhou resisted a few times and let him hold her hand. At the same time, above the South Sea, the sea and the sky were connected and boundless. At a certain moment, a black whirlpool suddenly appeared above the sea. 3 figures staggered out of the whirlpool. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming were already injured. In order to escape from the Empress of the Great Zhou, they used the secret technique of the demon sect. They were teleported thousands of miles away and their magic power was almost exhausted. They floated in the void and panted heavily. Ming Yi and Ming Er's bodies that were pierced by Li Mu's spear couldn't heal themselves. They could only use a cloud of black fog to temporarily seal their wounds. Ming San said with lingering fear, "It hasn't been long and that woman has become stronger again." Ming Yi used one hand to cover his wound and said in a low voice, "With that woman interfering, I'm afraid Puji is doomed. Our 50 years of planning in the Heart sect have gone down the drain." Ming Er said, "It's not like we didn't gain anything. Although Puji's position in the Heart sect is high, we don't know how many decades it will take for him to control the heavenly books. Now we already know that the heavenly books of all the sects are with that person. As long as we capture him, we can get a few pages of the heavenly books at the same time." Ming Sen shook his head and said, You saw it too. It's easier said than done to capture him. It's impossible with just us. Why don't we report this to the third elder? With this person's importance, the third elder might take action personally. The three of them discussed and reached an agreement on this matter. They continued to fly south. In the depths of the South Sea, there was an island shrouded in black fog. The sky in the nearby sea region was clear and boundless. Only the sky above this island was covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the clouds. The entire island was shrouded in a thick black fog that emitted a strange aura. The vegetation on the few small islands nearby had long withered. There was no sign of life. The bottom of the sea was dead silent. Regardless of whether it was the fish or the marine creatures in the sea, they didn't dare to get close to the island. 3 figures flew over from afar and flew straight into the black fog. Within the black fog, there was an extremely dense spiritual energy. There were many buildings on the island and countless figures. Seeing the Yu and Ming elders, the figures on the island all bowed and greeted them. The 3 of them flew into a tall tower. In the small building at the top of the tower, there was a stone coffin. The Yu and Ming elders stood in front of the coffin and bowed. Greetings to the third elder. An old voice came from the coffin. Who hurt you? It was difficult to say that they were hurt by a Dongxian cultivator. Ming Yi said, We met the Empress of the Great Zhou in the Zhu continent. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I found out that the heavenly tomes of the 5 Taoist sects and the heart sect of Buddhism are in the hands of one person. Creak. After an ear-piercing screech, the lid of the stone coffin opened. A skeleton-like figure sat up and asked, You brought him here? The Yu and Ming elders looked embarrassed. Ming Yi said, This person's supernatural powers are strange. He also has a great treasure and the protection of the Empress of the Great Zhou. We couldn't catch him. If the third elder makes a move, we'll definitely be able to capture him. At that time, we'll at least get the 6 pages of the heavenly tomes. 2 gloomy flames appeared in the eyes of the old man, who was so old that only his skin was left sticking to his bones. He said calmly, As long as Tianjizi is alive, I can't set foot on the Zhu continent. Who is this person you're talking about? Ming Yi formed a seal with his hands. An image appeared in the void before him. In the image was the scene where the 3 of them intercepted Li Mu. The old man looked at the young man in the image with gloomy flames in his eyes. When he saw Ming Yi reach out to grab Li Mu, but his palm was pierced by the latter's spear, the gloomy flames in his eyes suddenly extinguished. He blurted out, Ao Qing. Chapter 564. Ao Qing. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming had never heard of this name. Ming-san explained, Third elder. This person's name is Li Mu. He's a disciple of the Fulu school. At this moment, the fire in the eyes of the skeleton-like elder lit up again. He whispered to himself, Did that lascivious dragon also pass on its memories? This is going to be troublesome. He looked at the 3 elders of Yu and Ming and asked, Is this person extremely lecherous and has countless beauties as his companions? Ming-san bowed and said, Third elder's foresight is divine. This person is indeed extremely lecherous and has many beauties as his companions. Not only did he have an affair with the Queen of Thousand Fox Country, but he also had an affair with the Empress of the Great Zhou. The elder continued to ask, Are there snakes, dragons, foxes, and ghostly cultivators by his side at the same time? Ming-san nodded and said, According to our intelligence, there are 2 fox women and a pair of snake demon sisters who are related to him. As for ghostly cultivators, we haven't found any. The elder in the stone coffin exhaled and whispered, It really is him. No wonder you 3 returned in defeat. That lascivious dragon had already touched that realm. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming were confused by the elder's words. Ming-san asked tentatively, Third elder, what should we do next? The elder was silent for a long time before saying, No matter who it is that has survived until now, they have to start from the beginning every time they reincarnate. His cultivation is only at the 6th realm, but his supernatural powers and battle experience are far superior to yours. If the 3 of you work together, it won't be difficult to capture him. After another moment of silence, he continued to ask, "Is there any news of the White Emperor?" Mingyi shook his head and said, "No." After the Demon Emperor's cave disappeared, the White Emperor's demonic corpse also seemed to have disappeared into thin air. "We can't find it anymore." The elder calculated with his fingers and said, "Then there's no need to search anymore. You guys are no longer his match. Continue to search for other heavenly tomes and pay attention to Yong." 3 streams of light flew out of the tower. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming looked down at the figures below. The young disciples of the sage sect who had been nurtured from a young age had already entered the 5th realm of cultivation before or after turning 20. Any one of them would be a top genius on the continent. However, in front of this monster-like young man, the light of the genius disciples of the sage sect seemed so dim. At the top of the tower, the old man sat in his coffin and looked into the distance. He said in a low voice, "The situation has changed again." He stretched out his hand, and a gray ball of light appeared in his palm. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Shui Yun, come and see me." The voice spread out from the tower. A young man who was cultivating in one of the buildings on the island immediately ended his cultivation and flew towards the tower. Everyone on the island looked at the stream of light with envy. The 3rd ancestor has awakened. 3rd ancestor has summoned Shui Yun again. I wonder what benefits he'll get this time. The body of blood and Yin is so good. It's only been a few years, but his cultivation has already been pushed to the peak of the 5th level. I'm afraid he'll reach the 6th level soon. The young man flew into the tower and knelt down on both knees. He said respectfully, "Greetings, 3rd ancestor." The old man sat in the coffin and asked, "How is your blood fiend demonic art?" The young man said, "I've already reached the peak of the 5th level. I encountered a bottleneck a month ago and couldn't break through. I was just about to ask 3rd ancestor." The old man flew out of the coffin and came before him. He said, "The blood fiend demonic art is a top cultivation technique. There are 9 levels and each level corresponds to a realm. You can only begin to cultivate the 6th level when your cultivation has broken through to the Dongxian." He waved his sleeve, and a blood-red pill appeared before the young man. He looked at the young man and said, "Take this. I'll protect you and help you to reach the 6th level." The young man was pleasantly surprised. Ever since he entered the sect had piled countless resources on him, turning him from a wandering beggar into a powerful cultivator. He could destroy mountains and fill seas with a wave of his hand. He took a deep breath and said, "In the future, I'll climb a mountain of swords and dive into a sea of fire for the sage sect. I won't hesitate to die 1,000 times." The old man said calmly, "Begin." The young man took the pill and slowly put it into his mouth. A powerful spiritual energy surged through his limbs and bones, causing the veins on his exposed skin to bulge. There were even traces of blood slowly seeping out. The old man pressed a hand on his head, and another powerful spiritual energy surged in. The violent spiritual energy suddenly calmed down, and the young man's aura continued to rise. After an unknown period of time, his aura increased several times in an instant, and then it calmed down. The old man slowly withdrew his hand. The young man sat cross-legged on the ground with a dull expression. His eyes were blank. The old man stretched out his hand, and a gray ball of light appeared in his hand. He pressed the ball of light on the young man's head. The ball of light quickly entered, and the young man's eyes gradually lit up. He looked down at his hand, then frowned and asked, "Who am I?" The skinny old man said, "You're the 4th ancestor of the sage sect, Blood River." The young man was silent. He closed his eyes, as if digesting the memories. After a while, he opened his eyes again, and there was a hint of vicissitudes in them. He said calmly, "This body is only at the 6th realm. It's not time for me to awaken yet." The skinny old man said, "It's indeed not the time, but the situation in the Zoo continent has changed, and I have to wake you up in advance. Now, at least 6 pages of the heavenly book are in the hands of a 6th realm cultivator. I'm being watched, and I can't set foot on the Zoo continent. If you can capture him, you'll succeed." The young man asked, "Who is it?" The old man waved his sleeve, and a figure holding a spear appeared in the void. "Ao Qing." The young man's expression changed drastically, and fear came from the depths of his soul. He said in shock, "He's still here too." The old man said, "What are you afraid of? Even if someone inherited his memories, he's only at the 6th realm now. You should quickly advance to the 7th realm, capture him, and take revenge. Won't that be easy?" The young man's expression was uncertain. Ao Qing's terror was still so clear even after countless reincarnations of his memories. Not long after, Shuiyun flew out of the tower while the people on the island waited in confusion. The aura on his body was completely different from before. This aura? Shuiyun, he's already at the 6th realm? He's only been in the sect for a few years. This speed is really enviable. Everyone looked envious. They wanted to reach out and greet Shuiyun, but Shuiyun ignored them and flew straight away from the island. Many people looked indignant, and they thought to themselves, what's there to be proud of? He's just relying on the 3rd patriarch's love. Without the sect's resources, he's nothing. If those resources were given to me, I would have reached the 6th realm long ago. At the bottom of the South Sea, Zhou let Li Mu hold her hand. She looked at the schools of fish swimming among the corals, and the jellyfish of various colors dancing under the waves. It was very dreamy. After bringing Wan Wan and the others to swim in the East Sea, Li Mu realized that the bottom of the sea was an extremely romantic place. He must bring others here in the future. Under Zhou Yi's mature appearance was a young girl's heart. The young girl had no resistance to this dreamy scene at all. In this kind of romantic scene, it was naturally suitable to do some romantic things. Li Mu's hand, which was originally holding her hand, was gently placed on her waist. Zhou Yi was completely unaware of this. It was as if she had also become a fish in the sea, swimming freely with Li Mu at the bottom of the sea. Li Mu used to hate being underwater. Under the situation where his magic power was suppressed, this made him feel very insecure. Now, he had the idea of building a cave abode underwater. Every year, he would bring them here to avoid the summer heat and have a vacation. It would be fun of its own. Speaking of the cave abode, Li Mu suddenly thought of something. He held the Empress's soft and slender waist with one hand, and a jade slip appeared in his other hand. This was a treasure map he got from Sangu. The location was in the South Sea, but it was in the deeper parts of the sea. Li Mu didn't have the ability to explore in the past. This time, it was a good opportunity to check it out. The two of them traveled all the way to the deep sea. The sea was full of danger, mainly from the water tribe and some sea beasts. The water tribe was the overlords of the water. It was not difficult for them to kill humans in the water. In comparison, the sea beasts were more difficult to deal with. They were some primitive beasts. Their intelligence was not high, but they were very strong. They would attack all creatures that invaded their territory. Even if they were facing beings that were much stronger than them, they would still dare to take the initiative to attack. Li Mu and the Empress swam all the way here, and they saw a giant tortoise that was as large as a mountain, a strange fish with 3 heads, and a cuttlefish that was over 300 meters long. If Li Mu hadn't received Ao Qing's inheritance, with his cultivation level of level 6, it would have been difficult for him to deal with these things. For ordinary human cultivators, the deeper the sea, the greater the suppression on their cultivation. But for these sea beasts, the deep sea was their home ground. With Sangu's cultivation, he could still swim freely in the shallow sea. But once he went deep into the sea, there was a high possibility that he would not be able to return. Boom! Li Mu once again raised his spear and repelled a huge squid. That sea beast also knew that the human in front of it was not to be trifled with. After spitting out a mouthful of ink, it fled. Li Mu propped up a water screen beside the Empress and himself. When the ink dissipated, what appeared in front of them was an undulating underwater mountain range. The location recorded on the treasure map was here. Li Mu could tell at a glance that there was a formation set up in this mountain range. The formation was mainly for protection. Generally speaking, cultivators would set up such a protective formation in their cave abodes or sections. In other words, Sangu's treasure map pointed to a cave abode at the bottom of the sea. Humans would not build caverns at the bottom of the sea. The caverns here should belong to the Water Clan or the Dragon Clan. The formations in the mountains were not very powerful. Most of the formations would run out of spiritual chi in a short period of time without the maintenance of cultivators. This formation was no exception. Even if it cleverly used the mountain range as its foundation, the spirit chi contained in the mountain range would dissipate with the passage of time. Even if Li Mu did not do anything, this formation would completely lose its effect in 100 years. Li Mu easily broke the formation that was on the verge of losing its effect. Under the formation, there was a huge palace made of coral. On the coral square in front of the palace, there was a skeleton lying. As the formation was broken, a weak wave of spirit chi swept over, and the dragon skeleton also turned into ashes. This was a cave abode of the dragon tribe and also his tomb. Li Mu and the dragon tribe were somewhat related. He gathered the ashes scattered in the square and buried them in the center of the square. Then, he cut a piece of coral and made a wordless tombstone for him. Then, he and the empress began to search the cave abode. The dragon tribe had two most important natures: lust and greed. It was difficult for them to reproduce with their own kind. They would leave their bloodline everywhere and create many new species with countless races. At the same time, they also liked to collect treasures. Most adult dragons were very rich. Even if they died, they would choose to sleep with their treasures. Li Mu now suspected that the story about the dragon tribe being very rich was made up by someone. Chang Xian was so poor that she was the only one left. Ao Qing also did not have many treasures. This nameless dragon tribe's cave abode was also empty. Could it be that someone had already been here before Li Mu? Li Mu looked carefully and did not find any traces of someone having been here. There was also a certain possibility that he had placed the treasures in the flask heaven space. Generally speaking, when a powerhouse of the upper realm died, the flask heaven space opened by them would stay in place and move with the fluctuations of space. Li Mu could take a gamble. He took out the long spear, and after circulating his spirit chi, he stabbed it into the void above his head. Where the tip of the spear passed, a gap appeared in the void. Through the gap, another space could be faintly seen. Li Mu held the empress' hand, and their figures disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in a dead silent space. This space was much smaller than the demon emperor's space. It was about the same size as the space that Li Mu was pulled into by the old man in Xuanzong. It could be seen that this dragon tribe powerhouse's cultivation was at the 8th realm when he was alive. On the ground of the space, there were piles of spirit jades scattered, but they had all lost their spirit chi. The spirit jades in the flask heaven space could not be preserved for a long time. In order to maintain the vitality of the space, it needed the nourishment of spirit chi. When the owner of the space was alive, they could absorb spirit chi from the outside world. When the owner of the space died, it could only consume the spirit chi inside. Spirit jades, pills, and magic treasures. Without any protective measures, the spirit chi within them would gradually dissipate, and they would become useless. Li Mu looked at the spirit jades and magic treasures that had lost their spirit chi, and his heart was filled with endless regret. The spirit jades would shatter with a touch, and the magic treasures could only be reforged. Li Mu did not waste any of these magic treasures and put them away. The materials used to forge magic treasures were still useful. When he put away a bow, Li Mu's hand movements paused. This bow actually contained a strand of spirit chi, which formed a sharp contrast with the other magic treasures that had lost their spirit chi. Bark-shaped magic treasures were very rare in the cultivation world. Li Mu casually pulled the bowstring, and his expression suddenly changed. At this moment, more than half of the magic power in his body was sucked away by the bow. The bow in his hand shone with a golden light, and an illusory arrow condensed on it. Not only that, but Li Mu's magic power was also continuously being sucked into the bow. Zhou Yi felt the destructive power in the arrow, and immediately said, "Let go!" Li Mu let go of the bowstring, and a golden light shot out, directly penetrating the barrier of the flask heaven space. A black hole appeared on the spatial barrier, and it was still expanding rapidly. Zhou Yi grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, This space is about to collapse. Let's go. In the next moment, the two of them teleported out and appeared in the sky above the sea. Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief. The collapse of the flask heaven space was no small matter. If they were swept into the spatial turbulence, he and the Empress would be a pair of miserable lovebirds today. He looked down, and a huge whirlpool appeared on the originally calm sea. The whirlpool was dozens of miles in diameter, and countless fish and prawns were swallowed up. The magic power in his body was less than 10%, and he felt a deep emptiness. Li Mu looked at the bow in his hand. The bow was no longer shining with golden light, and it had returned to its original state. There were 2 words carved on it in the dragon language, and it seemed to be the name of the bow. Li Mu identified it, and whispered, "Shooting the sun." Chapter 565. Li Mu had never seen such a powerful magic weapon in the sky before. This was definitely not something that could be created with the current level of refining. It was not even recorded in the heavenly book of the North sect. The power of this magic treasure was even above Ao Qing's spear. Of course, this bow also consumed a lot of magic power. With Li Mu's magic power, he could not draw the bow a second time. Even the arrow just now was not at full power. Under the Empress's reminder, Li Mu cut off his magic power in advance. The bow was named Sun Shooting. The power of this bow lived up to its name. This was originally something that Li Mu and the Empress found to do out of boredom when they were roaming the bottom of the sea. They did not expect that the ordinary jade scroll that they got from Sangu would have such a great harvest. With Ao Qing's spear nearby and the sun-shooting bow far away, Li Mu was confident that he could kill one of the 3 elders of Yu and Ming. The collapse of the flask space at the bottom of the sea formed a turbulent whirlpool. It took a long time for it to dissipate. It was not easy for the Empress to come out. She was in the mood for fun. Coincidentally, Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were in seclusion. Li Mu did not have anything important to do, so he took her around. This place was not far from the South County and was also very close to the north. Zhou Zhong once said that there were traces of the demon sect's activities in the north. Li Mu wanted to find out more about it. North, Mount Jin. As soon as the 2 figures landed, a figure flew out from one of the halls. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Mu and the Empress who had turned into Shangguan Li and asked, "Why are Lord Li and Commander Shangguan here?" Li Mu said, "You said a few days ago that there were people from the demon sect in the north. How's the situation recently?" Zhou Zhong said, "It's not optimistic. Sangu and the others eliminated some of the demon sect spies in the north. The north is temporarily stable, but the Shin Kingdom's royal family in the central state has been moving frequently in the past few months. They seem to be planning something. I suspect that they have already joined forces with the 3 Buddhist sects. If the Shin Kingdom's royal family really joined forces with the 3 Buddhist sects, then the northern state would indeed be in trouble. The Shin nation was the birthplace of Buddhism. The Shin nation's royal family had always had close ties with Buddhism. The Nirvana sect, Suffering sect, and Mind sect were similar in strength to the Heart sect. Each sect had a 7th realm supremacy. If they joined forces, Zhou Zhong and Li Mu wouldn't be able to stop them with just the demon corpses left here. Since he was already here, he might as well resolve the northern state's crisis before leaving. Li Mu made a decision and said to Zhou Zhong, "We will stay here for a few days." Zhou Zhong nodded and said to Sangu, who had followed them out, "Prepare a room for Lord Li and Commander Shangguan." Li Mu coughed and said, "There are 2 of us." Zhou Zhong looked at him and asked, "Do you need 2 rooms?" Li Mu said, "Of course, we're not in that kind of relationship. However, it's best if the 2 rooms are connected. I still have something important to discuss with Commander Shangguan." After all, he and the Empress had just broken through a thin layer of window paper. Their relationship had progressed from holding hands with great difficulty to hugging each other's waist. They were still far from living in the same room. After staying in his room for a while, Li Mu went to the Empress's room. The Empress was cultivating cross-legged on the bed. Li Mu sat at the table and looked at her with one hand propping up his cheek. Zhou Yi's face gradually turned red. Then, she opened her eyes and asked angrily, "Have you seen enough?" Li Mu smiled at her and said, I'll never see enough. Zhou Yi glanced at him and asked, "Did you often use such words to deceive other women in the past?" Li Mu said, "I swear, this is the first time." Li Mu really hadn't experienced much about love. With Lu Hanyan, it was like yin and yang attracting each other. Before they had even expressed their feelings, they were already inseparable from each other and wanted nothing more than to accompany each other day and night. With Li Qing, he had gone through many trials and tribulations. Everything was understood without words. With Phantom Princess, this was a shame that Li Mu didn't want to mention. His experience with the Empress was something he had never experienced before. It was like a man and a woman who had just experienced the first awakening of love, tentatively getting close. The process in between was sweet and warm. Zhou Yi lowered her head and said, "Don't look anymore. You're making it impossible for me to cultivate in peace." The Empress was still too shy. If it were Phantom Princess, she would have already pounced on him or entangled Li Mu on the bed. Li Mu turned around and stopped looking at her. He thought about the northern state. Actually, from the bottom of his heart, he rather hoped that the three Buddhist sects would support the royal family of the Shin Kingdom and cause trouble for the northern state. This way, he would have a reason to obtain the heavenly tomes of the three sections. The three sects were enemy forces. Li Mu couldn't make deals with them. However, they didn't provoke him. He couldn't use force either. This was bullying. In the next few days, Li Mu first did some research. Although the northern state was already independent, the thoughts and habits of the people at the bottom of the Shin Kingdom couldn't be changed overnight. Until now, there were still riots at the bottom of the northern state. The division of ranks and the ideology of men being superior to women were deeply engraved in their genes. This was a good thing for Zhou Zhong. In such a country, re-establishing order could maximize the benefits of legalism. Li Mu saw Zhou Zhong once and felt that he had become stronger. If the entire Shin Kingdom was under his control, transcendence might not be the end of his cultivation. Although legalism was a small group, if they had a suitable cultivation environment, their cultivation speed would be very shocking. At the entrance of a palace in Mount Jin, Wei Peng stood behind Zhou Zhong. He looked at the two rooms opposite him and shook his head. Why bother? Just prepare one room for them. They're together all day anyway. Zhou Zhong put his hands behind his back and said, "Maybe they have a lot of national affairs to discuss." In the room, after a few days of getting along with each other, the relationship between Li Mu and the Empress finally progressed further. The two sat by the bed and looked at each other. Li Mu pursed his lips. Zhou Yi blushed and then slowly closed her eyes. Li Mu took a deep breath and slowly approached her. Just as their lips were about to touch, Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly opened. Li Mu's movements stopped abruptly. He panicked for a moment. The next moment, he raised his head and looked through the window into the distance. A black line appeared in the horizon at the end of his line of sight. At the same time, Zhou Zhong, who was standing in front of a palace, also flew up. At the border of the northern state, countless figures flew over. In the room, Zhou Yi's body disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in the air. A few black lines appeared on Li Mu's forehead. He and the Empress had been together day and night, and had cultivated their feelings for each other for several days. It had not been easy for him to pry open the Empress's heart. Just now, he had only been 0.01 centimeters away from the Empress's lips. Then, he was interrupted by these damned people. Li Mu looked at the horizon. Anger burned in his heart. In the sky, hundreds of figures flew over. Their target was Mount Jin. At the very front of the crowd was a bald man with countless blood-red runes drawn on his head. He looked a little demonic as he reclined on a white jade chair. On his left and right there were two women in his arms. The bald man's hands roamed over the two women's bodies. A young man in luxurious robes stood respectfully behind him. He said in a flattering voice, "Once we exterminate the rebels of the northern state, we will choose even more beauties for the imperial preceptor." At the front of the crowd were three old monks. The three of them stood on lotus platforms with their eyes closed. It was as if they did not want to see the lewd scene on the chair. These people were extremely fast. They soon approached Mount Jin. Sang Gu was already floating in the air. When he saw the three old monks from afar, his expression changed drastically. He said in horror, "Three supremacies." The battle had not started, but he was already in despair. The Shin Kingdom's imperial family had actually invited three supremacies, three seventh realm Buddhist powerhouses. In addition, there was the powerhouse on the white jade chair whose aura was not inferior to the three supremacies. His life was going to end today. After careful observation, he recognized that the man on the chair was the great elder of the Demon Dao's Hahuan sect. The Hahuan sect was notorious in the southern states. The Shin Kingdom's imperial family had actually invited him. The bald man lay lazily on the chair and looked down. He did not care about Zhou Zhong, Sanggu, and the others at all. However, when he glanced at the other young lady, his eyes suddenly lit up. He violently pushed the two women beside him away and flew straight to the young woman. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. "What a beautiful woman! Why don't you follow me?" At this moment, the space beside the young woman fluctuated. A young man appeared. The young man's expression was very ugly. A simple bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. A golden arrow pierced through the air and left a black mark in the void. It was the mark of space collapsing. The bald man did not even have time to think before the arrow pierced through his body. Boom! His body exploded. His limbs flew everywhere and were swallowed by a black hole that appeared where he was. An extremely illusory shadow tried to break free from the black hole but was still mercilessly swallowed. No! In the void, only an extremely unwilling roar was left. The black hole gradually disappeared. The bald man's figure also completely disappeared as if he had never appeared. After killing the enemy with one arrow, Li Mu's magic power was completely drained. Even his physical strength was exhausted. He fell powerlessly into the void and landed in a soft and fragrant embrace. Chapter 566. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. Not long ago, the northern state declared independence. The Shin Emperor ignored the objections of his ministers and appointed the Hahuan sect's Grand Elder as the Shin nation's state advisor. After that, this person personally went to the ancestral court of the three sections. Although no one knew what happened, the three sects that watched the northern state declare independence suddenly agreed to help the royal family suppress the rebellion, and the three supremacies came together. They thought that this was a battle without suspense. Who would have thought that before the battle officially started, the Hahuan sect's Grand Elder was killed by an arrow? Even his essence spirit was not left behind. On the Lotus platform, the three supremacies' faces were full of shock. The Shin Emperor's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Someone as strong as the state advisor was gone just like that. After a brief moment of silence, a monstrous uproar broke out. The state advisor! The state advisor was killed? What Dharma treasure is that? Retreat, retreat quickly. The first to react were the three supremacies. Although they didn't say a word, a golden light appeared under their feet. They drove the Lotus platform and shot into the distance. If that bow could kill the Hahuan sect's Grand Elder, it could also kill them. But someone didn't want them to do so. Zhou Zhong took a step forward and appeared in front of one of the supremacies. He said calmly, "Since you're already here, don't be in a hurry to leave." The other supremacies was just about to escape when a strong suction force burst out from behind and sucked his body back. At the end of the suction force was a figure emitting demonic aura and corpse aura. No one stopped the last supremacies. He disappeared into the sky in an instant. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. Unless he left the Shin nation, Li Mu would find him sooner or later. He lay in the Empress' arms and the scene from his dream reappeared. At this moment, he could use the mantra to recover his Dharma power, but there was no need to. Zhou Yi knew that Li Mu could quickly recover his Dharma power, but she pretended to forget. The two of them hugged quietly like this, completely ignoring the anxious battle around them. Although Zhou Zhong was strong, he wasn't at the seventh realm. It was already rare for him to be able to fight a Buddhist supremacies to a standstill with his unique skills. That demonic corpse's opponent was a similarly powerful seventh realm cultivator. It did not gain any advantage at all. When the imperial advisor was shot to death, the cultivators of the Shin kingdom behind him panicked. Now that even the venerables had fled without fighting, there was no point for them to stay here. After coming to their senses, they immediately scattered in all directions. But at this moment, a giant bell descended from the sky, enveloping all of them. Countless people attacked the bell, but they could only make it tremble slightly. The young emperor of the Shin kingdom had a dull expression on his face. This was just a personal expedition without any suspense. He had never imagined that the powerful imperial advisor and the three venerables would end up with one dead and one escaping. The other two couldn't escape even if they wanted to. The expression on Sangu's face was also very sluggish, but after the sluggishness, it was ecstasy. If they could kill an expert of the Hahuan sect with one arrow, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Shin nation. Li Mu's expression was calm. He didn't feel proud because of such a battle result. His opponent was never the Shin nation, nor was it the Hahuan sect of the demonic way. It was Xuanzong. If he couldn't even deal with such a small matter, how could he fight against the number one sect in the world? After cuddling with the Empress for a while, Li Mu was too embarrassed to lie in her arms. He slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot that I can quickly recover my spiritual power." He formed a hand seal and said the word, "Jie," softly. Endless power of heaven and earth surged in, and his spiritual power quickly recovered by half. With the Jie mantra, Li Mu only needed a short time to recover his spiritual power to shoot arrow after arrow. The power of the sun-shooting bow was stronger than he imagined. The Hahuan sect's great elder was a level 7 cultivator just like the Lord of Illusions. Yet, he was unable to defend against an arrow shot with all his might. Although this arrow would have drained the spiritual energy of a normal level 6 cultivator and caused them to lose their ability to fight, it was not a loss to exchange for the death of a high-level cultivator. The demonic corpse that was fighting against a venerable was already showing signs of defeat. Li Mu drew the bow and poured in 10% of his spiritual power. Another arrow condensed on the bow and pointed at the venerable. This venerable of the Nirvana sect had already suppressed the demonic corpse. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. He turned around and saw a golden arrow aimed at him. The scene of the Hahuan sect's great elder being swallowed by the black hole lingered in his mind. This arrow could really threaten his life. The venerable's expression changed. He could only raise his hands and place them flat in front of his chest to show his surrender. The young man didn't shoot that arrow. He was giving him a chance to surrender. Li Mu saw the venerable make a gesture of surrender and point the arrow at the other venerable. Without much hesitation, the old monk made the same choice as the previous venerable. After the sun-shooting bow's arrow was condensed, it couldn't be retracted. Li Mu aimed it at the sky above his head and released it. A golden light shot into the sky and finally disappeared. This time, 4 7th-level cultivators came from the Shin nation. 1 was dead, 1 escaped, and 2 were captured. The remaining cultivators of the Shin nation's defense army couldn't pose any threat at all. They were trapped in the Dao Bell and were still crazily attacking. Li Mu ignored them for the time being. Once his spiritual power was exhausted, they would be obedient. With the sun-shooting bow in hand, he looked at the 2 venerables who had given up resisting and said calmly, "Hand over your soul blood." The 2 venerables never thought that there would be a time when they would hand over their soul blood. Against an expert of the same level, they still had the strength to fight. However, that bow was so terrifying that it made them despair. The Hahuan sect's Grand Elder threatened them with the demonic path. The 3 sects knew how terrifying the demonic path was and had no choice but to interfere in the northern states' affairs. In the end, they had no one to blame but themselves for ending up like this. After a while, Li Mu put away the 2 drops of soul blood and said to Zhou Zhong, "One escaped. Take them with you." Just now, the venerable from the Yen sect had escaped. Zhou Zhong took the demon corpse and the other 2 venerables to the Yen sect's ancestral court. Li Mu floated in the air and carefully examined the bow in his hand. This bow gave him a great surprise today. At the same time, deep in the South Sea, on an island shrouded in ghostly fog, the stone coffin at the top of the tower suddenly opened. A skinny old man flew out of the coffin and said angrily, Hahuan is dead! A red-robed young man sitting cross-legged in the tower opened his eyes. His eyes were blood-red. He said in a low voice, "Who is it that can make even his essence spirit unable to escape?" The skinny old man said coldly, "I'll go and see for myself." He took a step and was already outside the tower. When he lifted his foot again, he appeared on the sea 100 miles away. Not long after, the space on the shore of the South Sea fluctuated and the skinny old man's figure appeared. He had just lifted his foot but was unable to take a step forward. On the beach not far ahead stood an old man. The old man was stooped and his face was full of spots. He did not have many strands of hair and looked like he was about to die. However, it made the third forefather of the demon sect tremble in his hollow eyes. Tianjizi. He looked at the old man and slowly spat out a few words from his throat. The old man also looked at him and said, "Go back." The third forefather retracted his leg that had already stepped forward. He looked at the old man and suddenly smiled. "So what if you can calculate my movements? How can a mortal like you pry into the mysteries of heaven? You frequently pry into things you shouldn't be prying into. You don't have many years left in your lifespan, do you?" The old man said faintly, "At least before this old man dies, you can't set foot in the ancestral province." The third forefather of the demon sect looked gloomy in the face of his old rival. He asked, "It's been so many years. What have you been holding on to?" The old man looked at him and asked back, "It's been 10,000 years. You didn't hesitate to pass down your memories from generation to generation and scourge the Zoo continent for 10,000 years. What is it for?" The third forefather of the demon sect looked very serious. He said in a deep voice, "We're looking for a way out. We're looking for the door that was closed by your ancestors for their own selfish interests." The old man was silent for a moment and asked, "What if it's not a way out but a dead end behind the door?" The third forefather of the demon sect's eyes flickered. He said, "We'll only know what's behind the door after we open it." Chapter 567. Not long after Zhou Zhong left with the demon corpse and the two subservient supremacies, he returned. The other two sects had already submitted. The supremacy of the Yen sect did not put up much resistance and handed over his soul blood. At this moment, the three of them were filled with regret. They did not expect their opponents to be so powerful. They also did not expect the Hahuan sect's first elder to be so weak. In order to protect themselves, they could only hand over their soul blood. If they had known this would happen, they would have let Beibang be free. In a hall on Mount Jingang, Li Mu looked at the three old monks and said lightly, "Hand over your sect's heavenly book." After a short silence, the three of them shook their heads at the same time. An old monk said, "The heavenly book is no longer in our sect." Li Mu's face darkened. He said coldly, "Do I look like I'm easy to fool?" The old monk put his palms together and said, "I swear on the name of Buddha that our sect's heavenly book was taken away by the demon sect 100 years ago. This is also the reason why Nirvana sect has been declining over the past 100 years. The other two old monks also said, "Our heavenly book was also taken away by the demon sect 100 years ago." Li Mu frowned. He vaguely felt that these three old monks were not lying. The heavenly book was very important. Li Mu naturally would not believe them so easily. He asked Sanggu to lead people to investigate the three sections. He actually found out that the three Buddhist sects of the Shin nation had not had a disciple comprehending the heavenly book for 100 years. After careful investigation, he found out more secrets. More than 100 years ago, the three Buddhist sects were attacked by the devil sect at the same time. In the end, the Buddhist sects were defeated. Although the three sects were saved in the end, their heavenly tomes were taken away. To be precise, the powerhouses of the three Buddhist sects had used the heavenly books to exchange for the inheritance of their sections. Li Mu could not help but recall that for thousands of years, the Flu school had been attacked by the demon sect several times. However, with the help of the Dao Bell and the other sects, they had successfully repelled the demon sect powerhouses each time. The other sects, including Xuanzong, had the same experience. The Buddhist sect was weaker than the Taoist sect and could not resist the invasion of the devil path. It was no wonder that, in the past 100 years, the mainland's Buddhist sects were not as good as before. If not for the fact that the ancestral court of the Heart sect was in the Great Zhou, they would probably end up in the same situation as these three sections. In short, Li Mu would not be able to obtain the heavenly book from them. Since then, of the confirmed heavenly sutra pages on the continent, 1 page was in Xuanzong's hands, 9 pages were in Li Mu's hands, and the remaining 14 pages were likely controlled by the demonic path. Wanting to obtain them wouldn't be easy. Li Mu temporarily stopped thinking about the heavenly book. This time, the Shen Kingdom's emperor had personally led the expedition. He had also brought a group of personal guards and the Shen Kingdom's nobles. All of them had been imprisoned in the Dao Bell. At this moment, they had already given up resisting and completely accepted their fate. If Li Mu was willing, he could incorporate the Shen nation into the Great Zhou territory in a very short period of time. But he had no intention of doing so. The two nations had different races, different systems, and different beliefs. Even if he conquered the Shen nation, there wouldn't be many benefits. Instead, it would bury a huge hidden danger for the future. Moreover, the imperial court was already unable to manage the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. If they added the Shen nation, they might not be able to manage it. Yesterday, a tsunami had occurred in the South Sea without warning. Several states near the sea had suffered varying degrees of flooding. If the Shen nation became a part of the Great Zhou, such matters of comforting the people and providing disaster relief would become part of the Great Zhou's responsibility. If the Shen nation was in trouble, the Great Zhou would have to waste money and manpower. Even if the imperial court agreed, the people might not agree. It was better to hand the Shen nation over to Zhou Zhong. He could use the Shen nation to advance, and the Great Zhou would no longer have to worry about the south. It could be said to be the best of both worlds. Li Mu also planned to build state temples in the various states of the Shen nation. There were many people in the Shen nation. Even if each person's psyche power was very small, when gathered together it would be very considerate. Connecting these state temples with the Great Zhou's ancestral temple could accelerate the formation of the emperor's qi. However, the more than 20 states of the Shen nation had always been independent. It would not be easy to complete this plan. For a long time to come, what they needed to do was to subdue the various states. With Zhou Zhong's current power, it was only a matter of time before he completely integrated the Shen nation. The situation of the Shen nation had been settled. There was no need for Li Mu and the Empress to stay here. He used a sound-transmitting ritual implement to ask Xian Jizi. The two women were still in seclusion. The time it took for high-level cultivators to break through to the next realm varied from person to person. There was no pattern to it. Some people's fateful encounters would allow them to break through to the next realm in an instant. Some people needed days, months, or even years. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing should not need that long. Judging from the effects of the pills they had taken, it would take them at most 3 months to completely refine the effects of the pills. When he and the Empress returned to Shendu, Shangguan Li had already successfully broken through to the next realm. Mr. Mei was still in seclusion. The saint-level pills could only greatly increase the probability of breaking through to the next realm. Whether or not the cultivator could break through to the next realm depended on themselves. Without Mr. Mei, Li Mu and the Empress were of course more at ease. They could draw together in Changle Palace. In the name of discussing state affairs, they could dismiss the guards and maids, stroll in the imperial garden and admire the flowers. Or they could change their appearances and eat a bowl of noodles at a roadside noodle stall, fly a kite together, and watch the sunrise and sunset together. However, Shangguan Li's existence often disturbed their plans to spend time together. Because Cheng Xian was always with the Empress, she had already been sent to a few dry counties to make rain. She would not be back for at least half a month. Shangguan Li was the Empress's personal female official. She should be by the Empress's side all the time. Once or twice was enough to send her away, but if it happened too many times, it was inevitable that the Empress would become suspicious. Li Mu was already regretting it. If he had known earlier, he would have cut corners in her pill. If the effect of the pill was not so good, she might still be in seclusion now instead of being the third wheel between the two of them. In Changle Palace, Li Mu was reading a booklet. Zhou Yi was drawing. Shangguan Li stood behind her, waiting for orders. Li Mu and Zhou Yi looked at each other and instantly understood each other's intentions. Zhou Yi coughed softly and said, Ali, go to the National Treasury and check if there are any more pills, fulu, and the like. If there are not enough, let the Ministry of Revenue go to the shops of the various sects to buy more. A trace of doubt appeared in Shangguan Li's eyes. These small matters were all handled by specialized officials. There was no need for her to go at all. Moreover, the Empress had never liked these complicated affairs of state. Why was she so concerned about these matters recently? The day before yesterday, she had gone to the Department of Worship to supervise the offerings. Yesterday, she had gone to the Ministry of Revenue to check the accounts. Today, she had gone to the National Treasury to check the inventory. Why did she feel that the Empress was intentionally sending her away? At this time, Zhou Yi said to Li Mu, "You've been reading the booklets for a long time. After you finish reading these, go back and rest." Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes." This was the secret code that the Empress and he had agreed on. The meaning of the sentence was that Li Mu should go back first and that the two of them would meet at the Li residence in a moment. If it was just sending away Shangguan Li and leaving Li Mu in Changle Palace, the purpose would be too obvious. This way, Ali would not have any suspicions. Shangguan Li also agreed and walked out of Changle Palace with a belly full of doubts. Li Mu looked through a few booklets. Seeing that Shangguan Li had already walked far away, he exchanged a look with the Empress and also directly left the palace. He first bought a fish and some fresh vegetables at the market and cooked with the Empress. It was also a different kind of sweetness and romance. When he returned home, Li Mu pushed open the door and saw that there was already a figure standing in the courtyard. Towards these kinds of things, she was always more impatient than he was. He walked over and hugged the Empress, who had turned into Shangguan Li from behind. He asked, "What do you want to eat today?" The delicate body in his arms trembled. Soon after, he was blasted away by a tyrannical transcendence energy. Shangguan Li retreated a few steps and looked at Li Mu with shame and anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing?" Li Mu looked at her in shock and muttered, "You." Shangguan Li crossed her arms in front of her chest and said angrily, "Are you crazy?" Li Mu instantly realized and immediately said, "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." As his voice fell, the space in the Li residence fluctuated and another Shangguan Li appeared in the courtyard. The two Shangguan Li looked at each other. One was shocked and the other was flustered. Chapter 568. Shangguan Li came to the Li mansion to ask Li Mu if he felt that Her Majesty was a little strange recently, but she didn't expect to see such a scene. She stood behind Li Mu. After the shock, she said angrily, "Who are you?" Zhou Yi went through the initial panic, but soon calmed down and returned to her original appearance. Seeing the familiar figure, Shangguan Li trembled and said in disbelief, "Your Majesty." She was full of doubts. She didn't understand why Her Majesty would change into her appearance and come to the Li mansion, until she remembered a rumor in Chengdu these days. It was a rumor that Li Mu and the Empress' personal maid were strolling hand in hand. Only now did she finally realize that it wasn't a rumor. Zhou Yi walked to the door of the study and said, "Ali, come in with me." Shangguan Li glanced at Li Mu and walked into the study in a panic. After a long time, she came out of the study, looked at Li Mu again, and then strode out of the Li mansion. Zhou Yi walked to the yard and said, "It's fine if Ali knows. She won't tell anyone." As she spoke, she sighed softly in her heart. In the past, she always hid it, worried that it would be discovered. Out of helplessness, she felt a little better after telling Ali about it. In the future, she didn't have to hide these things in her heart, but could share them with someone. Li Mu also felt that this was a good thing. At least he didn't have to hide from Ali in the future. However, he always felt that since Li Mu knew about this, the way Ali looked at him was a little strange, as if Li Mu had stolen something important from her. Li Mu could understand her on this point. After all, as the Empress' personal maid, she was the only one who was favored. Now that the Empress's favor was given to him, it was inevitable that she felt disappointed. Just like Li Mu didn't want her to compete with him for favor in the past. Since leaving the Zhou family, the Empress had no relatives. Ali and Mr. Mei were the closest people to her, just like her family. And the Empress's family was his family. Li Mu also didn't want Ali to be sad because she was neglected. So when he brought breakfast of love for the Empress, he would also bring a portion for her. Occasionally, he would prepare a small gift for the Empress so that he wouldn't forget her. Finally, one day, Shangguan Li no longer looked at Li Mu as if something important had been taken away. However, her gaze became very vigilant. She gritted her teeth and said to Li Mu, "Let me tell you, don't even think about having any ideas about me. I don't like men." Li Mu understood what she meant and frowned. "What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person?" Shangguan Li looked at him indifferently and asked, "Isn't that so?" Li Mu couldn't refute. In order to show that he didn't have any other thoughts about her, he stretched out his hand and said, "Then give me back what I gave you." Shangguan Li was stunned and asked, "How can there be someone like you?" Li Mu shrugged and said, "I'm just proving to you that I don't have any other thoughts about you." Shangguan Li gritted her teeth and took off a hairpin from her hair. She also took off 2 delicate earrings and put them heavily in Li Mu's hand. She asked, "Is this enough?" These women's accessories were given to her by Li Mu when he gave the Empress gifts. Li Mu put them away and said, "You also ate my breakfast many times." Shangguan Li's face darkened and said, "I will give it back to you." Li Mu continued, "You also took my breakthrough pill." Shangguan Li said angrily, "That was given to me by Her Majesty." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "All right, that doesn't count." Shangguan Li left in a huff. Not far away, Zhang Chun and Prince Shou, who were leaning on the white jade railing in front of the square, shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Chun said with a face full of indignation, "How can someone like Lord Li be surrounded by beauties?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "You don't understand. This is called doing the opposite. It's an even more brilliant method. I think Commander Shangguan will fall soon." Zhang Chun shook his head again and sighed. "He is still too young. He doesn't know how good a woman is and mistook a girl for a treasure. Isn't Commander Mei more charming than Commander Shangguan?" Early in the morning, when he was reading through the reports, Li Mu didn't see Shangguan Li. Some women were beautiful and had beautiful thoughts. Li Mu couldn't even take care of his own family matters, so how could he have any thoughts about her? He was reading a few reports when suddenly, footsteps came from outside the hall. Shangguan Li walked in with a bowl in her hand. She put the bowl in front of Li Mu and said, "This is back to you." Li Mu looked at the black thing in the bowl and raised his head to look at her and asked, "Is this what I gave you?" "Even if I gave it to Chung Xian, Chung Xian wouldn't eat it." Shangguan Li took a look at the bowl, picked it up and left silently. Not long after, a busy figure appeared in the imperial kitchen. The imperial chefs didn't know what was going on. Commander Shangguan, who was of noble status, actually began to practice her cooking skills. This caused countless people to speculate. Many people thought that she should have someone she liked. A gentleman would die for someone who understood him, and a woman would dress up for someone who liked her. It made sense that Commander Shangguan, who only knew how to fight and kill, would practice the skills that ordinary women should have for someone she liked. In the Changle Palace, Li Mu put down the report in his hand. He breathed out a mouthful of turbid air and stretched his body. Recently, all kinds of things were developing according to his plan. With the participation of the 5 Taoist sects and the aristocratic families of the southern countries, the operation of the Wishing Lane was completely on the right track. It became the largest cultivation market on the Zhu continent, attracting cultivators from all over the world. The imperial court profited greatly from the market. The treasury was quickly filled, and they could attract more and more powerful worshippers. There was also good news from Yingzhou. The Southern Army found several mineral veins in the miasma of Yingzhou, including a small spiritual jade mine. They didn't need much help from the imperial court. They could be self-sufficient and even subsidize the imperial court. In the Qin Kingdom, Zhou Zhong replaced the royal family of the Qin Kingdom with iron and blood. Aragu, who was born a pariah, became the nominal emperor of the Qin Kingdom. Although there was fierce opposition from the nobles, under the strong suppression of Sangu and the 3 sects, the voices of opposition in the country disappeared without a trace. As for the sects that actually controlled the various states, there were no top-level powerhouses in them. After several transcendent powerhouses came to visit, they could only choose to submit. In the imperial palace, in the ancestral temple of the Great Zhou, there was a bronze cauldron. Inside the cauldron, there was a thick golden line that extended to the giant cauldron in the center of the ancestral temple. The golden dragon in the giant cauldron was much stronger than when Li Mu first saw it. The golden light on its body was even more dazzling. Only the dozens of scales on its tail were slightly dimmer. When these scales completely turned from dark gold to gold, it would be the time when the Emperor Qi matured. Li Mu walked out of the ancestral temple. Before he reached the Changle Palace, there was a sudden surge of aura from one of the palaces in the palace. Li Mu looked at the palace, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. His figure flashed, and he was already in front of the palace. Mr. Mei walked out of the palace. His aura was restrained, and he looked a few years younger. Li Mu clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Sister Mei." The Empress and Shangguan Li appeared at the same time. Shangguan Li looked at Mr. Mei and couldn't help but walk forward. She pinched his face and exclaimed, "Why can you become younger after breaking through?" Chapter 569. It wasn't that Mr. Mei became younger when he broke through the realm. It was just that every time he broke through the realm, his body and primordial spirit would undergo a sublimation. In the process of breaking through, her skin became more delicate, so she looked younger. When Shangguan Li broke through, her body also underwent such changes. However, she was young, so the changes didn't seem to be big. Even Mr. Mei had broken through. He wondered how Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were doing in Mount Baiyun. Li Mu planned to ask Xian Jizi, but the sound transmission magic instrument from Fulu School vibrated on its own. In the imperial kitchen, Shangguan Li was carefully boiling a bowl of soup. Mr. Mei walked in and asked, "Ali, what are you doing?" Shangguan Li added some spices and said angrily, "Can't you see? I'm spooning." Mr. Mei asked curiously, "When did you become interested in these things?" Shangguan Li said lightly, "Recently." Mr. Mei picked up a spoon and reached for the bowl. Shangguan Li hit the back of his hand. Shanghai Li said, "If you want to eat, make it yourself. It's not for you." Mr. Mei asked curiously, "Then who is it for? Is it for His Majesty?" Then she denied this conjecture. If it was given to His Majesty, Ali would definitely be happy, and not have this expression of someone who owed her a huge debt, as if she wanted to spit in the soup. She thought for a moment and asked suspiciously, "Is it for Li Mu?" Shangguan Li hated Li Mu so much that her teeth itched. Not only did he take His Majesty away from her, but he also treated her like that. However, she couldn't tell Sister Mei about this, even if she was one of the closest people to her. Her expression was calm as she said indifferently, "It's nothing. The reason why we were able to break through was because of him. I originally wanted to return the favor and thank him, but he didn't seem to lack anything, so I cooked for him as a token of my appreciation." Lord Mei thought for a moment before nodding. "That makes sense. Then shouldn't I thank him as well? But how should I thank him?" By the time Shangguan Li finished preparing the soup and arrived at Changle Palace with Mr. Mei, Li Mu had already left. Mr. Mei looked around, walked to the front of the hall, and whispered to Zhou Yi, "Your Majesty, where is Li Mu?" Zhou Yi's tone was somewhat resentful as he said, "His wife has made a breakthrough in her cultivation and returned to Mount Baiyun." Mr. Mei looked at Queen in surprise. When Li Mu left Fairy's capital in the past, she was not happy, but she was more reluctant to part with him. This time, however, she was more upset. She was sure that something must have happened while she was in seclusion. When she was patrolling the palace with Shangguan Li, she asked, "Did something happen between Your Majesty and Li Mu?" Shangguan Li raised her eyebrows. She pretended to be calm and asked, "What happened?" Mr. Mei thought for a moment and said, "I don't know why, but I feel that Your Majesty is a bit strange. Not only Your Majesty, but you are also very strange." Shangguan Li shook her head and said, "You're being paranoid. You're overthinking it." Mount Baiyun. Li Mu had just received the news from Xian Jizi and rushed back as soon as possible. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing successfully made a breakthrough in their cultivation on the same day and entered the Dongxian realm. Within 10 years, the ancestral temple had produced 2 strands of Emperor's Qi. They had hopes of reaching the Transcendence realm. During this time, thanks to the endless supply of pills, many low-level disciples of the school had made breakthroughs in their cultivation. The overall strength of the Fulu school had quietly risen to a new level. Li Mu took them back to his ancestral home in Yangqiu County to stay for a few days and reminisce about the past. Then, he took them to various parts of the Zhou continent. They left their traces in each of the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. They watched the sunrise in Yuntai County, watched the sunset in Hanyang County, skied on the snowy mountains in Jiangyin County, and rode horses on the grasslands in Yantai County. They experienced all the infinite sceneries of the Great Zhou. Eastern Sea, Yingzhou. On the east coast of Yingzhou, 3 streaks of light slowly flew over from the sea. These days, Li Mu took the 2 girls to experience the underwater world. They happened to be in Yingzhou, so they decided to go to Yingzhou to have a look. Although Yingzhou was large, it was not suitable for humans to live in. There were many monsters and poisonous insects. Apart from a few natives, there were no countries here. The headquarters of the Corp sect and the research organization of the School of Moism led by Mo Li were both in the hinterland of Yingzhou. Li Mu and the other 2 descended from the sky. When they approached a seemingly ordinary mountain, a few thick pillars of white light suddenly flew out from the mountain. The white light was extremely fast and carried with it a destructive force. If a transcendent realm cultivator was hit by this attack, they would probably die on the spot. Li Mu waved his hand to dispel these attacks. A few people flew out from the mountain. Lord Li. Stop the attack. It's Lord Li. They flew to Li Mu and bowed. Greetings, Lord Li. Li Mu landed in the middle of the mountain and saw a row of cannons extending outwards. The white light just now came from this row of cannons. Mo Li hurriedly walked over and cupped his fists towards Li Mu. This is a no-fly zone. These mechanisms have arrays that automatically sense mana fluctuations. Once they discover an intruder, they will attack. Please don't take offense, Lord Li. Li Mu waved his hand and said, It's fine. The Mahis clan was indeed a genius in the field of mechanisms. Using this artifact to guard the city was much more suitable than using humans. The formation would automatically sense the intruder and launch an indiscriminate attack. Even if it was unable to kill the intruder, it would be able to raise the alarm immediately. Although they could not threaten cultivators of the 5th realm and above, killing a 4th realm cultivator was only a matter of 1 cannon. If the army was equipped with these things on a large scale, they would become a nightmare for the low-level cultivators of the enemy forces. Li Mu said to Mo Li, What other mechanisms do you have? Let me see them. As the successor of the School of Moism, Mo Li knew the complete art of mechanisms. In the past, because he lacked manpower and financial resources, he could not display the School of Moism's mechanisms. Now that he had the support of the Great Zhou, he could turn many powerful mechanisms from blueprints into reality in a short time. The self-defense cannon that Li Mu had seen was only one of them. Referring to Li Mu's suggestion, he had also successfully developed another mechanism. This mechanism was very similar to modern tanks in appearance. There was a formation carved at the bottom and it could be used on land and in the air. The entire mechanism was made from the hard materials used to forge artifacts. Although the cost of production was high, its defense was extremely strong. Even a 6th realm cultivator would not be able to break through it in a short time. As long as a 3rd realm cultivator controlled it simply and filled it with spiritual jades, it could become a killing machine. It only required 1 spiritual jade to kill low-level cultivators. It was also a fatal threat to 5th realm cultivators. Just from the price, the materials of a single mechanical tank could be used to forge many artifacts. If it were not for the Great Zhou's wealth, they would not be able to afford to mass-produce it. However, the advantages of this mechanism were also irreplaceable. It had the attack power of the 5th realm and above. As long as it had spiritual jades, it would never run out of mana. Its defense was extremely strong and its attack power was extremely high. If there were tens of thousands of these mechanisms, they could raze a small country to the ground in an instant. They could also make Xuanzong disappear from the East Sea. Other than this kind of attack mechanism, the Mahis sect also had some small auxiliary mechanisms. Their voice transmission Dharma artifacts were unique. A mother box could have countless child boxes. The mother box could establish a connection with the child boxes. This way, Li Mu did not need to bring so many voice transmission Dharma artifacts. He only needed to hold a mother box and he could easily communicate with the person who had the child boxes. Li Mu asked Mo Li to prepare dozens of child boxes for him. He gave one to Lu Hanyan and one to Li Qing. When he returned, he would give one each to Wan Wan, Xiaobai, Sister Mei, and Ali. After that, he imprinted the Fulu formation and artifact forging knowledge that Mo Li might use in a jade scroll. If he could comprehend it, there was still the possibility of improvement in the Mahis sect's mechanical arts. After leaving Yingzhou, Li Mu went to the fairies' capital with them. At the same time, in the demon nation of Life State, Hu Ju led a few subordinates and floated on top of a mountain. She could not help but shiver when she saw the tragic situation below. In a cave abode on the mountain, a small demon clan was slaughtered. The demon nation was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. This kind of thing happened from time to time. However, since these small demon clans submitted to the Thousand Fox Nation, no matter how powerful the demon clans in the demon nation were, they did not dare to do anything to them. What was even more frightening was that this demon clan had died in a very strange way. There were no wounds on their bodies, but the blood in their bodies had been sucked dry. There was not a single drop left. They had all turned into dried corpses. There was still a look of horror on their faces. That was not all. Not only this small demon clan, there was not a single living thing within a 10-mile radius of the mountain. Whether it was the birds, the beasts, or the small demons in the mountain, they all seemed to have turned into mummified corpses at the same time. The mountain was dead silent. Hu Jiu and the other demons could even hear their own breathing. An extremely strange atmosphere was spreading among them